anybody. We have to give him that chance. Why do you care so much? I ask. The sensitive, overly soft mouth tightens with determination. Because this is one death I can stop. The door opens. I had to get an orange pop. There wasn't any more Coke, Drake announces. His eyes slide across the stained bedspread and slide away. He goes to Niobe and gives her a rough and awkward hug. I'm sorry, he says gruffly. She hugs him tight. I can't believe I'm hearing myself saying, all right, I'll take you both, but I've got to make a little change first. Won't get fooled again. Victor Milan. A figure appeared in mid-air beside the open-topped Land Rover Wolf. It floated 8 feet off the crappy road and easily paced the vehicle's 22 miles an hour, which was fast enough on this surface to make John Fortune's brain feel shaken-baked. Jesus, Simone Duplay yelped. Their Croat peacekeeper escorts jumped and pointed and yelled. The car swerved. Tell them to take it easy, John said over his shoulder to Svetovar, the shave-headed corporal with ears that stuck out like hairy amphora handles beneath his blue UN beret. It's just the llama. It creeps me out when you do that, Snowblind said from the back seat beside the corporal. She wore a black t-shirt with the words "Bitch Goddess" written on it in gold glitter. John wondered if that was really appropriate for an official UN fact-finding mission. I merely manifest myself in astral form, the llama said. He smiled in a way he probably thought was benign. John thought of it as a shit-eating grin. Isra, who was Sekhmet, said, "Oh, great idea," John thought back. How? The llama was a devout coward. Right now, his physical form squatted in a tent miles away from potential trouble in the middle of an armored column from the Simba Brigades, the PPA's regular army, guarded by Brazilian peacekeepers. I have discerned a Nigerian roadblock awaiting you around this curve in the road, the floating figure said. Good job, John said grudgingly. Thanks. Let us see that asshole llama do that, the llama said. He lacks the Buddha nature, Snowblind said. You're a monk. You can't be supposed to talk like that. You are not the boss of me. She flipped him off. He gave her a sardonic namaste and vanished. How the hell did I ever let DB talk me into changing teams? John Fortune wondered. I should be in Arabia with Kate. Tell your guys to look sharp, he told Svetovar. We got Nigerians up ahead past these palm trees. Svetovar grinned and bobbed his head. To say he understood English might be stretching things. More accurately, he occasionally responded to what John said, and even more occasionally said something John could make out. He did pass something along to his men, probably orders. I don't like this, Simone said, shaking her head. The streaks were magenta today. The stud in her left nostril looked like a gold Egyptian scarab. It made John Fortune's own nose twitch to look at. The day was hot and bright. They always were, here in the Oil Rivers region of the Nigerian coast. Unless they were hot and rainy. We're the UN, John said. The committee. We're legit. What could go wrong? Everything, she said. There's war. I wish the radical had not been killed. Yeah, John said. Well, they could have used some of the committee's heavy hitters too. Lohengrin, Earthwitch, Bubbles. Not that any of them could have matched Tom Weathers for sheer power. He hadn't much cared for the guy, but getting backshot into a trench full of piss was a hell of a way to go. And Simone was right. It would be comforting to know the world's most powerful ace had their backs. Instead of what John did have, a redneck who turned into a big toad, a flying Apache with an attitude, an even surlier astral dude, a French-Canadian princess who could make people temporarily blind. Just, the voice said in his head. Don't start, he thought back. Nothing's going to happen, he said aloud. He drummed his fingers on the outside of the door, ignoring the way it scorched the tips. We are not here to fight, he reminded himself. This is just a fact-finding mission. The wolf rolled around the bend. A Fox armored recon car blocked the road. It's Menagerie of War Day in the oil delta, Fortune thought. The armored car was narrow and precariously tall, like a normal sedan with big tires and a turret stacked on top. Its long-barreled cannon pointed straight at John's nose. It was only 30 millimeters, but looked as if they could drive right up it. A pair of utility trucks angled into the ditch to either side. Troopers in Nigerian battle dress slouched around. They didn't point their long FNFAL rifles at the newcomers. Maybe they thought the autocannon was enough. A tall man in a maroon beret held up his hand. "Halt," he commanded. That was one good thing about the Nigerians. English was their official language. Their accents got a bit dense sometimes, but John could talk to them. Snowblind had to translate with their PPA allies. She could be a bit of a diva, but wasn't a bad type. And her ace might actually come in handy if things got crosswise. "What is your business?" the Nigerian demanded. Isra had a point. UN Peacekeepers was painted on both sides of their car in 4-inch white letters. "We're the United Nations Fact-Finding Commission," John said. He kept his voice level, despite Sekhmet's influence stirring in his blood like angry bees. "We're legally entitled to go wherever we need to." The officer looked doubtful. He wore no rank badges. Like most modern armies, the Nigerians had figured out that officers' insignia served as wizard sniper aim points in the field. The Browning high power in a holster on his web gear, in lieu of a broomstick-long assault rifle, marked him as head guy, even to John Fortune, who wasn't exactly Gary Brecher, the war nerd. It struck him as kind of a wash. The officer turned to shout in some tribal dialect to the guy in the helmet and goggles peering at them from the Fox's cupola. John wasn't sure that was a good sign. Nigeria usually mashed up its innumerable ethnic groups among its military units, he knew from the briefing dossiers Jay Wadane had loaded onto them. Tribal strife had racked the country since independence. The Nigerians fought hard and mean to suppress oil delta ethnic groups, primarily Ijaw and Ogoni. The UN recognized their right to do so.
The issue that had John Fortune and his fellow committee members driving around through the swamps, enjoying bugs and heat and having guns pointed at them, was whether the horror fest the Chinese had shot, currently the world's hottest viral video, even though YouTube yanked uploads as quickly as they could for graphic violence, was aberration or policy. The guy in the space helmet spoke into a chin mic. "What are they doing?" Simone asked. "Probably bumping us upstairs," John said. "Must have a radio in the armored car." Simone sighed. She flipped open her phone and began texting somebody. To either side of the road rose dunes of white sand, overgrown with brush and tall grass, all wispy and pale green. It didn't look healthy. Maybe petroleum seeping from the ubiquitous oil pipelines poisoned it. John was just feeling grateful they weren't near a bayou right now, so that the meanest bugs had farther to fly and consequently had less energy to torment them, when a plump figure pushed through the grass on the hillock to his left. Isra said. Butcher Dagon grinned at them and gave them the reverse V sign that was the Brit equivalent of the bird. Fear blasted through John's veins. His grip, always tenuous, snapped. He just kept presence of mind to yank open the door and spill himself onto the broken shell road. Then the beast broke free. Sekhmet seized the ascendant. The Nigerians opened panic fire at the sight of a giant golden lioness appearing in the road. Sekhmet the destroyer saw the Croatian corporal stare at her in gap-mouthed shock before a bullet pierced his head and he slumped. The copper-haired girl yelped and dropped from sight. The Fox's turret gun erupted in thunder and fire. Like the troopers on the road, the gunner fired high. The muzzle blast still blew the Wolf's windscreen in. The safety glass obediently sugared. The force of the blast shotgunned the particles into the face of the driver, who hadn't been quick enough to hit the floorboards. The destroyer's ears rang from the horrific noise. It stoked her primal fury. A flash. Sekhmet's head swam. Her vision turned all formless white, as if she drowned in a Nile of milk. She understood. The strange-looking girl had used her power, blinding all in the vicinity. Even a living god was not proof against that, it seemed. But Sekhmet did not need to see. She had the senses of a beast, as well as the brain of a man, and the wrath of a god. Though her sensitive ears rang from the unnatural loudness of guns, she smelled the soldier's sweat, laced with adrenaline bright as silver, smelled the hot metal of the great iron beast, the petroleum farts of its diesel exhaust, the strange chemical reeks emitted by its weapon. She breathed flame. The horrific shrieking that answered it was sweet as the music of ugab flute and lyre, accompanied by the crackle of fire and the smells of burning cloth and hair and man-flesh. She bunched muscles, leapt. Her mind and body knew where her target lay. She struck the squat metal monster's turret and clung like a locust. Her claws dug deep into metal that the men inside thought armor to protect them. She roared in amusement as much as triumph. She heard screaming, smelled man breath that carried traces of tobacco and a breakfast of gruel, bread, and pulses. She lashed out with a forepaw. The strike of a mortal lioness could break the neck of a wild beast. Sekhmet the Destroyer was much stronger than that. She felt the impact of the plastic helmet on her pads, felt more than heard the skin and tendons and tissue and bone give way as her fury tore the gunner's head from his neck and spun it toward the ditch. Hot blood sprayed her face and shoulders. She yanked the headless corpse from the hatch and flung it aside. Then she drew a deep breath, thrust her muzzle into the opening that reeked of sweat and metal and chemicals, and filled the car with fire. The screams of those trapped within exalted her. With a bound, she reached the crest of the dune from which the foe had shown her. Sekhmet, disrespect. She roared again in triumph and challenge, but the blindness still fogged her eyes like cataracts. The stinks of burning and the knife-edged clamor of ammunition bursting in the burning vehicle blanketed nose and ears. Yet she knew. Her enemy had escaped. She raised her head and roared. In nature, lionesses did not roar, but she was Sekhmet the Destroyer. She roared. "We shall meet again, dog spawn," her roaring said, "and when we do, I shall taste your blood." Hylian. Walking through a well-lit corridor on the palace's ground floor, son Hylian stopped and turned. Sprout broke from her female handlers and ran to her. She wore shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her blonde hair streamed behind her. Hylian had a moment to wonder why she was being taken for her usual exercise in the garden. With her father's fall, why would the Nunshambos indulge this unnatural creature? The creature hit her in a hug so desperate it was almost a tackle. It took all Hylian's Taiji Quan honed balance to keep from being bowled over. Sprout clung to her like a handful of flung muck and wept, drenching Hylian's blouse. "My daddy! They killed my daddy!" For a moment, Hylian stood rigid. Her stomach heaved with revulsion at the contact, at the disgraceful display she'd been made a part of. Many times her life depended on fast thinking followed by faster action. Now she had no idea what to do. I should push her away and go about my business, she thought. Instead, her arms went around the young woman and tentatively returned the hug. Vision blurred. She felt wet heat on her cheeks. "I'm crying." Holding awkwardly onto Sprout, Hylian shook her head. "It's pent-up emotion, fear of what loss of weathers might do to our hard-won position in the PPA. That's all." "Oh, Hylian," Sprout moaned. "He means nothing to me," Hylian thought. Mechanically, she stroked the long golden hair. It struck her that for all the many things she knew how to do, she had no idea how to comfort someone. "There," she said. There. Nothing. Even in the glaring morning sun, the tracers from the BO-105 attack helicopter's strap-on minigun made red streaks in the sky.
Brave Hawk wove deftly between them, great Falcon's wings spread wide. "He can't keep that up long," Simone said. She had gotten minor scorches and punctures from the autocannon blast and flying glass. Our Lady of Pain had healed her without putting herself out of action for more than an hour. How she did that still made John cringe and left Simone inclined to guilt up over it. "Isn't there something you can do?" he asked. "Blind the chopper dudes?" Not without a chance of blinding Tom, so close to the ground he might crash. Sitting in a fresh Land Rover with fresh Croat escorts, John Fortune felt frustration crawl like ants throughout his body, felt the scarab stir beneath the skin of his forehead. Since Butcher Dagon turned a routine highway stop to carnage, the UN mission had been functionally at war, fighting alongside the Simba brigades. John couldn't say that bothered him. The Nigerians and their Brit pals were playing the monster here. The kind of things they were doing were the things the committee had been formed to stop. But with the Mideast occupation unraveling in sabotage and suicide bombings, he was seriously worried if the committee would be enough. Sekhmet said, "There's nothing we can do," he thought. Kate could have brought the chopper down with one well-thrown stone. Michelle could have taken it out with a bubble. But Kate was in Arabia and Bubbles in New Orleans. This was just supposed to be a fact-finding mission, damn it. He squeezed his eyes shut so hard brief tears came. 2 attack choppers had jumped the small convoy out of a clear blue sky. The flat coastal swampland of green canals and white sand offered nowhere to hide. Diedrich sprang fearlessly into the air. He'd actually managed to wrench a landing skid off one gunship and whack it a few times, causing black smoke to pour from its engine housing and the bird to turn north and run for home. But then its partner had gotten stuck on the Ace's tail. John's eyes opened to see a half-dozen 57mm rockets ripple from the launcher beneath the chopper's right stub wing. They were unguided ground attack missiles. The gunner clearly hoped their blasts would swat their pesky prey from the air. Brave Hawk flew into a red fireball rising from the sand. Snowblind moaned. John felt his nutsack contract. The Ace emerged. Smoke streamed from his wings. Dazed, he flew straight and level. Not 100 feet behind him, the chopper jock steadied for a can't-miss shot right up his ass. Something long and pale streaked up out of the weeds and hit the helicopter's sandy camouflaged belly. It stuck. The gunship's nose dipped toward the marshy ground. Its Allison turboshaft engines whined. It gained 10 feet of altitude, 20. From the grass appeared a toad the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. The tip of its tongue was glued to the helicopter. The aircraft wobbled. It dipped, bouncing the toad off the ground. Simone cried out. Engine straining, the helicopter rose and fell twice, slamming the giant toad into the ground each time. The toad vanished behind a dune. It stayed down. Somehow it had caught a grip on the planet. The helicopter pivoted straight into the ground. It blew up with a series of white flashes, engulfed by an orange fireball when exploding munitions lit off its fuel. John piled out of the car with the UN flag fluttering from one antenna and the red and white checkerboard of Croatia from the other, and raced into the weeds. As he reached the dune crest, the grass parted and a tall, raw-boned man appeared. He walked as if more disoriented than usual. "Buford," John said. "What the hell do you call that?" Improbably, he liked the redneck. It was hard not to. Toadman smiled, that big, goofy smile of his. "Leadin' with my chin, Mr. Fortune," he said. "Kinda my specialty. Jesus." Brave Hawk touched down. His wings vanished. He didn't look to have any more holes in him than he started out with, it relieved John to note. "You know what they say," Diedrich called out. "If a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass a-hoppin'." "Toad," Buford corrected reflexively. Diedrich flashed a rare grin. "Thanks for the hand there," he said. "Tongue? Whatever. For a white eyes, you ain't half bad." "That's what I like to think," Buford said. Fragrance dense as fog and the buzzing of myriad bees enveloped them as they walked in the rose garden of Mobutu's old palace, surrounded by high white stone walls that kept the Congoville traffic noise at bay. "Not that there's much, with the fuel shortages," thought Hylian. "The Arabian occupation has disrupted Mideast oil shipments, Your Excellency," she said in her flawless French. "As the imperialists should have known in advance it would," President for Life Dr. Kitengi Nshombo said. He walked at Hylian's side. He was a head shorter than she. "These circumstances increase the value of the Niger Delta oil fields." Nshombo nodded his big head, which shone like hand-rubbed teak in the sun. "As the People's Republic's appetite for oil increases daily, Colonel." He knew what she was. He seemed to prefer to treat with her over the regular diplomatic delegation when possible. It made them crazy. "Don't worry. The oppressed people of Africa, whom I unite under one purpose, one flag, shall not forget those who aid us in our hour of need." "That isn't what worries me, Excellency," she said. With Tom Weathers gone, to her surprise and annoyance, the name caught briefly in her throat, the war of liberation has slowed. "We feel the loss of Mokele Mbembe most keenly," Nshombo said. He could have fooled Hylian. The president was renowned for never showing visible emotion. But his utter non-response to the loss of his revolutionary comrade, the man whose crazy genius and unmatched powers had put him in this palace, struck even her as cold. "Now that the UN has joined us," he said, "I think they and my Simba brigades, along with help from our land brothers, should suffice. Don't you?" She wondered. She didn't care to say so aloud. Her job required selfless courage, not folly. She searched for words to frame her true concern. The PRC had backed Weathers' guerrilla-style strategy for liberating the oil rivers. With him gone, the campaign had shifted to conventional warfare. And the Simba brigades were largely trained and subsidized by India, China's bitter geopolitical foe, and, more specifically, rival for Nigerian oil. Shrill, excited barking broke out ahead. They walked from among the high rose-jeweled hedges, across white gravel that crunched beneath their shoes, toward a wire mesh fence. A white-clad attendant opened the gates to admit the president and his companion. A horde of mop-headed white dandy Dinmont terriers yapped ecstatically as they jumped up in Nshombo's trouser legs. The president chuckled and clucked to them in the dialect of his and his sister's tribe, which apparently had about a dozen living speakers. They didn't include Hylian. "I know what your interests are, Colonel Sun," Nshombo said. "You look after them ably, and you have served me well, as Tom did." He knelt and let the tiny dogs lick his face. He actually smiled, in a manner that reminded her, remarkably, of Sprout in better times. "But I know that in all the world, only Alicia and these dear little creatures truly care for me." "Thanks, Tom," Diedrich said. "I feel better already." Which, John Fortune thought, was total macho bullshit. Not even Our Lady of Pain's super-accelerated healing could take perceptible effect that fast. "You still look like 20 miles of bad road," Buford said helpfully. "We all serve the revolution," the young woman said. Her English was just shy of too thickly accented for John Fortune to follow. She smiled through bloody gashes and the glaring red burn that now covered half her face. She was already moving slowly when she'd entered the cheery, brightly lit room in the presidential palace. John couldn't imagine what weight of hurt she carried from wounds she had taken to herself. He didn't want to try. Simone Duplay sat in a chair beside the bed, almost hidden by bursts of roses, red and pink and yellow, Alicia Nshombo had sent from her brother's garden. "You sound just like Tom Weathers," she said. Out of consideration for her fellow committee members, she spoke English too. "Do I?" Left his mark on me, on all of us. Yet he was a warrior, the llama said. He sat in a chair like a normal person, sipping bottled orange Fanta through a straw. You are a healer. Is it not strange you are being disciple of one such? What I saw in the Delta made me accept that the revolution won't be won by good intentions. Which, John knew, was another of the radicals' damned bumper sticker homilies. He'd seen it on enough Prius bumpers. I guess she spent enough time with Weathers in the few days before he got whacked, he thought. That Chinese TV chick didn't look too thrilled about it either. Well, he wasn't here to sort out the PPA's domestic affairs. Isra told him, "Please," he thought, "I'm in love with Kate, and this girl has got a self-mutilation thing going that makes the most razor-happy emo girl look a wimp. Plus, I get enough from you without putting up with hearing revolutionary slogans 24/7. Dolores Michelle bent to stroke an uninjured part of Diedrich's forehead with gentle fingertips. You will be well soon. Well named, brave hawk. Thanks, ma'am, he said. She laughed. Well, John said, she seems to be taking the radical's demise pretty calmly. Don't be a dick, John, Simone said. She's trying to hold in so much pain. She can't give in to sorrow. Poor gal's carrying the world on her shoulders, that's sure, Buford said.
When the lion lies down with the lamb, said the llama, who knows what issue may come forth? Wait, Simone said, back up. What? He smiled. John Fortune never saw what toasted the lead tank. He rode in the back seat of a fresh Land Rover with 6 fresh croats. Buford, Calhoun, and Simone followed in a second wolf. In front and behind rolled a PPA mechanized company. Brit-provided Ferret armored cars and beefy tracked BMP-2s from Russia, hauling infantry. A quartet of Indian-made Vigilanta main battle tanks flanked front, rear, and sides. The Western aces called them Vajajays. With all that serious steel and firepower surrounding them, and the llama scouting ahead in invisible astral form, John felt fairly safe, even deep in enemy territory. Until the Vajajay 200 yards up the road went up. The Land Rover's doors flew open. Blue-helmeted croats blew out of them like shell splinters. Screw that, John thought. This may be an open car, but some cover's better than none. A blast bellowed from the stricken Vajajay. It lifted the heavy turret 6 inches and dropped it skewed to one side. Blue-white flames gushed up from the hull. It occurred to John that that was what modern weaponry made of a massively armored 44-ton tank. He wasn't even sure the wolf's body was real metal. He dove into the weeds to his left. He found most of his crew huddling in a ditch with 4 inches of stagnant salt water in the bottom. "That fucking llama!" he shouted, jumping in with them. "Why didn't he warn us?" The radio quacked. No more cell reception. Their buddies in the Liberation Army of the Nile Delta had helpfully blown up all the repeating towers. What he had was an overweight croat kid squashed beneath a humongous radio pack, red-faced and puffing asthmatically, looking ready to puke from heat stroke and terror. John snatched the microphone. "Fortune here. Over." They always said that in the movies. "Brave Hawk," the radio crackled. "Nigerians are in our base, killing our dudes. Dagon's beast forms ripping Brazilians to pieces. What about the llama?" Hiked up his skirts and ran off like a rabbit. John dropped the mic without even saying out. Instead, he said, "Oh, fuck me." His half-dozen croat escorts huddled in a ditch like frightened mice. They all stared at him with pathetically open optimism. They, his bodyguards, plainly expected him, the great American ace and son of aces, to rescue them.
On the dune line to the right across the road, Nigerian armored vehicles appeared. Zippy little Scorpion tanks with 76mm guns and much bigger warrior personnel carriers whose long 30mm autocannon quested side to side like monster bug antennae. A Scorpion promptly exploded in a billow of red fire and black smoke. John's blue helmets might be a bunch of lovable losers completely out of their depth here. The Simbas were hard asses who'd carved a chunk bigger than Argentina from Africa's bleeding heart. And their mostly Sikh officers were as warm and fuzzy as the daggers they all carried. A line of explosions stitched the road. Their abandoned wolf blew up in their faces. "Shit!" John yelled. His croats all jumped up and raced off over the dunes behind them. He followed. "Shut up," he shouted. Face down in a clump of rough grass, he struggled to get a grip on what was happening. Wars like that, he was finding out, if you're in it, you miss about 99% of what goes on. He smelled gasoline burning, and something else. "I think I may be over barbecue for a while," he thought. To his right, a vehicle went up with a roar. His heart jumped into his throat. It was Simone and Buford's Land Rover. Oh shit! Oh Jesus, no! He felt total helplessness. He was the man in charge. He was an ace again. Or the next best thing, at least. His friends had just gotten fried, and he couldn't do a fucking thing. Isra urged, "What? Like you can bring them back? You're not that kind of god." He heard a colossal plop, as if a 1-ton toad had jumped over a dune to land on packed white sand beside him. Exactly like that. The toad stared at him with those huge eyes. Moss green, like Buford's, but bulbous and the size of cantaloupes. But still with that unmistakable goofy good nature. The mouth opened, and out upon the sand plopped a whole Quebecois ace. Simone's eyes weren't much smaller than Toadman's. Her hair stuck out as if her head had played octagon for a death match between a weed whacker and a quart jar of mousse. She looked like a kitten fished out of a washing machine, only more viscous. She opened her mouth. She closed her mouth. Sounds came from her nose, along with bubbles of toad mouth slime. She squeezed her eyes tight shut. "Ew," she said. There was a pop, and Buford stood beside them in all his Florida cracker glory. "Thanks," rasped. His throat felt as if he'd gargled battery acid. "Wasn't nothin'," Buford said. "My Uncle Rayford always said to help a lady when I could." From his right, John heard a noise like a sheet ripping, times 100. He looked around in time to see a machine gun burst tear into one of his croats. The guy's body bucked. He rolled on his back and stared up at a sky whose painful blue was stained with gray smoke. A quarter-mile behind them, more Nigerian AFVs rolled out of the scrub. Fire flashed from their guns. "Okay," John said, "this officially sucks. White 'em out, Simone." Snowblind shook her head. Her face had gone pale as her namesake. "Can't. Too far." John sucked in a deep breath and almost choked on fumes and stench. He had mostly been ignoring Sekhmet's increasingly furious yammer in his brain and blood. It hadn't been hard. He had things on his mind. But now was the time to hear her. Now was the time to give her what she clamored for. He let go and exploded in a flash and boom like a shell going off. Gun flames reached for the huge golden lioness like hungry tongues as she raced toward the line of machines. Lion laughter rippled through her body as she effortlessly eluded their foolish fire. Did they think so easily to stay the wrath of a living god? She struck the lead Scorpion tank like a lightning bolt. She leapt to the turret. Her jaws crunched its metal as her rear claws raked the tank's hull, the way she'd gut a Cape Buffalo. The vehicle's armor was aluminum treated to steel hardness. It yielded like butter to her fangs and talons.
She expected that once she was among the flocks, the other vehicles wouldn't dare fire for fear of hitting their own. She reckoned without the power of panic. With a clang and a bang, a main gun round from a neighboring tank struck the scorpion she was savaging. She sent a burst of flame toward the other tank. It was too far to do damage, but would confuse and terrify the gunners. She pounced as the machine she had eviscerated exploded. When she breathed fire, the tank's commander ducked down his turret, slamming the hatch above him. She hooked claws into the hatch and tore it away. Then she blew fire within. The hideous screams of commander and gunner were drowned as 76mm shells racked inside the turret cooked off. The destroyer had already turned and leapt onto her next victim. Joyously she rampaged among the Nigerians, tearing and burning. She was vaguely aware of PPA armored vehicles shooting at their enemies with seeming disregard for whether they hit her or not. She paid them no heed. She was crouched on a warrior's front deck, worrying its long gun in her jaws like a bone, when something smashed into her right side. Hurtling weight drove her off the personnel carrier. She landed hard on her back, with the weight crushing down on her. Teeth plunged into her shoulder. Squalling outrage, she kicked with her rear legs. Her new opponent bellowed in pain as she threw it away from her. She rolled to her feet. Her right shoulder bled. It meant nothing. It was nothing next to the punishment she would inflict in return. 8 meters away, her enemy faced her. A huge, hairy beast whose muscle-mountainous body narrowed to a pointed snout.
A naked pink tail lashed behind it. It reminded the lion goddess of nothing so much as a gigantic rat. She drew breath and sent it forth in flame. The rat wasn't expecting that. Yellow fire briefly obscured it. It rolled away, shrieking. Unfortunately, distance had attenuated the blast. Sekhmet had done no more than singe the beast. It jumped back on its 4 legs with a score of smoke tentacles waving from muzzle and shoulders. The destroyer was already flying at it. The rat monster reared back to grapple her with what more closely resembled arms than an animal's 4 limbs. She struck. Over and over the 2 monsters rolled, snarling, clawing, and snapping. Their blood dyed the sand pink. To the destroyer's fury, the rat thing's bristles and thick hide resisted her talons and fangs better than Nigerian armor plate had. She felt chisel-like teeth and claws dig deep into her own golden glowing skin. But she was Sekhmet the Destroyer. A living god was not to be defeated by an outsized rodent. With the strength of righteous rage, she snapped her jaws. Her opponent squealed. By the luck of the gods of the Nile, she had bitten its neck. But she had muscle, neither windpipe nor spine. It gave her leverage. From her back, she threw the rat from her with a spasm of mighty neck and shoulder muscles. It landed 3 meters away. Huge rents showed red raw on its body. Its fur was dark matted with their mingled blood. Yet it instantly began to roll upright to counterattack. The destroyer stretched her head back and enveloped it with fire. Screaming like a ship's whistle, the rat creature reared up. Its fur burned with blue flames and a stinking smoke that filled her nose like burrs and clawed her throat and lungs. She came up rampant. With a swipe of her forepaw, she knocked the huge beast through the air. It struck, rolled over and over in the sand, extinguishing the flames. It landed in a bush and lay still. Its outline writhed. Blown sand and steam swirled up to hide it momentarily from her sight. Then it cleared. A man lay in the bush on his back. His fat, nude, blue-white body was gashed and torn and washed with gore. His limbs stirred feebly. Dismissing him instantly from her mind, the destroyer turned away. Grievously wounded she might be, but she had better prey than a mere man. But instead of the armored cars and little tanks among which she had rampaged as if they were baby gazelles, she faced a crescent of full-sized tanks. Their cannons were trained upon her. Even if she had all her strength, she could not prevail against such monstrous power, and she felt her strength draining through 100 wounds. Within, John was silent, stunned. She was Sekhmet the Destroyer, but she was also a protector. She felt duty to her comrades, puny though they were. She turned and loped back to where they huddled against the white flank of a dune. She could at least shield them with her body as she fell. She turned back to snarl at the tanks where they squatted like vast, impervious turtles. Her grip began to slip. Exhaustion and injury and despair had sapped even the will of a goddess. She raised her muzzle and roared defiant denial. No! It did no good. She whirled down and down, away from being. In an ecstasy of fearful frustration, Sun He Lian paced the palace terrace, hugging herself tightly beneath her breasts. Since Tom's murder, Nshombo had refused to let her and her team leave the capital. Hong monitored radio traffic from the front in real time. Even when it was encrypted, his specialized Guanbu equipment and training easily cracked it. The war went badly. That morning, Simba armor had thrust triumphantly along the Niger Delta coast toward Lagos. Abuja, well inland, was the national capital. But capturing the huge seaport would seal the conquest. Strike that, liberation of the country. Or at least its coastal oil fields. Then Nigeria mounted a massive counterattack. Taken by surprise, the PPA spearhead was cut off. Now half-coherent reports claimed a terrible monster was ravaging the Simbas. A giant golden lioness, appropriately enough she supposed, given Simba meant lion, had miraculously appeared to fight it. John Fortune and Butcher Doggin were going at it in their alternate forms. But Nigerian traffic revealed an armored battalion closing in to deliver the killing blow. Not even the destroyer could deal with that. Halian shook her head. The other committee aces were useless in an armored battle. Toadman, the Llama, Snowblind, Brave Hawk. The committee sent us its B team, not the powerful aces who broke the Caliphate's army at Aswan last year. Whether John Fortune had simply misjudged or had regarded Africa as unimportant, his parsimony was about to lose it all. If only Tom still lived. Halian? She stopped and spun and glared. Sprout had emerged from the French doors of the palace onto the terrace. She wore jeans and a t-shirt. "I'm sad," she said. She held out the book. "Will you read to me?" "No!" Halian's mind raged. "Get away from me, you unnatural thing! Why do they suffer you to wander the palace still, without your father to protect you?" Her eyes welled. "Yes," she heard herself say, as from the depths of a pit of sadness. She took the book. "Charlie and the Mouse Ace," the cover read. "Let's sit here in the shade." They sat on white enameled metal chairs beneath an awning. Halian's fingers trembled as she opened the brightly colored cover. "Charlie was a little boy with a big secret," she read. "He had a friend who was a mouse, and more than that. So, when I was little," Buford was saying, when John Fortune opened his eyes, "Uncle Rayford, he had him these naughty magazines." John raised his head from the sand. "Oh, shit," he said with a groan. His head dropped back. His neck felt like boiled pasta. "Am I naked?" "I don't think it matters much now, John," said Simone. She knelt beside him. "Just try to rest." "Did I see like 6 tanks pointing their guns at us?" 8 tanks, yes," Snowblind said. "Nigerian ones. Look just like Vijayanta's." "Anyways," said Buford, who sat beside them with his legs drawn up, "I never saw no bad pictures nor wanted to. But Uncle Rayford, he showed me the funnies. I liked them." "How badly am I hurt, Simone?" John asked. She flicked a glance along his body. Then she turned her head. Don't worry about it. Now he showed me this I still remember. It had like this big hero guy with a big old mace and a couple little scrawny guys with a pitchfork and a club. Why aren't they killing us? John asked. I think they wait to see if we have any more surprises. Then again, they may just be toying with us. All around them, see, there was thousands and thousands of these knights on horses, and they all had spears pointed at them, three fellas. John's sense of detachment from reality was beginning to fade, which really sucked. Even Isra's voice was stilled. Exhaustion had overcome her. For the first time since that dramatic evening in his mother's LA home, he was alone. I should be with Kate, he thought, picturing her face, her smile. I never had a chance to say goodbye. Snowblind? He croaked. You couldn't, like... He had his eyes closed, but somehow felt her head shake. What's the military term for lots and lots of vehicles? He sighed. A shitload. There's a shitload of Nigerians, John. They are all around us. So anyway, Buford said, this fellow with the big chest and big old shoulders, he's saying to his pals, don't worry, boys, they can't stop men who want to be free. He laughed and laughed. Kill me now, John said. Be careful what you ask for, Simone said. Their gun barrels are zeroing in on us. John wondered if their deaths would make the evening news. Back home, the second season of American Hero was the most watched show in America. The fighting in Nigeria made page 6 in the Times, maybe. The only news crew on the scene was the one from China. It's just Africa, he thought bitterly. No one cares. Help me, he said.
Simone lifted his head and scooted a knee under it to support it, which he needed. It weighed at least a ton. No question the gunners in the tanks were tuning up their aim. I guess the douchebags are just gonna smoke us. Down from the sky speared a shaft of white light. It transfixed the middle MBT like a pin through a bug. It was so bright it cast shadows on the dunes. The tank erupted in blue-white fire. Another sunbeam stabbed down, another. Each left a pyre blazing on the sand. Big diesel engines growled. The Nigerian armor began to mill. Main guns probed the air, seeking targets. A man landed on a tank's front glacis. A white man with shaggy golden hair. A man who laughed. He grabbed the main gun, heaved. The whole multi-ton turret came right up out of the well. Grunting, he threw it end over end through the air. It smashed down on top of another tank, dented in its turret. Yellow fire enveloped both as their ammo stowage went up. From 20 meters away, another tank fired at him. It couldn't miss. Yet somehow he still stood, laughing. Shell went right through him, Buford said. Pretty fine trick, you ask me. The man stretched out his hand. Red flame lanced from the palm. It shot down the gun barrel and gushed out of the breech, which the loader had opened to receive a fresh shell. The shell blew up. So did all the others. Just like fucking that, one tank remained. It churned away as fast as its treads would carry it, throwing up a great bow wave of sand. The infantry and lesser vehicles had already fled. Simba armored vehicles fired after them, over the heads of the 3 committee aces. They didn't try to pursue. You have got to be shitting me, John Fortune said. Tell me I'm hallucinating. Maybe they would live to see another day after all. Kate, he thought. Somehow his companions heard his feeble croak above all the explosions. It's the radical, Snowblind said. Ce n'est pas possible. But it is him. Tom Weathers vanished, reappeared at once, 10 feet from John and a yard in the air. He landed a little unsteadily, walked forward a couple steps. Whew, he said, takes it right out of you. But I'll get my second wind in a minute, then we'll get it on. Somehow John remembered his duty. Leave it, Weathers, he said. It's good to have you back, but you're part of a team now. Just chill with us. We'll sort things out. Smiling, Weathers shook his head.
That's a big no-can-do, Mr. Establishment Man. It's time to deal out some revolutionary justice. He vanished. How does he do that? John asked the air. A Simba infantry squad came down the dune. Their tall, turbaned Sikh officer shouted for medics. Dark hands propped John to a sitting position and held a canteen to his torn lips. Simone got up and went to stand next to Buford. Away across the dunes, white light flashed against the sky like distant lightning. A black smokestack sprang up in response. A moment later, a rumble reached John's ears. "I got me a bad feeling about this," Buford says. "Never seen a feller look so crazy." Snowblind crossed her arms and leaned against him. "What he said," she said. Tom burned through energy like a drunk playboy's bankroll in a Monte Carlo casino. But all he had to do was land and breathe for a few minutes. Then he was good to go again. It was as if killing these running dog colonial lackeys recharged him. He leapt into the sky, seeking more lives to take. A mile ahead, he saw a sizable village. As he approached, climbing for a clearer look, he saw fleeing Nigerian armor had locked the narrow streets up tight. He smiled like the angel of death, and swept downward like a scythe. Noisily, Simone barfed over the side of the Land Rover. Around them smoldered the ruins of a murdered town. The stench was as thick as the flies. The flies were thick as monsoon rain. "There must be hundreds dead here," John Fortune said. He wasn't feeling so good himself. The llama floated by the car. 1,000, he said. A reserve Simba column had routed the Nigerians raiding the base camp where the llama's body had sat in lotus while his spirit did its astral scout thing. Without Butcher Dagan to back them, they didn't put up much fight. Another wolf and some intact Brazilian peacekeepers had been found. They drove the llama up with Bravehawk flying top cover to pick up their comrades. The team followed Tom Weathers' massacre. To his crowning horror, Simone had quit puking. Now she sobbed. How could he do this? "His power," John Fortune said. He shook his head. "It's like nothing I've ever seen. Like nothing I could have imagined." "I didn't mean that," the young woman said. "I meant, how could he do so horrible a thing? It's worse than what happened in that village, 100 times worse." John could only shake his head some more. He had no words. In the seat behind him, Buford muttered under his breath. John could only make out the words, "terrible, bad." "Why the long faces, children?" They all looked up. The taunting voice came from ahead and above. Tom Weathers hung 30 feet in the air. He descended slowly to stand before them with hands on jeans-clad hips. Anger boiled up inside John. "What the hell did you think you were doing here?" he shouted. "I told you, dealing out revolutionary justice." "But these poor villagers," Simone said. "You killed them. You killed civilians." He shrugged. They were collaborators anyway. They had it coming. John almost released Sekhmet again, but he was held together by duct tape as it was. And more than for himself, he feared that if he let the destroyer out now, she'd prove no more discriminatory than Tom Weathers had. "You're a war criminal, Weathers," he said. "That's the only way to say it." "What? When colonialists bomb or shell neighborhoods full of indigenous people, you call it collateral damage. What makes this worse?" "Just because others do it doesn't make it right," Simone said. "I cannot believe what a bunch of posers you are," Weathers yelled. "Bourgeois phonies. You come here saying long live the revolution, all that dorm room shit. But when it comes down to hitting the barricades, man, when it all gets real, you can't fucking take it." "This wasn't revolution," Simone told her fallen idol. There was no heat in her voice, no life at all. Verbal flatline. It was murder. Weathers sneered. "You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs." Buford gripped John's arm. "It's all over here, Mr. Fortune," he said. "This is a bad place. Let's go home." "Yeah," John said. "It is over. We're not part of this." "Yeah." Tom flared at them with wild, hateful laughter. "Your work here is done, right? And I did it for you. Now you want to run on home." Run then, you're all fucking fascists, just like the rest of them. Standing amid the devastation he had created, the radical watched them drive away. His chest pumped like bellows. His stomach was a surging chaos of nausea. He had spent himself unimaginably. Soon his body would pay the price. He gave it no thought. What he thought was, "There, Meadows, you simpering hippie fuck. That's what I think of your peace and love horse shit. This is all for you, man," he said aloud. "All for you. I hope you fucking like it." "Why are we here?" Chen asked. He clutched his heavy camera to his chest like a teddy bear. "No idea." Helene glanced around the helipad next to the palace. A crowd had gathered. Wide-eyed, Sprout stuck close to her. She had panicked when leopard men came to escort them brusquely here. So had Helene, almost. "Look," Hong said, "it's Nashambo and his sister. Are they going to shoot us?" Chen asked. "I don't think they'd have you bring your gear," Helene said. "Since they did, you'd best start shooting. Something's going on." "Helene?" Sprout asked in a small voice. Quick head shake. "No idea, honey," she said. "Just stay close." She saw the young healer ace, Dolores. She stood between Nashombo and Alicia, dressed in gleaming white. Her face shone as if with inner radiance. Someone shouted, pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up. 100 voices gasped.
They bounced and laughed and flew around the house. They infuriated my parents and terrorized the help, but I didn't care, because they were my children, and I loved them so intensely. And they loved me too. Her voice is fierce, passionate. I was simply delirious with joy. Until they died. The 3 words seemed to hang in the air. When my children died, my heart was crushed, my joy extinguished. I took it badly. I hurt myself. Her tone is so dispassionate that I know she is holding back a storm of emotion. I don't know why I'm hearing this story, but I know I want to hear it all. I speak very softly, as if I'm dealing with a frightened foal. "What did you do?" "I tried to cut my tail off. I've never felt pain like that. It surged up my spine and erupted in my skull like magma. I passed out." She gets a crooked little smile. "It's funny. I've been in therapy for years, and I just remembered this. As the floor was coming up to meet my face, I noticed the way my blood ran in little rivulets between the tiles toward the bathtub. My last thought was how upset my parents would be when they learned their remodeled bathroom had an uneven floor. I looked down at the bumpy ridge where none of the bristly hair grew. I presume they shipped you off shortly after that." She nods. "And then they had the bathroom redone." We stand in silence, listening to the ocean's soft murmurs. "Can Drake control himself?" "Yes." "Then let's go." "Where?" "I'm going to take you to meet a truly decent man." "I think you're pretty decent." "You'd be mistaken." Dirge in a Major Key, Part 2, S.L. Farrell. The Chinook was loud, crowded, and uncomfortable. Underneath them, lit only by starlight, sandy low hills crawled toward the horizon, and more hills emerged to replace them, until finally the sun rose to color the world red and then yellow. Rusty was in the chopper with him, along with 46 UN troops and their officers, Lieutenant Bedeau among them. They wore flak jackets and helmets and carried live ammunition in their weapons, but there had still been no real resistance. Not at Kuwait International, not at any of the places that Michael had been to in the endless parade of days and nights. Michael had lost count of time. All the places in the Ar-Rumayla field in southern Iraq were starting to look the same, blurring in his memory. The employees of each facility had packed up and left, leaving papers and half-eaten snacks on their desks. In each place, the wind wailed mournfully as it blew dun-colored sand between the buildings. The army of the Caliphate was an eternal no-show. The other teams, Kate with Lohengrin in the Al-Burqan field in Kuwait, Tinker on the Azuluf platforms out in the Gulf, reported the same. No resistance.
The wellheads, the pumping stations, the pipelines, the refineries, they all been abandoned. Michael, Rusty, and their blue helmets would stay a day or 2 or 3 until UN contractors and support troops were sent in from HQ at Kuwait International, and then they'd be on to the next place. The ease of the operation was a relief to everyone, Michael no less than the others. He'd not been looking forward to another battle in some god-forsaken locale, especially when the enemy carried a special hatred for him. He glanced out the window nearest him. The radio headset squawked with terse updates. DB kept tapping on the flak jacket that covered his chest, but the dull sound it returned gave him no comfort. Easy or not, the whole operation still felt wrong. Michael was sweating, and it wasn't the heat. He slipped one of his hands under his flak jacket and rubbed at the bruise on his chest, the fading remnant of the sniper attack at Kuwait International. They hate you for what you did in Egypt. The people of the Caliphate, they don't like you very much. Wellheads, 1 minute. The warning came from his headset. Around him, soldiers checked gear and readied themselves. Their group was French, as were the bulk of the UN ground forces, armed with stubby FAMAS G2 assault rifles. The Chinook tilted, then dipped with nauseating suddenness as the rotors wailed. Michael caught a glimpse of the towers of derricks, several buildings, and a trio of huge storage tanks for the crude oil. But then dust and sand rose in a dense, choking cloud, blocking sight of the landscape, and he felt the shudder as the wheels touched ground. The rear door yawned. A squad of blue helmets jumped out, ducking their heads against the rotor wash and running across the sand with weapons ready. Alongside him, Rusty coughed in the gritty air. "Cripes," he muttered. More troops tumbled out. Michael checked the 2 M16s he carried, still leaving his upper set of hands free, and lurched to his feet. "Let's go," he said to Rusty. "Why don't you stay behind me, fella?" Rusty suggested, just in case. Michael thought that an excellent idea. They lumbered down the ramp and onto the sand at a jog. Their Chinook had landed alongside the administration building for the facility. Lieutenant Bedeau was leading the first set of blue helmets and had already kicked open the doors of the building and gone in. As with all the wellheads they'd taken, there didn't seem to be anyone around. No cars in the parking lots, no one near the storage tanks or near the oil derricks set in a mile-long arc just to the east. No one moving in the village 500 or so yards away to the west, near the main road. The pipeline-linked refinery a half-mile to the south looked equally deserted. The Tigris choppers hovered overhead menacingly, loud in the sunlight, but their guns were silent. Maybe, he thought, maybe Jay Wardane and Fortune were going to get what they'd hoped. He rubbed the bruise under his Kevlar again, and crouched behind Rusty, scanning the rooftops and half expecting to feel the kick of a slug against his jacket. "We're secure here," he heard Bedeau say in his French-accented English. "Aucun problème." The relief in the man's voice was palpable. Someone laughed nearby. He saw the closest soldiers let the tips of their weapons drop slightly. These assignments were already becoming routine. They were beginning to expect it to be easy. That worried Michael more than anything. "Nobody home again," Rusty said. In the midst of the pipes and derricks, he looked like a piece of old equipment that had decided to become ambulatory. Good deal. They swept the facility closely and made sure that the employees had indeed abandoned the place, that there were no soldiers of the Caliphate or snipers hidden about, and that the facility hadn't been either sabotaged or booby-trapped. Rusty had been given the task of using the metal detector on the grounds, with 2 demolition experts a careful dozen steps behind him. He grinned at Michael, with the earphones stretching dangerously around his orange-red head. "I found lots of pieces of old pipe and a whole bunch of coins." He held out a large palm, and Michael saw several silver and bronze-colored coins there, adorned with Arabic lettering. "Souvenir, fella?" Michael took one. He brushed the sand from it and stuck it in his pocket. A few hours later, Michael, Lieutenant Bedeau, and a 6-member squad of blue helmets trudged out to a small village along the narrow paved road passing the complex, while Rusty and the others continued to sweep for mines and booby traps. The village was a collection of small houses huddled together in the sand, with a few stores and a petrol station. All the houses looked the same, prefab, cheap company housing. The veiled faces of women watched them from behind shuttered windows as they approached. There were children, a dozen or more, their ages seeming to range from maybe 7 to perhaps 14, playing soccer between the houses.
Usually, no matter where he went, the strangeness of Michael's spidery figure would bring them running and chattering toward him, but these only stopped their game and stared as they approached, before melting away into the bright shadows between the buildings. Din. He heard the word in the midst of the stream of whispered Arabic, and it gave him a chill. He began to watch the windows of the houses carefully, half expecting the muzzle of a rifle to appear. The children vanished, the soccer ball abandoned on the sand. The village seemed preternaturally quiet. It made the small hair stand up on Michael's arms. His lowest set of hands clutched the single M16 he was holding tighter, his finger sliding close to the trigger. It's all kids, women, and old men here, he reminded himself, but that gave him little comfort. Any of them could just as easily press a trigger. Lieutenant Bedeau, in addition to English, also spoke Arabic. He called out a greeting, his voice sounding terribly small. For several seconds there was no response at all, and Bedeau shrugged at Michael. "Well, go building to building looking for weapons," Michael began, but then a door creaked on rusty hinges, and an elderly man stepped out from one of the houses. His thobe, the standard white robe-like garment of the regions, swayed as he moved, revealing a step-thin body underneath. They tensed, all of them. Had the man made a wrong gesture, he would not have lived to take another breath. But the grizzled elder kept his hands carefully in sight as he spoke to Bedeau in a burst of rapid-fire, gap-toothed Arabic. Bedeau nodded. They exchanged a few brief sentences. "This one's name is Daber," the lieutenant said. "He says that all the men the workers are gone. His son was one of them. Big trucks from Baghdad came here 3 days ago and took them away. The wives, a few old men like him, the children, they were told more trucks would come for them, but none have. There's no one here right now but the elderly, the women, and the children." Daber said something else, pointing at Michael. Bedeau grimaced and hesitated before translating. "He said that you and the other one are abominations in the face of Allah, that you must leave so the men can come back." "Well, that's nice," Michael said. "Rusty will be happy to hear that. Tell our friend Daber that we don't think the men will be coming back at all, that tomorrow or the next day more of our people will be coming to work here. Tell him that we'll talk to Prince Siraj and try to make sure that the trucks show up to pick them up to take them to wherever their men went." As Michael spoke, he saw movement behind the old man, a boy, probably no more than 10 or 11. The child crept out to stand next to the old man, who put an arm protectively around him as he listened to Bedeau's translation, scowling. The boy said something in response. Again, Michael thought he heard the word din in the torrent, and Bedeau's face colored. "This is Daber's grandson, Rakim. He's not exactly happy with the news," Bedeau told Michael. "The rest, it's not worth translating." "Yeah, I kinda gathered that." Rakim was staring at Michael, scowling like Daber, with his arms crossed defiantly in front of him. "Tell the old man we're sorry, but that is the way of things. It is the will of the Caliph and Prince Siraj." Bedeau shrugged. He translated, and Daber's scowl deepened. With a middle hand, Michael dug in his pocket for the old coin Rusty had given him. He crouched down in front of Rakim, the muzzle of his weapon pointed down at the sand, and held out the coin. "Here," he said, "you can have this." The boy stared. The old man watched without saying anything. "Go on," Michael said when the kid didn't move or respond. "It's yours."
Rakim unfolded his arms. He stared at Michael, his gaze roaming up and down his long, muscular body, staring at the several arms, at the snarl of tattoos decorating his skin, at the sextant of tympanic rings covering his chest. His eyes widened. He looked at the coin. With a violent lurch of his head, he spat in Michael's face. Michael recoiled, dropping the coin and standing abruptly. Rakim flinched, stepping quickly backward. The old man snarled something in angry Arabic, his hands coming up as if to ward off a blow. The soldiers' weapons snapped up, all of them. "Stand down," Michael shouted. He wiped the spittle from his face with an upper hand. He forced himself to smile. He spread all his hands wide. "Shit! Everyone take it easy. Lieutenant, tell the old man I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend anyone. I'm sorry the men were made to leave, and I hope they're all together again soon. But we have the wellheads now, and there are more people coming to take the oil. That's the way things are. We need to check their houses for weapons, but once we've done that, we won't trouble them again. We can give them food or water if they need it. There won't be any trouble for them as long as they let us do our job." He waited until Bidot had finished translating, watching Daber's leathery face, watching the doorways and windows around them. He dropped the coin when Rakim spit at him. He could see it glinting on the sand. He shouldered his weapon with a flourish of many arms and nodded in the direction of the houses. "Let's get this done," he said, "and be fucking careful." The connection over the satellites was static-ridden and erratic, and Michael had to strain to hear Kate's voice. "Everything's still going easy here," she said. "Clockwork. Last place, there were villagers wandering around and scavenging stuff from the facility, but they scattered when we landed. We had some shouting and cursing, but no real resistance." The line squealed. He could barely make out the last words. "Yeah, same here," DB told her, half yelling into the cell phone. Across the lobby of the administration building that had become their base, Rusty glanced over at him. "No problems. Makes me happy. I wasn't looking forward to another dust-up with the Caliphate, especially not over oil." "What we're doing is about people," Kate said. "That's what matters. Half the world is suffering because of the embargo. That's the reason we're here." Then, a laugh that made him grin. "That sounded like John, didn't it? All you need is a scarab beetle in your forehead." There was silence, and he worried for a moment that she'd taken offense. "Sorry," her faint voice responded at last. A squawk of static cut off most of what she said afterward. "Watch yourself, especially, and see you soon back home, okay?" "Right," he told her. "Soon. How's Curveball and the others?" Rusty asked. "It's good," Michael told him. "Everything's good." The rest of the day was uneventful. Michael and Rusty toured the wellheads that their team had secured. All seemed well. The evening subsided into semi-boring routine as the workers arrived from Baghdad International, derrick workers, whose job it was to get the oil flowing again. The feeds they received from the news channels were full of praise for the work of the teams. Fortune sent word through Barbara that the aces would be brought out within the week. There was more need of the committee elsewhere, with this operation going so smoothly. The next day, Michael and Rusty, along with 2 blue helmets, Lieutenant Bidot, and Marlin, another French soldier, decided to sweep through the refinery area to the south of the administration building, where crews were scheduled to begin work. Tomorrow, Michael and the others would be heading somewhere else, landing in some other desert wellhead. They walked along a large open area set in the middle of the cluttered refinery, weapons shouldered, their Kevlar vests unbuttoned against the day's broiling heat. Michael, against orders and his own nagging paranoia, was entirely bare-chested in the fierce sunlight. Marlin was snapping pictures with a digital camera. Bidot was speaking into a satellite phone, reporting in to Colonel Saurit's adjunct.
"The refinery looks to be operable," Michael could hear Bidot saying in French-accented English. "There's—" The voice cut off with a grunt. Michael glanced back. Bidot had dropped the phone and was clutching his stomach with both hands, a look of surprise and shock on his face as blood poured through his fingers and bloomed on his uniform shirt. A strangled, wet cry came from his open mouth as his knees gave way and he crumpled. At the same moment, there was a familiar, chilling, metallic chatter. Small arms fire. Something pinged from Rusty's body and whined away past Michael's left ear, leaving behind a burning line from his ear to his forehead. He could feel blood sliding hot down his cheek. "Shit! Take cover!" Michael screamed. A 4-foot-tall set of thick pipe sections was stacked a dozen feet away. Michael took 2 running steps and flung himself behind them. Marlon was trying to get his FAMAS up when a round took him in the biceps and spun him around. He managed to crawl behind the pipes with Michael, puffs of sand kicking up around him. Rusty hadn't moved. He stood in the open, pointing to the north and a tangle of steel pipes laced between 2 buildings 100 feet away. "The fellas are over there," he said calmly. "I see 6 or 7 of them." "Good," Michael told him. "Now get the fuck down." A trio of bullets struck Rusty's body and careened away, leaving shiny scratches on his chest. He grunted. "I'm fine," Rusty said. "Let me try." A stream of orange fire and black smoke raced past well above them and slammed into the side of the main refinery building 50 feet behind. The concussion of the explosion was like a fist. The sound was deafening. Michael could feel the heat of the fire as debris rained down around them. A brick slammed into the sand a hand's breadth from Michael's right side, burying itself several inches deep. "RPG!" Michael shouted to Rusty, wondering if any of them could hear anything over the lingering roar. He was trying to wrestle his own M16 from his back. "That's why you have to get down, Rusty. Marlon, you okay?" The man was cursing loudly in French, and blood stained the sleeve of his uniform. "Fuck," he said in English. "I think so, but the lieutenant, I think, is dead." Rusty had stooped to grab Bedeau's body, then came lumbering behind the piping with the others. "How is he?" Michael asked, glancing at Bedeau's open-eyed stare and already knowing the answer. Rusty shook his head. Michael felt his stomach turn over. He gulped acid. They huddled behind the pipes. It was the only cover. They had been caught in a large swath of open ground, the nearest building the one now burning behind them. A good 20 running strides away, and already a conflagration, vomiting black smoke and fire from the hole the RPG had punched in it. Rifle fire rang from the pipes like a Midwestern hailstorm. To their left and right there was nothing, just sandy ground for 100 yards or more, a killing field if they tried to retreat. Michael could hear more small arms chatter to the north and to the east, separate firefights on the compound. Someone with a high, thin voice was shouting in Arabic near where Rusty had said their attackers were hidden. Through the din, Michael heard the dull whomp of another explosion somewhere in the distance, followed by the thrup, thrup, thrup of a chopper's rotors starting up. He hoped it was one of their people at the controls. Christ, it wouldn't take many of them to get us all. Marlon was moaning as he ripped open his medical pack. Michael helped him apply the pressure bandage to his arm. "Can you still use that?" Michael asked him, gesturing at the soldier's weapon. Marlon nodded grimly. "Good. Look, it sounds like the others are dealing with their own problems right now. We can't just sit here and wait for someone to rescue us, and if our friends have another RPG and send it our way, we're dead. Rusty, you willing to take a few more hits? If we can see the muzzle flashes, Marlon and I can return fire and hopefully take a few of them out, and maybe then we can figure out a way to get the fuck out of here." "Sure thing," Rusty said. He lumbered to his feet behind the pipes as Marlon and Michael moved to either end of the pipes. Gunfire popped and hissed. Michael could see the glink of fire from the muzzles. Their attackers were settled in a snarled nest of piping and flow valves between 2 buildings. Judging by the flashes, there seemed to be 5 or so separate people with guns.
20 feet over their attackers, a heavy pipeline bridged the structures. Michael heard the chatter of Marlin's gun, and he pressed the trigger on his own weapon, the recoil slamming into his upper shoulders, his lower set of hands bracing himself on the pipes. The Arabic shouting returned, more alarmed this time, but Michael doubted they'd hit anyone. Michael saw a bloom of fire and smoke. "Rusty, down!" And another RPG arrowed toward them. Rusty stood there gaping as the round passed a bare few feet over his head before slamming into the burning building behind them with a new eruption of fire. Rusty hit the ground belatedly with a grunt. He stared at Michael wide-eyed, his steam shovel mouth open. "Yeah," Michael said, "I know. Cripes, we're lucky that bastard's a lousy shot, but we can't sit here waiting for him to get more practice." Another bullet ricocheted from the pipes, the sound like a drumstick on the bell of a cymbal. The heat from the fire behind them was searing. Michael began to wonder what was going to kill them first. "They be amateurs, these ones," Marlin spat in his broken English. "Professionals would now spread to come from different angles, but these, they stay all together." He made a quick sign of the cross. "This is good, yes? If they are well trained, we would be already like poor Bedeau." "Yeah, there's some comfort," Michael told him. The gunfire had slowed to erratic single shots. Michael hoped that wasn't because they were taking Marlin's advice. The wind was whipping the choking smoke away from them, but flames were gushing from the ruined building, and the heat was nearly unbearable. Michael was almost afraid to touch the pipes in front of him. The fire hissed loud and throatily, and suddenly leapt 30 feet into the air as a gas line in the building ruptured. They all felt the fiery embrace of the inferno. "We really can't stay here. We gotta make our move. Rusty, you willing to take a chance on being a target again?" The ace's shoulder lifted and fell. He didn't look thrilled at the prospect, but he didn't say no. "Okay then. Marlin, I want you to start firing from your side of the pipes. Keep them down as much as you can. Rusty, I'm hoping they're even worse at hitting a moving target. Head toward them, but zigzag it, maybe about 10 steps worth, then go down just in case Mr. RPG is waiting. I'm hoping that they'll be a lot more interested in a fucking big steam shovel coming their way than me. What are you doing? I'm going to give them a free performance that I'll hope." Rusty's eyes widened. "Oh," he said, somewhere between question and statement. "Yeah." He touched the wound on his forehead, looking at the blood that stained his fingertips. "Sorry, I don't have a better idea. Do either of you two?" Rusty slowly shook his head. Marlin just stared and clutched his weapon. "Then wish us luck," Michael said. Rusty, his knees creaking, got to his feet. Marlin, lying on the ground, began to rake the space between the buildings on full automatic as Rusty came around the pipes and started toward them, shouting and waving his massive arms. Michael, on the other side of the improvised cover, stood up. He started drumming with all 6 hands, the multiple throats in his neck pulsing as he shaped and focused the sound as he surveyed the target area. At first it was merely noise, as Marlin continued to fire, as Rusty weaved and roared while bullets pinged from his body.
Michael could hear the stacked pipes in front of him rattling in their racks with sympathetic vibrations, and he forced his throat openings to narrow, to toss the sound farther out and focus it, as he had when he killed the righteous Jinn. He aimed the torrent of percussion between the 2 buildings, hitting himself harder and harder, his arms flailing. There was a new sound now, a metallic wail, as the piping set between the buildings started to respond. Rusty took a few more steps, a lumbering, bear-like dance. Marlin's weapon went silent for a moment as he changed clips. Through the fury of Michael's drumming, there was a percussive cough, and a smoky lance arrowed in Rusty's direction, hitting the ground 6 feet to his left and erupting. Michael saw Rusty lifted and tossed. He drummed, grimacing at the effort of finding the right notes, the right timing, and the right frequency. The pipes shuddered and danced angrily in response. He could see figures there, pointing toward him, and muzzle flashes. Bullets whined past him, and he forced himself not to respond. The huge pipe above their attackers groaned loudly enough to be audible over the racket, and Michael concentrated on it, forcing all the sound toward it. He saw dust and bricks falling as it shook itself loose from the walls, shaking like a wet dog. Dark, thick fluid gushed out in a wide stream. The man-high steel tube fell, much of the walls of the two structures going with it. He could hear screams as it slammed into the ground, taking out the nest of smaller piping underneath. A dust cloud rose. Within, something sparked violently, and then there was fire, and more screams, high-pitched and desperate. Michael stopped drumming. Marlon was staring. Rusty had pushed himself back up to a sitting position on the sand, shaking his head as if dazed. Michael snatched his weapon from the ground and ran toward the buildings. He saw one of their attackers, on his back, with his arms outstretched, as if he had been trying to escape the fate he had seen falling on him, the bottom half of his body crushed under a section of brick wall. The thick tube of the RPG launcher lay near him. "Oh, fuck," he breathed. He stopped. His weapon drooped in his lower hands. Fuck. He stared at the body, at the beardless, smooth face of a child, a face he recognized. Rakim, the boy who had spat at him yesterday. None of them were soldiers. None of them looked to be older than their mid-teens, while the youngest couldn't have been more than 10. The weapons they'd brandished were a strange collection of ancient single-shot rifles to modern automatic weapons, probably scavenged from a dozen different sources. The RPG launcher had been the most sophisticated and dangerous piece, but it had no more rounds left. 20 kids, all told, and not all of them boys. Their surprise attack had cost the lives of 3 UN soldiers, but 12 of the 20 kids were dead. Of the survivors, all had serious injuries. The unit's medic had done what triage she could. The 4 worst they'd choppered out to Baghdad after frantic communications to Colonel Sarat and Darbra Baden. The medic didn't seem to have much hope any of them were going to make it. They'd laid out the dead children in the lobby of the main building, covering the bodies with whatever sheets they could find, and they'd permitted the villagers to come in to identify the bodies and take them away for burial. The wails and screams, the accusing glares, the accusations were something that Michael knew he could never forget. Dabir, his ancient body shaking with rage, had screamed curses over the body of Rakim. A woman in a black abaya and headscarf had charged at Michael after seeing her granddaughter's body. She'd reached him before anyone could stop her, beating at him with her fists as she screamed in Arabic, her fists making the tympanic rings boom and crash in a mockery of his playing. Michael endured the beating, his arms at his side like a stunned spider, while 2 soldiers grabbed the woman's arms and pulled her away, still screaming and wailing, tearing at her clothes, gesturing with hoarse, sobbing cries. He was weeping with her suddenly, the tears coming unbidden and unstoppable, hot and harsh, his throat clogged with emotion. Michael had left then, going outside into the heat and glaring sun. He slumped against the side of the administration building, his back on the rough stone wall, staring outward toward the oil derricks. He touched his chest where the woman had struck him, so softly that he made no noise at all. His throat openings pulsed and yawned, silent. Under the bandage the medic had wrapped around his head, the scabbed track of the bullet throbbed and burned. Part of him wished it had killed him instead. Afterwards, he tried to call Kate and hadn't gotten her. He sent her a text message, "Fubar." That said it all. "Hey." A shadow drifted over him. Michael glanced up. "Hey, Rusty. Bad deal, huh?" "Yeah, the fucking worst." With creaks and groans, Rusty sat down next to Michael. "Kids. I don't want to fight kids. None of us should have had to." Michael glared outward. Against the sky, the derricks were ink lines drawn on a blue canvas, and he'd killed children for their sake. He imagined the blood flowing dark like oil. This shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have been able to happen. Rusty said nothing more. He and Michael sat there for a long time, each lost in his own thoughts. until the sun slid away and abandoned them in the cool shadow of the building. The old man Dabir stared with slitted, dark eyes at the nervous squad with Michael. He barked something in Arabic and spat on the sand between him and Michael. The squad's translator spoke to Michael without taking his eyes from the old man or his finger from the trigger of his FAMAS. He says you are the afterbirth of a syphilitic camel and that you are not welcome here. Michael might have laughed at that before. Now it only made him feel ill. Tell him that I want him to know that I had no choice. He needs to know that. That earned a bark of dry, hollow laughter from Dabir. Allah always gives us choices, the old man said, through the translator. What choice did Rakim have? You come here, you take away his father's job, you ruin our family, you take the land that belongs to us and our people, you steal our oil. Why shouldn't my grandson defend what was his? Why shouldn't he fight to take back what you've stolen? Dabir glared at Michael. I am proud of my grandson. His was a good death. Are you proud, you abomination in the eyes of Allah? Michael clenched his jaw at the torrent of vitriol from the man. You don't know, he told him. You don't know the suffering the Caliphate has caused with its oil policies. You don't? Suffering? Dabir interrupted as the translator was given to him. Look around you, abomination. Do you see people here with automobiles and televisions? Do you see mansions? Do you see stores full of things to buy? I have seen pictures of your West. I have seen the way you live. Suffering? You know nothing of suffering. People have lost jobs from the lack of oil, Michael persisted. Some are going hungry as a result, or can't pay for care that they need, or have lost their houses, and some have even died. It was what Fortune might have said. The words tasted as dry and dead as sand. So you come to steal the job from my son, who has been taken away? Dabir waved a hand toward the buildings and spat again. You come to steal the food from our table? You come to kill my grandson. Your grandson tried to kill me. I was only defending myself. It should have sounded angry. It sounded apologetic. Rakim was defending the land that is his from you. You come here saying you want to ease the suffering of all people, but it is only your people you care about, and you bring the suffering and the pain and the death here instead. You want to leave it here when you go. The old man spat again.
You wonder why we hate you, abomination? Because you do not see us. We will fight you with an army of children if we must. We will fight you with an army of old people, because there is only one way to make any of you see. Only one way. The translator was still speaking the last few words when Dabir reached under his white thobe. Michael saw the gleam of metal, but before he could react, the others already had. Two of the FAMAS opened up, and the old man danced spasmodically backward to the barrage of sound. An ancient handgun flying from his grasp, and splotches of arterial red spraying over the bone-colored clothing. Dabir thumped loudly to the floor of the house as the FAMAS went silent. Someone screamed inside the house, and a figure hurled itself from the darkness of the interior toward Michael. He struck at it with all his hands, using his full strength, with his adrenaline and fright. The figure slammed hard against the doorframe of the house. He could hear the crack of bones and glimpse the deep lines and liver spots on her half-covered face, even as he realized the ancient frailty of her body. She was unconscious by the time she slumped half over the body of Dabir. "Pull them all out," someone ordered behind him. "Anyone moves or resists, shoot." "No!" Michael yelled. "No!" He grabbed at one of the soldiers who tried to move past him toward the house and shoved him away. "Damn it, back the fuck off!" He glared at them all, waving all 6 hands. "We're going back, you hear me? We're done here, we're done." The old woman moaned on the floor. He could see other people inside the house, watching and too afraid to come forward. "I'm sorry," he told them. "I'm sorry." They didn't understand. They only stared at him with hatred diluted by fear. At him. The abomination. Just Cause. Part 3. Carrie Vaughn.
Arabia, hot, exhausted, sweating rivers inside her Kevlar vest. This, she had decided, was a Kevlar situation. Kate looked out the helicopter window at the desert sliding past below her. In a few minutes, they'd reach the pumping station in Kuwait, 20 miles from the coast of the Persian Gulf. This was their second stop of the day. At the first, they'd spent 6 hours keeping a crowd of sullen locals at bay while technicians started the wells pumping. Not a single person on either side had been happy to be there. This wasn't like Ecuador, where the lives they saved stood right in front of them. Hard to see the lives they were saving here. Her phone beeped. Incoming text message. One word. FUBAR. From Michael. "What's wrong?" Lohengrin said. Somehow, even in the heat and sand, with everyone around him boiling, he managed to maintain his cool, almost arrogant demeanor. She showed him the screen. The German ace raised an eyebrow. From DB? He wanted to come here, he said. He shouldn't complain now. This wasn't complaining. Complaining was bitching about the heat and the food, pouring sand out of your shoe, and yelling at your teammates for nothing at all. This was different. It wouldn't do any good to argue with Lohengrin. He'd just look down his nose at her with the sort of condescending pity people used on children with skinned knees. The helicopter landed on a concrete pad outside the station in a whirlwind of grit. Like Simoon, Anna had called from New Orleans to tell her about the weird ace who showed up channeling the girl's ghost. Kate was happy enough to not be there dealing with that particular mess. She shook the thought of the fallen ace away. She and Lohengrin piled outside first. Despite his confidence, he wasn't taking any chances. He already wore his armor. They were in a dusty valley, a bowl of sand ringed by rocky outcrops. Some grasses clung to the wasteland, tossing in a constant breeze. The station itself was an industrial complex covering acres. Dozens of wells were marked by steel trees thrusting up from the ground, attached to angled collections of pipes and valves. More pipes, a twisting maze of them, connected various stations of hunched machinery of arcane purpose. It was a sci-fi landscape from some depressing post-apocalyptic future. The air smelled thickly of oil, sulfur, and waste. Kate sneezed. Sun glared off everything. Even with sunglasses, Kate's face felt like it had frozen in a squint. A control building and a collection of prefab barracks lay off to one side. But nobody was here. No workers had gathered to block the gate and the chain-link fence surrounding the site. No crowd milled around the barracks. She should have been relieved. The whole place was quiet, still. Throwing a pebble, she blew the padlock and chain securing the gate. Still nothing. Maybe the place had been abandoned. She waved back at the helicopter, and the team of technicians with their bright blue UN vests and helmets ran to meet them. "Keep your eyes open," she said to Lohengrin. "You think I would let down my guard?" He sounded offended. "You're sleeping with Lilith, aren't you?" "Of course not," she said. They followed the team to the main building. Their attention was out, looking for trouble. The helicopter's motor was still running, just in case. A trio of UN soldiers stood near it, also keeping watch. "Curveball," one of the techs called from the door. He was middle-aged, British, and had a weathered look to him. "It's locked. Care to do the honors?" She kept looking at the barracks, waiting for someone to lob a grenade from there. "Yeah, sure." She pulled a pebble from the pouch over her shoulder. "I could cut the lock off," Lohengrin said. "Yeah, but people like it when things go boom." She smiled. The techs chuckled. "Stand back, guys." She almost didn't look at the door before making her pitch, but she lowered her arm at the same time Lohengrin said, "Wait a moment." They both approached, their attention drawn by a thin line of discoloration at the top of the frame. Like a bad paint job, or a place where someone had tried to patch a crack. It looked almost like caulking. "Bill," she said to the British tech, "what's this look like to you?" He joined them at the door and studied where she pointed. It only took a second for his expression to turn slack, his eyes growing wide. "Bloody hell," he murmured. "I think it's plastique. Set to detonate when the door opens? A booby trap?" "Probably." They all backed away. "What do we do?" Lohengrin said. "We call it in," Curveball said. "Go back to HQ. This isn't worth blowing ourselves up over." The technicians trotted back toward the helicopter without argument. She and Lohengrin brought up the rear, as they'd initially led the way, watchfully looking over their shoulders. They heard the machine gun fire before they saw the gunmen. Instinctively, Kate dropped as squibs of sand burst around her. Then a weight fell on her. Lohengrin, in full armor, including bucket helmet with decorative wings, playing human shield. She couldn't move to reach her pouch. "Get up," she hissed, elbowing him. He did, just enough for her to slip out, take shelter, and take stock. The firing continued. Bullets pinged off Lohengrin's ghost steel. There was only one of them, a basic model automatic rifle. It was coming from the corner of the control building. She was actually getting experienced enough with this to discern that much from a noisy burst of gunfire. Golf ball in hand this time, she cocked back and threw over Lohengrin's shoulder. Didn't have to aim because she steered the projectile, sent it rocketing around the corner. She hoped that would silence the weapon. It impacted with all the power of her surprise at the turn of events. People shooting at her brought this out, this anger. It translated well, and that side of the prefab building went up in a crack of thunder, a burst of dust and debris. But he'd already run. Lohengrin pointed, and she caught a glimpse of someone peering out around the corner of the other side of the building. Still just one of them, no army bearing down. A second explosion blew out the front of the building. Fire, the booby trap.
Her detonation rattled the door and set the bomb off. Shit. Billowing flames swallowed the building. She ducked. Lohengrin hunched over her, and debris pummeled them. Pieces of siding, of corrugated roofing, furniture even. Sheltered by Lohengrin's body, she felt the impacts against him. She didn't see what struck his head, hard enough to whip it back, too fast, too hard. He slumped, boneless, and his armor vanished. She found herself holding a 200-plus-pound unconscious German in her lap. The ghost steel couldn't protect against everything, like getting knocked out inside the helmet. In a panic, Kate felt for a pulse, looked for injuries. She didn't see blood, no obvious marks. She shook his shoulders. Lohengrin? Lohengrin! Klaus! They were in the open, totally exposed, and that guy was still out there with a gun. But the rain of fire didn't come. She threw another stone. And at that moment the gunman emerged and revealed what he was doing. He'd set down his gun and was pulling the pin from a grenade. But he wasn't facing toward them. He'd turned to the tangle of pipelines, the wells, the pumps that held back the pressure of oil and natural gas. He threw. The grenade sailed up. She turned her missile toward the grenade. Didn't know if this would work. Was she good enough, fast enough, clever enough? Had to believe she was. Good enough to get this far. Couldn't hesitate now. She wondered what would happen the time she wasn't good enough. It would only take once. Her missile, glowing red hot, sailed in a straight line toward the grenade, which was falling toward the pipes. Squinting, she could barely see her target. But she could see it in her mind, follow the arc. She reached toward her missile, her arm taut and trembling, guiding it faster, still faster. She let out a cry of rage. It sped up, then slammed into the grenade from the side, carried it forward some 20 yards, and exploded. Both projectiles vaporized. Nothing else happened. Nothing broke, nothing ignited. These oil fields wouldn't burn. The gunman, young, wearing plain trousers and a t-shirt, screamed in his own fit of rage and ran toward her, waving a handgun, a weapon of last resort. He fired at her again and again in an obvious suicide run. She picked up something, stone, a piece of plastic from the destroyed control room. Didn't matter because it was solid in her hand and her arm burned. She pitched. The missile went through him, all the way, just like a bullet, complete with the spray of blood, a splatter raining from the front, a gory mess spilling from his back. He exploded from the inside and fell like a stone. She stared, almost smiling with satisfaction. Lohengrin tried sitting up, shaking his head, blinking until he managed to focus on her. "My lady, I am in your debt." She pursed her lips. Blue helmets ran toward them.
the UN team with machine guns. They were shouting. "Curveball," one of them called, French accent. She couldn't remember his name. "Help me get him to the chopper," she shouted, trying to lever Klaus to his feet. He tried to pull away. Everything moved quickly. 2 soldiers were suddenly there, taking Lohengrin's arms, pulling the big ace away from her. She scrambled after him. "He's hurt, we have to." "Curveball," the French peacekeeper said again. He pulled her to the helicopter. In moments, they were airborne and getting the hell out. But the soldier wouldn't let go, and she started to get angry, especially when another soldier started tugging at her left arm. What the hell were they doing? Between the 2 of them, they pinned her to the seat. What Lohengrin was the one who said, "Kate, your arm." She stared at him, blank-faced, confused. Then she looked at herself. Her left arm was covered with blood, her own blood. The soldier was swabbing at her with an alcohol wipe, searching for the wound. She hadn't even felt it. Why couldn't she feel it? "Just grazed. You'll be fine," the medic said, poking at her biceps. He did something, and every nerve lit with pain. She clenched her teeth and pressed her head back while he wrapped a bandage around the arm. She thought, despairing, what if it had been her right arm? A few long, terrifying moments of shock passed. After sunset, they arrived back at the tent city that served as their local base of operations. Kate ended up in the infirmary, on a lot of painkillers, sitting on a chair and looking away as a medic stitched the wound in her arm. 8 stitches. She'd have a scar to show for this. Lilith, still managing to look suave and stylish in black fatigues, regarded her. "Don't tell John about this," Kate said. She didn't want him to worry, but God, she wanted to see him. Wanted to fall into bed with him and sob about the close call. But he'd try to send her back to New York. "I'll call him later. I don't want him to get distracted because of me." "You're loopy on drugs," she said. "You're not thinking clearly." Kate gritted her teeth. "Lilith, I know we don't get along, but please don't tell him just to spite me." Lilith stepped close and glared down at her. "After everything we've been through together, you don't think I'd go out of my way to spite you, do you?" Of course she would. Spite was her bread and butter. "Bitch," Kate muttered. She tucks. "Dear, don't aggravate yourself. And you really shouldn't call me names when you want me to do you a favor." Kate closed her eyes and tried to settle herself. "What are you going to tell John?" she said softly. Lilith shrugged. "What I have to." She swirled her cape and vanished with a hiss of air. Funny, the guys all seemed to get along with her just fine. DB pushed through the tent flap. She wasn't sure she wanted to see him just now. At the same time, she was relieved to see a friendly face. He pulled a chair over with one hand, tapped a patter with another. After sitting, he just looked at her for a long moment. His face was a picture, a conflict of emotions. Shadows darkened his eyes. A multicolored bruise melded with the ink of tattoos on his ribcage. He hadn't slept since his own disaster, hadn't smiled either. Together, the 2 of them must have looked war-ravaged. "Christ, Kate, when I heard you'd been hurt." "I'm fine. Would you listen to me? After everything that's happened, all the shit that's come down, I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you. Michael, I'm not sure I can handle that sort of thing from 2 sides. Is it so fucking wrong that I care? No, of course not. But, you've got John." "I know." Incredibly, she felt her lips turn in a smile. He stared at her. "What? What'd I do?" "You didn't call him Captain Cruller, or Beetle Boy." For a moment it looked like he might spout obscenities. Then he ducked his gaze and chuckled. She reached for his nearest hand and squeezed. Friends in a tight spot, she didn't want to lose that. He wrapped 3 of his hands around hers. All she had to do was say the word, and he'd wrap his whole immense body around her like that, smothering her with warmth and affection. She didn't say the word. Sighing, he said, "This mission is completely fucked up." She pressed her lips in a line. "I know." That evening, Kate found a TV that picked up CNN and watched John's mission go to hell, even worse than this one was. The footage of Sekhmet the Lion shrugging off gunfire and tearing the treads off tanks left her nauseous. That was John in there, she kept telling herself. The committee hadn't stopped a genocide, they'd ignited a war. Reports of injured committee members were sketchy. All anyone knew was that there were injuries. Calls to John weren't getting through. When Anna called, Kate left the crowd gathered around the TV to get some privacy. "How are you?" Anna asked, her voice scratching over the cell connection. "I've been shot." "I'm okay," Kate said instead. "You're lying," Anna said, a little too flatly for it to be a joke. "Well, so are you." Both women sighed, unable to explain how much they were really hurting. "Have you been watching the news at all?" "Haven't had time," Anna said.
Not sure I want to. I take it things aren't going well? They could be worse. We haven't lost anyone yet. Then Kate wished she hadn't said it. It was such a close thing. Same here. We got through Harriet, but there's a second hurricane on the way. Category 5 this time. When it rained, it poured. And that was a really bad joke. "Are you getting any rest at all?" Kate said. Anna sighed. "I'm doing okay." "No, Anna, you're not. I'm 10,000 miles away, and I can hear that you aren't. I swear, you're as bad as John with the overprotective thing," Anna said, as frustrated as Kate had ever heard her. Kate didn't know what to say to that. "I'm a big girl, Kate. You worry about your own skin, okay?" Her own skin, with its gunshot wound and 8 stitches. "Okay," she said weakly. "I have to get going," Anna said with new urgency. "Chopper's here to take me across the lake." It must have been mid-morning in New Orleans. Anna was just getting started. "Be careful." "You too. See you later," she clicked off. Kate tried not to worry about what was happening on the other side of the world. Too much worry, in too many places. She returned to her room, sitting in the dark, on her cot, in sweatpants and sports bra, curling her left arm protectively to her body. She didn't know what to do. What the fuck were they going to do? A brief breeze, maybe a second of whooshing air, passed through the room, like a draft through an open tent flap. Lilith swept back her arm, flourishing her cape. Beside her stood John. Her first thought? She didn't want John to see her like this, hurt and defeated. Her second? Lilith told him. The bitch. But she forgot all that when John knelt by her cot and pulled her into his arms. He didn't look a whole lot better than she felt. His face was ashen, almost sickly, his eyes bloodshot. She could smell soot and gunpowder ground into this clothing. "Are you okay?" they asked each other at the same time. She hugged him as tight as she could with one arm. "I'm okay, John." He pulled away to look at her, cupping her face in his hands, smoothing back her hair. "Kate, you were shot. Grazed. Just a few stitches. Left arm, even. I can still throw." "Kate." His look darkened, and Kate braced. Here it came. He was going to try to yank her from the mission. She tried to beat him to it. "John, we're done here. We're cooked. We need to pull out before something ridiculous happens." Lilith says this was an isolated incident. One guy, a disgruntled worker lashing out. She almost laughed. "You can actually say that with a straight face? After what happened to Michael and Rusty? John, we've seen what's happening here. These people don't want us here. This is an invasion. Michael will tell you the same thing." "You're siding with him now?" she huffed. "God, what is it with you two? It should have been me here. I shouldn't have let him talk me into switching. John, would you listen to me? It wouldn't matter if you'd been here or him or me or who's doing what. It's this place. The situation here is totally fucked up, and Jay Warden is crazy if he thinks us being here is going to help anything. The UN needs trained diplomats on the ground here, not a bunch of reality show rejects." John looked over his shoulder. Lohengrin was standing in the doorway. "You lack faith," the German ace said. He'd recovered from his bout of unconsciousness with no ill effects. Hard-headed, that one. "We're symbols, powerful symbols. Have faith." This wasn't a game, she wanted to scream. This wasn't a divine calling, and there wasn't always going to be someone around to save your ass. "Kate," John said, somber,
We're pulling out of Africa. The mission's a bust. Tom, weather-shiz, psychotic, insane. He shook his head, as if still trying to understand. There's nothing we can do there. Which makes it even more important that we do some good here. Recalling the spray of blood from the man she'd killed, she almost laughed at him. That was doing good? Lilith cleared her throat. Let's leave these two to their little conversation, shall we? Predictably, Lohengrin seemed all too happy to leave with the British ace. When they were gone, Kate touched John's face and kissed him. He looked surprised. His brow, his marred, gem-embedded brow, furrowed. You're hurt. And if that was going to stop him, he lacked serious imagination. Sit with me, she said, scooting back to give him room. He did, shifting onto the cot. When he was settled, she curled up against him, pulling his arm around her shoulders, resting her head on his chest, cocooned herself with him. He held her tightly, stroking her hair. In spite of her plans, the painkillers and exhaustion conspired against her. Feeling safe for the first time in days, she slept. Double helix. Go up into Gilead and take balm. Melinda M. Snodgrass. She's reading to my father Lucky Jim, one of his favorite books for its vicious look at the British education system. Her voice is a low chuckle, like the sound of water in a fast stream. Last night, I slept in my own bed for 10 straight hours. I had heard Dad moaning in the wee smalls, but when I'd gone to his room, Niobe had been there before me, bathing his forehead with cool citrus water. They had both ordered me back to bed, and their air of command was both charming and amusing. I allowed myself to be dictated to. There's the yeasty smell of toasting bread from the kitchen. Drake has discovered the joys of Nutella. He emerges into the hall holding 7 slices slathered with the chocolate hazelnut concoction in one hand and a large glass of milk in the other. My mouth is suddenly watering. I snag one of the slices. Hey! I smile down into his round, outraged face. It's nice to share. The blush dots his face with red splotches. They're not all for me. They're for Niobe and your dad. He shuffles a bit. And me? If you can get my father to eat one of those slices, I will bless you. He scurries away, and I follow at a more sedate pace. Mom is off at another conference in London. I know she's sought after, but it's starting to feel like she wants to miss the actual death, too. Maybe we are more alike than I realize. If she does come home, I wonder what she'll make of the guests. Drake is alternating bites of toast with slurping sips of milk when I enter the bedroom. It seems that the counterpane covering my father lies a little flatter each day. Niobe kneels Japanese style on a pillow on the floor. It keeps the tail out of her way. I give her shoulder a grateful squeeze as I move past. My dad lifts his hand. I take it and kiss his forehead. Thank you. You've brought me the most delightful nurse and assistant. He smiles at Niobe and Drake, revealing crooked teeth, legacy of a lifetime of British dentistry. I wonder how he appears to her. Nothing remarkable. Medium height, gray-brown hair, neither handsome nor ugly. A deeply lined face from a lifetime of invalidism. But, like Niobe, he has wonderful eyes. Niobe blushes. She looks rather adorable. The state nurse is coming, I say to Dad. I thought I'd show Niobe and Drake about a little. Go, go, he urges, shoving at me with the back of his hand. It's stippled with dark bruises from the IV needles. Out in the hall, Drake makes a face. Are you gonna, walk around? Probably. I lie because I want to have Niobe to myself. Can I stay here and use the computer? I could play WoW. No. Use the Game Boy, but don't go online. Drake looks mulish, as only a teenage boy can. Niobe hugs him and ruffles his hair. Come on, kiddo. I know it feels like we're safe, but we're not. Not really. I feel a stab of regret and resentment that I can't make her feel secure, but reason reasserts itself. In truth, they're not safe. I take her out the back door, across the swale of grass, and through the gate in the hedge. The cam rolls slowly past, the color of caramel. We keep a punt pulled up onto the muddy bank. I squelch across to the punt. Leaves have gathered in the bottom.
and I realize how long it's been since I've had it out on the water.
I feel taller and broader, and I realize I'm preening like a bantam cock, Gabriel. Niobe nods in agreement, but Gabriel pipes up. You better not call me Gabe. I give a bark of laughter. Niobe kisses the dark hair of two of the girls, Delia and Bethany. I pick up my delicate princess, and Yolante. Her arms go around my neck. Let's go show your grandfather, I say. Woulda. Caroline Spector, I really need to get a new job. Oh, I could handle the crazy hours and never having a moment to myself. But zombies? Christ, no one ever said anything about zombies. I looked up from where we were working on the levees and saw a row of the ugly buggers watching us. Earthwitch, Gardner, and Cameo, channeling Simoon today, were working with a Corps of Engineers guy to shore up the levees. I was too far away to hear what he was saying, but Earthwitch nodded after a while, then knelt down and put her hands on the ground. A trench opened up a few feet away from her. But it wasn't a deep one. It was low and wide and looked more like what you'd get from a bulldozer. Dirt flew from the edges as it sped toward the levee. A mass of earth was forming at the front of the trench. Enough dirt, and they could do a decent patch on the weakened portion. Cameo began to whirl. Even though the ground was still pretty wet, she managed a decent, if kinda slow and muddy, dirt devil. She spun toward the front of the trench and dropped a load of dirt on top. Gardner pulled a pouch from her belt and ran to the edge of the water. Earthwitch and Cameo's efforts had paid off. There was a substantial mass of earth bolstering the weakened side of the levee. Gardner opened her hand and threw some of the seeds out. They began to grow as they flew through the air. By the time they hit the mud, they were ready to root. Cypress, live oak, and magnolia trees soared into the air. Their roots grabbed at the earth like gnarled hands, intertwining and sinking into the mud. Gardner threw a few more handfuls of seeds, and reeds and water plants began to fill in where it was still bare. In minutes, what had been stripped away by Harriet was lush vegetation. Earthwitch flopped down to the ground. Cameo dropped next to her. God, how many more of these are we going to have to do? Earthwitch asked. Sweat was pouring off her. I was supposed to be her friend, but right now I couldn't afford friends. Nothing I liked more than being head asshole. My cell phone rang. I checked the caller ID and saw it was Bugsy. I slipped away because I didn't want Cameo, or Simoon, or whoever of the smorgasbord that could potentially come through her to know it was him. It rarely ended well when team members slept with each other, and Cameo, Simoon, Bugsy had added new twists to an old story. What a clusterfuck, as it were. Oh, and color me less than thrilled at having to deal with the not quite as dearly departed as I thought, via Cameo. I think the dead should stay dead. I'm wacky that way. I walked to where it was a little quieter and answered. What's up? I asked. We've been able to get help from Mayor Connick's office, he said. We're coordinating our efforts with his. They even gave Holy Roller a block of time to broadcast evacuation instructions. They'll replay that speech every hour. I let a bubble float up from my hand and hover above my palm. Did you get the evacuation website up and running? I could almost hear him sigh. Yes, of course I did, he said. Honestly, you'd think I was a massive screw-off the way you treat me. I let the bubble go and watched as it slowly rose into the air, drifting higher and higher. I don't think you're a screw-off, Bugsy, I said. I was leaning backward to keep an eye on the bubble. I think you're a massive smartass. Big difference. How's the preacher doing? If you like long-winded speeches with loads of references to Jesus, then he's doing great. Suddenly, Bugsy started giggling. What's happening? I asked. This was hardly the time for laughing. Sorry, he said. I just found a YouTube video of Holy Roller with fart noises inserted into his Praise Jesus stuff. I rolled my eyes. We were trying to evacuate the city for a second time, and Bugsy was looking at fart videos. Send me a link, I said. I was checking my email on my phone when the TV crew finally arrived. I'd asked Ink if she could find anything out about Niobe and Drake. There was a message from her. To PrettyBigGirlGGD.com. From TatsForLessGGD.com. Honey Pie, Scare did not get Niobe and Drake. Like you, Billy Ray is going nuts trying to find them. He's got agents looking for them all over Texas. It's like they vanished into thin air. But he wants your ass. He can't have it because it's mine, LOL. You are in a world of shit right now. Scare and Bick are hugely pissed about what went down in Cross Plains. There are warrants out for your arrest. Aiding and abetting, resisting arrest, assault and battery, and a bunch of stuff I'm pretty sure they made up. Hugs and kisses, Inc. I scrolled through my messages, but there was nothing from Niobe or Drake. Their silence was beginning to frighten me. I knew they were angry about what had happened in Cross Plains. God knows, I wanted to throttle everyone at Scare. I'd screwed up things there royally. There's an ace talent to have. Fuck up girl. When she's there, something's bound to go wrong. Miss Pond! I turned off my phone and slipped it into my back pocket. One of the local TV anchors was mincing her way toward me. It was still pretty muddy. The sun had come out, and the stench of sewage and dead fish rolled over us in waves. She looked out of place in her tidy pastel suit. "Well, Miss Pond, you're looking amazing, I must say," she said. Of course I did. I'd bubbled off all my weight for the media appearances I knew I'd have to do as team leader. Good thing Holy Roller was around. A few run-ins with him, and I'd be back to bubble-locious. I pulled myself up to my full height, which meant I towered over the anchor. "Are we ready to start shooting?" I asked. I thought we'd take a moment to set the shot," the anchor stammered. I gave her my sternest team leader look. "You're joking, right? I'm trying to coordinate levee repairs, the evacuation of the city, and making sure people aren't coming back into town, and you're worrying about shot setups?" She looked chastened. I was being a jerk, but I needed the TV people to get the message out, and it couldn't be fluff bullshit. Harriet had been bad. She'd been a Category 4 storm, but Isaiah was turning into a Category 5, and coming on top of Harriet, I didn't know what kind of disaster we'd be dealing with. The people of New Orleans needed to know the committee was here to help them, that we weren't trying to destroy their homes or drive them from the city. Let's start rolling and we'll do pickups later," the cameraman said. "Susan right here with the amazing bubbles Michelle Pond," the anchor began. "She and other members of the committee have been here in New Orleans since before Hurricane Harriet hit. What is the committee doing as Hurricane Isaiah is bearing down on our already sodden city?" Sodden city? Ye gods, I thought. I started walking toward Earthwitch, Gardner, and Simoon. They scrambled to their feet and tried to dust themselves off, but I was glad they looked dirty. It showed they'd been working. Zombies. God, I hate zombies. I walked up the sagging wooden steps to Hoodoo Mama's dilapidated house. The smell alone could have dropped a horse. It was drizzling, though, and that dampened some of the odor. There were a couple of moldy pigeons eyeballing me. Zombie pigeons? Ugh. I was still checking email as I went up the steps, but there were no messages from Niobe or Drake, and I couldn't stop thinking about the Nigeria job either. I was worried about John, Bravehawk, Toady, and Snowblind. I worried about Llama, even though I wasn't that close to him. The usual doormen were in place, but they didn't flinch as I approached. I guess Hoodoo Mama remembered me from our last meeting.
There was no one else on the team available to try and get Hoodoo Mama and her people to evacuate for this storm. And I didn't know why Holy Roller thought Zombie Girl liked me. She called me fucker just like she did everyone else. The door opened. A shambling corpse looked at me with dead eyes. "Come in, Miss Thing," it said. That was Hoodoo Mama talking. "Thanks," I muttered. I didn't want to be rude, but I was pretty sure a chunk of this zombie's arm was about to drop off in the hallway. I was led into the living room, where Hoodoo Mama was ensconced on her makeshift throne. The room was populated by a variety of zombified creatures. Most couldn't have been dead more than a few days, but they were all definitely less than fresh. The smell was awesome, and they were all watching TV. "What the fuck do you want?" Hoodoo Mama asked. She was a tiny thing, swimming in her oversized clothes. Her hair was dark brown with a bright red shock running through it.
I knew models that would have killed for her creamy coffee-colored skin. But most of all, there was this feral quality that made her a little scary. I'm here to convince you to move your people out of New Orleans before Isaiah hits. She gave a short, bitter laugh. You fuckers want me to bail again? I'll tell you what I told you the last time. Fuck no! I sighed. This was going pretty much how I had expected. Look, I said, Harriet is going to seem like a cakewalk compared to what's going to happen with Isaiah. Yeah, you fuckers said something like that last time. We're still here. I knew that besides the zombies, she had a bunch of gnats living with her. I didn't think she had any wild carders, but there were con artists, grifters, prostitutes, and French Quarter street performers hanging here with her. How many? We had no way of knowing. I put my hands on my hips and gave her my very best team leader look. The reason you're all still here is because Earthwitch saved your hash and kept the levees from bursting, and the soil wasn't completely saturated the way it is now. She shifted on her throne, looking a little less confident. You been watching this American hero shit? She asked. I stared at her for a moment, nonplussed. You know, that show you were on? I know what you're talking about, I said testily. What the hell does that have to do? One of the zombies got up and moved the TV so I could see it too. The all-too-familiar theme was playing, and I saw they'd gone a little more upscale on the sets. Candy Cane was tossing her treats out, and the other contestants were fighting one another to get 'em. She's a bitch, Hoodoo Mama said. Why do they always have a bitch? The screen went to black, and then Holy Roller appeared. He started into his evacuation pitch, and I was pleased at how persuasive and caring he sounded. Damn, I don't want to hear any more of that, Hoodoo Mama said. One of the zombies got up and turned the set off. Look, I said, I understand that you think everyone like me is full of shit. There was a wicked grin on her face at that. Her sharp white teeth shone. Are you trying to convince me that you're street by saying shit? That's fucking hysterical. One of the zombie dogs growled at me. I rubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands. I'd had virtually no sleep since Harriet hit, and here I was having to cajole this brat. Look, I don't care what you think about me, I said. You've got people here who are in danger. You know, live people. Why don't you ask them if they'll evacuate? She leaned forward. I don't fucking tell my people what to do, she snarled. I already fucking asked them if they wanted to leave, and the ones who did were gone yesterday. I threw my hands up in exasperation. Well, why didn't anyone tell us? She leaned back and smiled. Guess they didn't feel like they could fucking trust you. And it's really not you fuckers' business now, is it? I wanted to smack her. She was so smug, so sure she knew everything and was in complete control. She was gonna get someone killed. Okay, I said, I see that you're way ahead of us. But can't you imagine a situation where things could get dire here? She shrugged. I suppose. The wind picked up outside. We didn't have a lot of time to chit-chat about it. Do you have provisions and water for your people if they're stuck here for a week, maybe 2? She glared at me and leaned forward in her chair. I'm not fucking stupid. We have a larder, and anything we need, one of my children can fetch it for us. While I admit that your zombies are handy, I said, dropping my voice, even they have limitations. Bitch, you have no idea what their limitations are, she snorted. You fuckers have it easy. Show up at a place and take all the fucking glory. Oh crap, not this tired song again. I know it appears that way, I said, but things often aren't what they seem. I had to remind myself that her life had been really hard. She'd been on the street for years. Her mother was dead, and there was no father. Shitty as my parents had been, at least they'd been there. Until they, stole all my money and skipped the country. My cell phone rang. It was Bugsy. I gotta take this, I said. Hoodoo Mama waved her hand in an imperious manner. This is Michelle, I said. Any luck? He asked. Not so much. You should try to charm her. I glanced at Hoodoo Mama, and I noticed a piece of the wallpaper behind her was peeling off the wall. That's really not gonna happen, I said in my dubious voice. Then I hate to say this, but if you can't get her people out of there, you need to get out yourself. The outer edge of Isaiah has made landfall. I looked at Hoodoo Mama and her zombies, and I thought about the people she still had here, and that she was too young to know what she was getting herself into. I'm gonna stay here, I sighed. Help out if I can. What the fuck? Hoodoo Mama said, jumping from her chair. I didn't invite you, bitch. I wagged a finger at her. Where's that famous Southern hospitality? Are you insane? Bugsy said. There was static on the line. I turned and walked out of the living room. Look, I said, she's practically a kid. There are people here who she's supposed to be taken care of. I can't just leave her here alone. This might be a way to show her we're more than just a PR stunt. Maybe make her trust us. Well, we're all practically kids, Michelle, Bugsy said. I had a flash of fire and smelled the burning flesh again. I slumped against the wall. I know, I replied. There was a long silence. I thought maybe we'd lost our signal. Be careful, Michelle, Bugsy said. You bet. The line went dead. I hoped it was just Bugsy hanging up and not the cell tower going down. I went back into the living room. Hoodoo Mama glared at me. And what the fuck do you think you're doing, you fat dumb fucker? I guess I could have been offended, but I was fat at the moment. Holy Roller had taken care of that. And there was no doubt that what I had just done was really dumb. I went and flopped down on the ratty couch, dropping my emergency goodie bag on the floor. I think I'm fucking staying here and fucking helping you, whether you fucking want me to or not. The zombies leaned in toward me in a threatening manner. I stretched out as best I could and closed my eyes for a nap. I couldn't help but smile. Zombies. I hated them, but they couldn't do a damn thing to me. Wake up. I was on a cool beach. The lake spread out before me, but the water would be cold when I jumped in. Wake up, you fat bitch! I opened one eye. Hoodoo Mama was crouched next to me. My back ached from sleeping on her ratty couch. Well, a happy good morning to you, too, I said. It ain't morning yet, she replied. She pushed her shock of bright red hair out of her eyes. We've got a problem. We? I sat up. We were alone in the living room. No zombies. Yay! There are some people trapped in a building in the warehouse district. I thought we got everyone out of there, I said. I stood up and stretched. Something popped in my back, but it felt good. Not everyone, she said.
Her voice shook, and that got my attention. Some of my people are still there. I thought all your people were here, I said. I couldn't help the exasperated tone. Damn it, you should have told me that there were more out there. She looked chagrined. About time, I thought. They didn't want to stay here, she said. They don't like the zombies. Well, big points to them for showing good taste in companions, but the Russian judge is going to give them a major deduction for staying in New Orleans when there's, a hurricane coming. I ended up shouting that last bit. How do you know they're in trouble? She shrugged. Anything dead I can zombify, and there's lots of mice around. I thought I might hurl. Okay, no need to say more, I said. Fuck you, you don't know what it's like, she yelled. She took a step toward me, raising her fist as if she were going to hit me. Ooh, scared of that. You fucking rich bitch. They might only have the house they're in, or the clothes on their back. And then someone tells them they have to pack up and get out because a hurricane might hit? Who can afford a fucking motel? And who's to say the landlord or the bank won't take your house away while you're gone? Her zombies had come into the room while she was ranting. They looked pissed, but I knew they weren't. It was her. She was possessing them, after all. Look, we don't have time for the niceties here, I said. Let's just get your people out. She glowered at me.
God, I was sick of people who had a hate-on for me while I was trying to help them. I went to the front window and looked outside. It was pouring. Water covered the street and sidewalk. Do you have a boat? Yeah, we got one, she replied. Can your zombies carry it? Yeah, she said sullenly. My zombies are handy. Okay, get your boat and your zombies and meet me outside. For a moment I thought she was going to argue with me, but then she just set her lips into a thin line and led the zombies toward the back of the house. After I pulled on my slicker and grabbed my emergency bag, I went outside. Even standing on the wide veranda of Hoodoo Mama's house, I could feel the rain pelting me. It was coming down harder now, and I knew we didn't have a lot of time. Hoodoo Mama appeared around the corner of the house. Behind her were two big zombies carrying a boat between them. There was a small outboard motor clamped on the stern and a pair of oars inside. Don't they get tired? I yelled. The wind and rain were howling. They don't feel shit, Hoodoo Mama replied. They're dead. There wasn't a lot to be said after that. Hoodoo Mama maneuvered the boat toward one brick building that was covered with graffiti. She steered us toward a fire escape at the rear of the building. The zombies dropped off the boat and dog-paddled to it. Hoodoo Mama tossed them the rope and they pulled us to the fire escape and tied up the boat. Hoodoo Mama led the way up to the second floor. She grabbed the doorknob, but the door was locked. Shit. She kicked the bottom of the door. I can blast it, I said. I really wanted to blast something. Can you just take out the lock? I hadn't bubbled since I'd gotten up to this weight, and I really wanted to do something big. On the other hand, the neighborhood was kinda crappy already, and after the water receded, there didn't need to be a big gaping hole in the side of the building. Yeah, just a sec, I said. I held my hands up and concentrated on the lock. Liquid fire surged through my veins. When it got hot enough, I let the bubble fly. The lock exploded with a crunching sound, and Hoodoo Mama smiled at me. It was surprising to see such a sweet smile. Then it vanished. She turned away and opened the door. Gray light filtered in through windows high up on the walls. There were offices ringing a wide balcony, with the center open to the warehouse floor below. We ran to the railing, looked down, and saw people clinging to rickety wooden shelves. Help us! Jesus, help us! I saw arms waving here and there in the pale light. Why didn't they just come up here? I whispered to Hoodoo Mama. Look over there, she said, pointing. The stairway had broken off halfway up. Then why didn't they go out the door down there? They went down to check the barricade on the door when the water started coming in. The stairs collapsed when they went back up. And you know this because, remember? Zombie rats. I sighed and bent over to rest my head on the railing. I could taste bile in the back of my throat. I wanted to be anywhere but here with the responsibility for these people. A tremendous crashing sound came from outside. A shriek came from below. It's okay, I shouted, straightening up. We're here to help you. I think the levee may have broken, Hoodoo Mama said. That sound. There's one not far from here. Listen up, I yelled. I'm going to make you some flotation devices. I want you to grab them and paddle over here. We'll pull you up, okay? There was no answer. Before I could say okay again, Hoodoo Mama had stepped to the railing. You fuckers know who I am, right? She said loudly. Bubbles here has a good idea, and I want you to follow it. I can't swim, came a faint voice. All you need to do is grab hold of the bubble and paddle it over here, I said. What if I fall off? I'll jump in and get you, I said. Ready? I extended my hands as if I were holding a playground ball, and shimmering iridescence formed between my palms. I made it larger, about the size of a beach ball, and I made it nice and firm so it wouldn't burst when they were holding onto it. I glanced down to see where I needed the bubble to go, then sent it on its way. It flew across the warehouse and splashed into the water close to one of the men. The bubble skittered across the surface, and he grabbed it. I kept making bubbles. My pants loosened, and I stopped bubbling for a moment to cinch them tighter. In the pale light, I could see that a few people had actually bobbed over to us already. I've got a rope in here, I said, slinging my emergency bag at Hoodoo Mama. She grabbed the bag, yanked the zipper open, and pulled out the rope. Her zombies came to the edge of the balcony and stood next to me. It was creepy as hell that they didn't breathe. Okay, here's the rope, I said to the bubble floater closest to us. What's your name? Floyd, the man in the water said. His teeth were chattering a little, and it made Floyd come out as Floyd. Floyd, I want you to grab the rope as high as you can. You'll have to let go of the bubble. I can't swim, he said. No problem, I replied. I can. You get in trouble, I'll come for you. Are those zombies up there? His voice quavered. I sighed. Yes, Floyd, they're zombies, but they're not going to do anything to you. You've got nothing to worry about. But Floyd just clung to the bubble. Hoodoo Mama flung herself against the railing. It groaned and swayed. Grab the rope, fucker, she yelled. He did. The zombies hauled him up. One down. Leaning toward Hoodoo Mama, I whispered, Got any idea how many are down there? She whispered back, I don't know, maybe 20. The zombies pulled more people from the water. After a while, the men we'd rescued started helping pull people up too. Then the water began to rise. I didn't want to say anything, but it looked like Hoodoo Mama was right. The levee had broken. I pulled Hoodoo Mama aside. We can't get them all out of here, I said. One small boat isn't going to cut it. She grabbed my hand and led me toward one of the offices. Look, she said, opening the door to one of the offices. Inside there were cots folded up against one wall and cases of water stacked in a corner. They've been planning for this since Harriet, she said. I helped them. This isn't enough for that many people. I know that, she said. She planted her fists on her skinny hips and gave me a look I was now all too familiar with. Every office on this floor has cots, blankets, water, rations, first aid kits. We didn't know how many people would be staying. Luckily, fewer than we expected.
What about a generator? Bathroom facilities? We got stuff covered. Oh, fuck. She ran out of the room to the railing. Down below, a man was floundering in the water. I started to bubble up another floating ball, but I could see he was already panicking. Crap, I said. I kicked off my shoes and pulled off my baggy pants. I was not looking forward to jumping into that stinking mess. Outside, with the rain coming down, it was harder to tell just how bad the smell was. But in here, it was foul. I grabbed the rail, hoisted myself over, and dropped into the water. It was a shock when I hit. I'd expected it to be warm, but it was pretty damn cold. The guy who'd been floundering had sunk. I dove for him, but it was too dark to see anything. So I surfaced and yelled, "Get my flashlight out of my bag!" A few seconds later, I saw Hoodoo Mama at the railing with the flashlight in her hand. She tossed it to me, but she was no curveball. I had to lunge for it. It was my trusty, waterproof, small but bright flashlight. I'd had it since Egypt. I switched it on, clamped it in my teeth, and dove under again. There was slightly more visibility now, but not loads. The next time down, I found him. It was tricky getting him up. He was kicking and flailing. I hooked my arms under his arms. As we surfaced, he started sputtering and thrashing harder. So I held him tighter and said, "Dude, I'm trying to save you here. Don't make me sorry I did." He settled down after that, and I got him under the railing. I released one arm and bubbled with my free hand. "Hold on to this," I said as I slid the bubble into his hands. "Lay back like you're in an easy chair. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm getting the rope and we'll get you out of here, okay?" He gasped, then squeezed the bubble for dear life. "Yeah, okay." I swam to the rope, grabbed it, and swam back. "What's your name?" I asked the man. "Dave," he said. "Okay, Dave," I said, as I began to ease the bubble from his hands. I got one hand off and gave him the rope. He grabbed it and let go of the bubble with the other hand. The zombies pulled him up. As they pulled him up, I noticed that the water had gotten much deeper. The railing was closer now. He rose out of the water like a landed fish, water sluicing off him in a sheet. The zombies had just gotten Dave hauled belly first across the railing when it gave a rusty moan. He squirmed himself the rest of the way home, kicking off the railing. It tottered for a moment, and then it came down on top of me. Of course, it didn't hurt, but it did shove me underwater. I sank, thinking I would be able to push myself away from the railing, but it was moving faster than I had expected. I couldn't get out from under it, and I couldn't see anything. I banged into something, and a whole pile of stuff fell over on me, pinning me face down on the warehouse floor.
One of my hands was palm up, so I let some bubbles go, but I missed whatever was on top of me. And then my stomach clenched with fear. I didn't know if anyone else could swim, but I wasn't optimistic. Who could get all this crap off my back anyway? I thought about bubbling downward and blasting through the floor, but odds were I'd hit either more water or just dirt. My breath was running out. I tried to twist around, but I was stuck. Don't panic, I thought. Too late. Yellow blotches bloomed in my vision. The urge to breathe was too great. I gasped, and water rushed into my mouth, down my throat, and burned in my lungs. The yellow blotches went red. And then there was the endless blackness of the water. It was really a relief. I didn't have to think about the people who died because of me, or little girls who'd been raped, or ink, or John Fortune, Niobe, or Drake, or anything anymore. Is she all right? I opened my eyes. Crap, zombies. Then I rolled onto my side and started coughing and puking up water. Someone wrapped a blanket around me. I thought you were fucking indestructible, said Hoodoo Mama, holding my hair back. I'm like the Wicked Witch of the West. Water can kill me, I croaked. My throat was sore and my sinuses burned. I pushed myself onto my hands and knees. How did I get out? I don't swim, Hoodoo Mama said. But the zombies don't breathe, so I sent them in for you. My throat and lungs were on fire, but in an oxygen is our friend way. I never thought stale, fetid, sewage-tinged, flooded warehouse air could smell so good. Did we get everyone out? Yeah, every one of them. Hoodoo Mama smiled at me. That surprised me. I've got Dave and Floyd setting up the cots in each office. Come on, we've got one for you. I stood up, but I was still a little unsteady. What about everyone else? Is the water still rising? Are we safe here? Jesus Christ, the water has stopped rising. This place is a dump, but has good enough bones to make it through this. That's why I chose it. Fuck all, stop worrying and come lie down. I smell terrible. She rolled her eyes. Tell me, Jesus, what did I do to deserve this fucker? I think we've got some wet wipes. Bubbles. I woke with a start. I was never going to get a full night's sleep again. Yeah, I'm here. Anything wrong? No, Hoodoo Mama said softly. I just wanted to talk. I rolled over to face her and pushed my hair back. Okay, what's up? She was sitting on the floor next to the cot, hugging her knees. I guess I just wanted to say that as fuckers go, you're not too bad. High praise indeed. Now why the fuck would you go and say something like that? I was being sincere. I'm sorry, I've been dealing with some stuff lately. And my God, it smells like ass in here. You know what ass smells like? I find that mighty difficult to believe. I stifled a laugh, but it really did smell awful. Come on, she said as she stood up, grabbed the blanket off my bed, and went to the door. I got up and followed her. We went toward the back of the building where we'd come in. She opened a door and led me into a stairwell. We went up to the 3rd floor. I'd thought there would be offices, but it was just a big unfinished area. There were windows around the perimeter of the room. Some were broken and let in the air. It wasn't a lot cooler than downstairs, but it didn't stink as much. Hoodoo Mama went to the window closest to us and opened it. We were in the eye of the storm, and things were oddly quiet. We both leaned out of the window, sucking in the fresh air. There's a lot of bodies in that water, she said softly. That was part of her power, no doubt, knowing where the dead bodies were. It was a terrible power, I realized, always knowing death. So, you were saying that you're going through shit? She said suddenly. You want to tell me about it? I was surprised. I'd come to the conclusion that Hoodoo Mama had 3 modes. Kill fuckers, annoy fuckers, ignore fuckers. And what could I say about my life? Killing people who are trying to kill me isn't as much fun as it's cracked up to be? I shrugged. You'll probably think it's stupid, but I got a friend of mine in big trouble with Scare. They're this government agency that... I know what Scare is, she said coldly. She turned away from the window, then shook out the blanket and laid it on the floor. Anyone got a wild card know who Scare is. We plunked down on the blanket together. I sat Indian style and toyed with a loose piece of weave. So I get sent to do a mission to save this friend of mine. Only after all hell breaks loose do I find out that the guys who are asking me to do all this stuff have lied to me. It still made me mad thinking about it. Thinking how they lied to me and almost got Drake and Niobe killed. Lied to you about what? I could feel my hands shaking again. I shoved them under my butt. They told me that there was this wicked powerful ace I had to contain. Turns out that the ace was a kid. He was only 13, I said as I began to rock back and forth. And so I accidentally betrayed my friend, Niobe, who was helping him escape these other assholes, who I now know want to kill him. Her face went cold.
These scare guys want to kill some kid because he's powerful? Fuckers. I nodded grimly. Yeah, they are. At least the committee was trying to get him away from them. So the committee protects kids? I nodded. I'm still pissed as hell that they didn't tell me everything about him, but they were trying to keep him safe. I closed my eyes. When we went to Egypt, I brought down these helicopters with soldiers in them. My voice broke. I bit my lip and took a deep breath to steady myself. I continued. They caught fire, and when they fell, I could smell them, like burnt pork, and they screamed. I opened my eyes and looked at Hoodoo Mama. I can't tell you how it sounded when they screamed. She shrugged. From what I heard, sounded like those fuckers deserved it. I hugged my knees to my chest. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. If I had died, would I have deserved it? I stared out the open window. The light was tinged a strange green color, and all those people I killed would never see any light again. And there were other things. The Bahatu rape camp? Jesus, you don't want to know what that was like. Did you kill the fuckers who did that? Yeah, that doesn't bother me much. It was the women we found there that haunt me. I know what that's like, Hoodoo Mama said. It was so quiet I almost didn't hear it. And when I looked at her face, I knew what had happened to her. I swallowed hard, and then I leaned forward and whispered, "Did someone rape you?" For a moment, her hard expression collapsed. The naked pain there was terrible to see. She didn't answer me, but she nodded. "I'm so sorry." Then I took her hand in mine. "That's how I got to be Hoodoo Mama," she said after a few moments. My card turned then. She wiped her nose on the back of her shirt sleeve. "The fucker died screaming." "Good," I said. I gave her hand a squeeze. Then she put her arms around me. So I put my arms around her. We held each other for a while. I felt her stroke my hair. Then she slid a hand up my arm to my shoulder and started caressing my neck. Hoodoo Mama," I said. "Call me Joey. That's my real name." Her lips were hovering over mine, and then she kissed me. And heaven help me, I kissed her back. It started tender, and then it became hard. She ground her lips into mine and jabbed her tongue into my mouth. She shoved me backward, and I was startled by how strong she was. But it wasn't as if she could hurt me. "I shouldn't," I said. I felt like someone had just punched me in the gut. "I have a girlfriend. Fuck her. Fuck me instead. I'm here." It was filled with pain and desire. She yanked my arms over my head and pinned them, and then she mounted me, grinding her hips into mine. A shudder ran through my body. I was trembling and hot. She slid her hand into my panties. I opened my eyes and saw her face. It was angry and excited and hurt all at once. And I knew that this was the only way she knew how to have sex. I started to move away from her, trying to think of some way to stop us from doing this thing I wanted to do so much it frightened me. She grabbed my breast with her free hand and squeezed it hard. Then she yanked up my t-shirt. Her mouth came over my nipple. At first, she just licked and sucked, but then she began to bite. It hurt and thrilled me. And so I let myself be drawn into her rage and pain. She bit, slapped, and scratched me, but of course it didn't damage me. I tried not to come, but she kept biting and licking me. She punched and slapped me until I started shaking and couldn't stop myself.
And then, when she came, she dug her hands into my flesh as if she would never let me go. The wind and rain howled outside. The back door of the hurricane was passing over us now. Pale light streamed in through the windows. I blinked, then rolled over and saw Hoodoo Mama watching me. "Do you think the committee would be interested in me?" Yeah, I said. I looked away, then rolled onto my side and sat up. I started looking for my clothes. My stomach hurt. "Then I'd like to join, if you think they'd have me." "Oh, well, that's great." I tried to keep my voice neutral. A stab of guilt surged through me, but I shoved it aside. Fortune and Jywardine were always looking for powerful aces for the committee, and Joey certainly would fit the bill. They'd be thrilled to have her, and that it was her idea would appeal to them even more. I grabbed my phone and turned it on, hoping I would get some kind of signal. And there was one, but it was faint. I tried calling Bugsy, but he didn't answer. I downloaded my email. I still had no word from Drake or Niobe, but there was another email from Inc. My stomach hurt worse. I opened the message. To prettybigGirlGDD.com from tatsforlessgdd.com. Sweetie, last thing I heard, Billy Ray is taking a team to NOLA to arrest you. If there is anything I can do, you let me know. I'll try to come to New Orleans as soon as they start letting people back in the city. Be safe. All my love. Inc. I wasn't afraid of Billy Ray or his team. I'd cleaned Billy Ray's clock the last time we'd met. But here, I was screwing someone else, while Inc. had risked her job to tell me they were coming. God, I sucked. "So, soon as we're out of here," Hoodoo Mama said, "we're going to hook up with the other committee members, right?" I nodded. I didn't think I could speak, but I thought I might throw up. Fuck Up Girl strikes again. Double Helix. The sword shall never depart from thy house. Melinda M. Snodgrass. Standing at the window in Flint's office looking out at the traffic. Unlike New York, horns still blare and engines cough and rev. But even with our North Sea platforms and the Nigerian oil, gas is very expensive, and the number of cars on the roads is substantially reduced. There have been a number of incidents in the oil fields. The People's Paradise is casting it as oppressed locals reacting against the central government in Lagos. But it's happened very suddenly, and it seems very well targeted. I think the president for life, Dr. Katenji Nshombo, has a strong interest in securing those oil fields for himself. We can't lose that oil. Bruckner would be very upset if he couldn't run his truck. It's part of my persona that I keep everything light and rather sarcastic. But in truth, I feel a surge of very real fear that cuts through the fog of exhaustion that seems to enfold me. What if there wasn't gas to run the ambulances? What if I wasn't around and Mom couldn't get Dad to the hospital? And now the damn UN and the committee are getting involved. Flint actually rises from his chair. Even with the reinforced floor, I feel the wood flexing and trembling as he walks to join me at the window. You must reduce their effectiveness. Separate them from Jywardine. The UN with an army of aces is a distressing development, and the Secretary General seems very eager to use them. Look, it would be rather bad form for me to remove Jywardine, but Nshombo? I allow my voice to trail away suggestively. I could pay a little visit to Congoville. His sister would only take his place. He's a true believer in his socialist paradise and murderous in pursuit of his beliefs. But she is a sadist and would be much worse. Also, the real power there is this ace, Tom Weathers. He has an alarming array of powers. Any one of them would be potent. Taken together? He pauses. I think he may well be the most powerful ace in the world. Reaching into my pocket, I pull out my case, remove a cigarette, and tap it on the lid. The silver gives back a distorted image of my face. That may be, but I'm betting a bullet in the back would still kill him. It may come to that, but not just yet. If the ruling class in Congoville starts dying while they're locked in a dispute with us, right you are. Clean hands, plausible deniability, and all that. Is there any way for you to break up this committee?
I'm trying, but I only have nights, and not every night because Noel Matthews also has a life as a stage magician. I thought Lilith does her best work at night.
It's bizarre hearing ponderous sexual innuendo from those stone lips. Yes, well, but I can only fuck so many men a night, and my choices are a little limited. But if Lohengrin and DB were to go after each other, the image is irresistible. Lohengrin's sword against DB's sonic attack. It would be an interesting matchup. It wouldn't be hard. Men are so predictable. Flint cocks his head in query. Only because you are playing the slut. Why do you do that? Is that how you view women? And you're not very charitable toward men either. Yes, but I hate people. They are universally such shits. And then Flint is back to Africa. Try to get posted to Africa. That way we can control the information coming back. All this talk of controlling information and stopping an investigation finally registers in my sleep-deprived mind. We're sure nothing is going on in the Niger Delta? Perfectly sure, and we will not allow the PPA to invade on a pretext. And if they do, they'll be dealt with. The room has a sour, musty smell. I want to open the window, but it's a raw day with wind and rain squalls. Dad's breath seems to rattle in his chest, and his skin looks gray. I need to keep him warm. I shouldn't be here. I should be in New York with Lohengrin, but I had to come home. Even though I canceled dinner, I can still teleport into Lohengrin's bed. He'd probably prefer that. To be fair, the big German ace doesn't begrudge the money he spends on me. God knows, he's got enough with all his product endorsements. Thinking about food has my gut clenching with hunger. I can't remember the last real meal I ate. A cup of tea is at my elbow, and a plate of macaroons I picked up at the bakery sits on the bedside table. But Dad wants me to read to him. Once he falls asleep, I'll eat. He hands over the Bible with a shaking hand. It's open to the Psalms. I just start reading. They're all the same to me. I love the Lord, because he hath heard my voice and my supplications, because he hath inclined his ear unto me, therefore will I call upon him as long as I live. The sorrows of death compassed me. My voice cracks, and an aching vice closes my throat. Excuse me, it comes out as a rasp. I plunge into the bathroom until I compose myself. It takes a long time. Wearing loose-fitting clothes that will accommodate Bahir's bulk, I decide to stop at the highwayman's favorite watering hole for a pint. I need to while away another hour until the sun has set. I check my watch. That will put me in New York at 2 a.m. I don't particularly enjoy the sweat, diesel, and overcooked boiled vegetable smell that fills the working-class pub, but I like to keep on good terms with my fellow members in the Silver Helix, and I want to hear from Bruckner about his runs to Nigeria. Not that I don't trust Flint, it's just that I don't trust anyone, and it was Flint who taught me that. From the alley, I can see the big lorry parked illegally in front of the pub. There's the twist and pull as my flesh resumes its normal shape. I tighten the belt a couple of notches and cross the street to the pub. It's called the Saracen's Head, and a picture of a turbaned, bearded head with blood flowing from the severed neck adorns the sign. I'm glad the highwayman doesn't know that in my other life, I'm Bahir. Bruckner has seated himself where he can look out a window every few minutes and check on his ride. A bell over the door rings as I enter. Bruckner's foul cigar has trumped the cigarette smoke. I don't even think my Turkish fags could compete. The bartender, who is bald, with a sagging heavy belly and an array of tattoos on his wobbling upper arms, pulls me a pint of stout. Everyone in the pub is white, not the easiest thing to find in London today. The big men hunched at small tables eye me as I cross the room, but relax into acceptance when I sit down with Bruckner. John is obviously the arbiter of social acceptance here, a modern-day and male version of the patronesses of Almack's. What the fuck are you grinning at? Nothing.
I reluctantly release the image of Bruckner in a poke bonnet and empire dress. Still, I had better get control of my errant thoughts. I take a pull on my stout and savor the dark, peaty taste. I like a beer you can practically chew. John, have you run any armaments down to Port Harcourt or in the Rehoboth region? Yeah, that's where we're having a spot of trouble. And what is encompassed in the word trouble? The bloody jigs in the oil rivers region have started mucking about with the pipelines. Why? Usual bloody whine. He pitches his voice into a high, squeaky plaint. Oh, we're being oppressed. We're so poor. Those big, mean corporations. The evil government is making us get off our lazy black asses and work. He grunts, coughs, and takes an enormous swallow of lager. Anybody dying? I ask. Good Christ, when aren't they dying on that miserable continent? I'm just trying to find out if the Lagos government is doing something naughty. We don't want our ambassador at the UN to plead innocence and then find himself with his knickers down. As far as I know, the bloody niggers in Lagos are no worse than the rest of the bloody wogs in any other crown colony. And why does it have to be Britain's problem when they are shits? I drain my mug. White man's burden, I suggest sweetly, and leave. The mattress sinks under my weight as I arrive in Lohengrin's bed. The steady rhythm of the thunderous snores doesn't alter. For some reason, it infuriates me. I think about the long, thin knives I carry stashed about my person and contemplate letting the boy wake up to find a blade at his throat. I always get cranky when I'm tired, and right now I'm positively homicidal. I plaster on a smile and lay a hand on his bare chest. He snorts, jerks, and comes up from beneath the sheets like a broaching whale. Was ist? He finally focuses on me. Ah, Liebling, and I'm crushed in a massive embrace. When you called, I thought I would be alone and lonely all night, but now here you are. His lips find mine. I can taste the beer and sauerkraut in his sleep-clogged mouth. Not pleasant, but I close my eyes and think of England while we fence with tongues. Eventually, he comes up for air. What did you do today? I've settled back in the crook of his arm while he jams pillows behind his back. Ah, we heard a report from China. Tinker is doing very fine work there, building pumps for wells. We do such good things, my Lily. Just listening to him maunder on about all the wunderbar, fabulous, brilliant things the committee has done in the past 22 hours gives me mal de tête. Even though he's blonde, he's got a pretty good mat of chest hair. I twine my fingers through it. Tinker is quite a charmer, isn't he? Yeah, nice fellow. It seems that DB has abandoned us to be a rock and roll star. I inject regret. I understand why he did it, but it makes us so vulnerable. Lohengrin's arms tighten around me. Are you afraid? Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. I know you'll try, but we're not always paired together, and it just seems that the problems never stop and never get easier. We destroyed a much more formidable foe in Egypt. He pokes me playfully in the side. And you didn't think we could do it? Well, DB did it. He really is the most powerful ace we have. There's a shadow in the wide blue eyes. Satisfied, I pull his head down and start kissing him in earnest. Oh, I'm going to be sore tomorrow, but I've got him already wincing. Dirge in a major key, Part 3, S.L. Farrell. Jerusalem, the open city. Jerusalem, owned by no one and everyone. Jerusalem was loud and crowded, with a large population of those touched with the wild card, and even Michael could find anonymity, however momentary, in its warrens. Michael. Kate's voice was burdened with sympathy and shared pain. Her eyes searched his face. Her hand touched the bandage on the side of his face and fell away again. Kate's left arm was still bandaged, the edges of the wrapping visible under her t-shirt. How's the arm doing? He asked. She grimaced.
I wish you'd quit mentioning it. I wish everyone would quit mentioning it. Look, Michael, I don't know what to say. This has turned into such a mess. For everyone. He gave her a six-shouldered shrug.
Not for everyone. A middle hand tapped a newspaper sitting on the table. Says here that our mission was a tremendous success, marred by a few unfortunate fatalities. No mess at all. Like the kids I killed were some lousy, unnoticeable scratch on a piece of furniture. The grimace on her face matched his, and he knew she was remembering her own experiences in the desert. Have you talked to John or Jaywardine? Yeah, I talked to Beat. He stopped. John, he said, and one corner of her mouth lifted at that. For about 30 seconds, which was all the time he seemed to have for me. It was enough. I told John, or that fucking bug in his head, what I thought about what we did out there. Past that, I don't have nothing else to say to either of them, and they don't seem inclined to talk to me either. They're all wrapped in their success. They were sitting at an outside table of a cafe on Emil Bata Street, near the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. The street was crowded with both tourists and locals, speaking in a dozen languages. Anonymity was indeed fleeting. Michael's recognizable form, or perhaps it was Kate's, was attracting stares from those passing the cafe. Occasionally, someone would stop to snap a quick picture before they moved on. He could hear the comments, and some of them seemed to be tinged with disgust. Michael glanced up at the bright wink of a flash, unnecessary in the bright, mocking sunshine. They'll try to cover this up, Kate. Those kids I killed literally don't exist anymore. Never existed. We can't allow them to exist. They're just part of the price we've paid for our oil. Invisible. We can't permit the sight of their bloody dead faces to tarnish the image of the committee or the UN. No, we're all too goddamn important for that. Getting that oil flowing is too important. Her face had flushed under the blonde hair. The man I killed was going to blow up the pipeline, and he didn't care if any of us die in the explosion. And your kids weren't entirely innocent, Michael. You know that. How many of the soldiers did they kill after all? They would have killed you too. I know, he told her. That's what I told myself afterward. All I was doing was protecting myself. But they were fucking kids. He nearly shouted the word, slamming his two lower hands down on the table. The wrought iron rang and bent. The glass top shattered. The coffee cups fell to the stones of the patio and shattered loudly. A waiter started angrily toward them, then stopped, evidently deciding that discretion was a better tactic than confrontation. They were children who had decided that if the Caliphate wasn't going to protect their home, well, they'd do it themselves. A stupid goddamn decision. But you know what, Kate? I could see myself making the same choice when I was their age. Hell, when you're 12, you think you're immortal, and you believe the good guys are always gonna win, and that the good guys are always on your side. And it doesn't matter what Fortune or Jaywardine or Barden or any of them say. I killed them. Me. He stabbed at himself with a sextet of forefingers. I gotta live with that. And for what, fucking Kate? Please tell me the fucking answer, because this really hurts, and I haven't got anything for it. He wanted to weep. He could feel the tears starting again, and he growled and looked away because he couldn't trust himself to talk and not break down. She said nothing. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and she had a marble in her right hand, running her fingers over the glass ball as if she were about to toss it. "You're bleeding," she said finally. He looked at his bottom hands. The glass had cut the right one, and blood spattered his jeans and bare stomach. He picked up a napkin from the wreckage at his feet and tied it around the injured hand with his middle set. The pain somehow felt good. "What are you going to do, Michael?" she asked him. "I don't know," he told her. "I really don't know." Rusty had left Michael a message on his room phone. "I don't know if John got the message to you, fella. There's a press conference or something at the King David Hotel. Jaywardine, John, Prince Siraj." Rusty's voice overdrove the phone speaker, crackling and static-laden. "Something about withdrawing the UN troops in exchange for oil. They said I should be there. The fella that called said it's about the settlement with the Caliphate." The King David Hotel in the new city just outside the old city walls was a palatial and imposing structure that had once served as a fortress, set high enough to overlook the old city and catering to the rich who came to visit the ruins of the open city of Jerusalem. By the time Michael reached the lobby floor, he could see the crowd outside the main meeting room. Videographers jockeying for position, still cameras flashing like heat lightning, reporters thrusting microphones into the faces of anyone they could find. He pushed through the crush, ignoring the cameras and microphones that were suddenly aimed at him. "Hey, drummer boy, what do you think? If you have a moment, I have one question." They pressed around him like hornets. He walked through them, not making eye contact and not caring whom he pushed aside. Security guards in blue berets started toward the commotion, saw who was at the center of it, and stopped. One of them whispered into a lapel mic. He pushed through the hall doors, closing off the shouting of the reporters left outside. There was no shortage of reporters inside either. The room was packed, every seat taken, and the walls lined with people with video and still cameras. "I wish to thank everyone for coming." Secretary General Dean was already on the dais, smiling to the reporters arrayed before him, his soft Indian-accented voice booming from the speakers. Barbara Baden was there with him, and John Fortune with Kate standing next to him, while Lohengrin, Rusty, and Tinker stood to one side. Lohengrin was armored up and glowing white for the cameras. Rusty seemed shabby and dull alongside the German's glory. Kate appeared to be uncomfortable as she watched, not standing as close to Fortune as she usually did, not touching him at all. Once that would have been all Michael noticed. She saw Michael, and her mouth opened slightly, as if she was about to say something. To the other side of the Secretary General, Prince Siraj stood smiling, portly under his formal Arabian dress. There were men around him, bodyguards, Michael decided. At the dais, Dean nodded his balding head. "It's my pleasure to say that we have good news for everyone. We're all very proud of what John Fortune and his team have accomplished, and the restraint they displayed, and the restraint shown by the Caliphate. I am prouder still of what we have come here to announce. This is a momentous day." There was a stir at the head of the dais as the heavy curtains were pulled open. On the wall, a huge canvas sign had been hung. "A commitment to peace," the letters read, with the logo of the United Nations to one side and the banner of the Caliphate on the other. Seeing it, a fury rose inside him. Michael flailed at his chest with his upper four hands, the raging of wild drums causing those nearest him to clap hands over ears and cower, which brought everyone's gaze around to him. His throat openings flared, open-mouthed, as cameras swung their glassy cyclops eyes toward him. Flashes popped and flared. "Hey, I've got the fucking real news," he shouted, his voice louder than the PA system, as Dean tried to bring attention back to the podium. Now the entire room was looking his way. Now the microphones were pointed in his direction with eager faces behind them. Dean was standing mute in his expensive suit behind the podium, Barbara Baden whispering to him.
Prince Siraj glanced worriedly from Dean to his own guards, who scowled angrily in Michael's direction. Fortune pointed toward Michael, shouting orders to the security people. "You people want the truth?" Michael roared at the crowd. "Do you want to know what actually happened and why they don't want me standing up there with them? They sent me out there and He took a deep, gasping, half-sobbing breath. "I ended up killing kids for your goddamn oil. I killed children. They won't show you the pictures. They won't talk about it. They've paid off people in black, liquid money to keep them quiet. They'll tell you there's no proof and no one will admit it ever happened. But I was there and—" Michael stopped. His hands dropped to his side. Somewhere in the midst of his tirade, the faces that turned to him went quizzical. They'd stopped listening. They gaped at him, whispering to each other. Michael saw a face he recognized, a reporter and blogger for Salon who had interviewed Michael a half-dozen times in the past. "Carl," he said, "you know I'm not making this up. This is important." He stopped again. Carl's gray eyes were wide and astonished. The man shook his head. "A desk, a Moulin Frenet Kriam," he said. "What the fuck?" Michael listened to the chaos around him. No one around him seemed to be speaking English.
He could hear nothing but the babbling of nonsense syllables, no recognizable language at all. Up at the podium, Barbara Baden was smiling down at him. She lifted a hand to him as if in greeting. Barbara Baden, the translator, the ace who could make anyone understand anyone else. The realization hit him a breath before the cold fury. She could turn language into a babble just as easily. He screamed, a wordless cry, and started down the aisle toward the podium. Security moved to stop him. He shoved aside a quartet of burly men, his 6 arms sending them careening backward into the crush of reporters. The crowd scattered wildly out of his way, and he leapt up onto the dais as Jaywardene and Baden were ushered quickly through a door at the back of the room. As Tinker quickly and discreetly followed them, as Prince Siraj's men clustered around him and fled the dais, as Rusty and Kate watched uncertainly from their side of the stage, as Lohengrin's hand went to the hilt of his sword, as Fortune stepped directly in his path. Michael shoved the man aside, hard, with a sense of deep pleasure. He reached with his top set of hands for the banner. To Michael, it now seemed to read ECKWGADF Row Wyack, and ripped it from the wall, the canvas tearing and ripping. Behind him, he heard a sinister growl, and a strange light flared, sending his spidery shadow moving on the wall. "Oh, good," Michael said, turning to see the glowing form of the lioness of Sekhmet, her tail thrashing angrily. "You want to play, you fucking bug? Hey, I've been waiting for this chance." The lioness spat fire and leapt at him, and he went to meet her. They collided near mid-stage. Claws raked down Michael's arms, tearing deep into muscle and ripping into tattooed flesh, as Michael shouted with the pain and the blood. The pain was catharsis. It gave him strength. Michael grasped Sekhmet's paws with all 6 hands, letting the momentum of her charge take him backward, allowing himself to fall and roll as he used multiple arms and 2 legs to throw her past him. Sekhmet slammed into the podium, crushing it to splinters that sprayed the crowd as she tried to regain her feet. She gathered herself with a low, sinister growl. Michael began to drum madly, blood droplets flying from his arms, slamming waves of pure sound toward her, his throats tightening to shape it, as he had with the righteous jinn, as he had in the oil fields. The lioness roared and reared back with the sonic assault, a high and pained wail. Then her haunches lowered as she readied herself to charge again. Something slammed into the dais between them, a marble from Kate's hand. It exploded, tearing a massive hole that gouged a crater in the tile floor underneath. "Don't," he heard Kate say, and he wondered which one of them she was talking to. The white-armored form of Lohengrin stepped in front of Sekhmet at the same time, his gleaming sword waving warningly. Michael looked at Kate, already with another marble in her hand. At the same moment, Rusty plowed into Michael from behind. "Cripes, fella," he heard Rusty say, as the ace's huge, strong arms went around him, trying to stop as many arms as he could. "You gone crazy?" Lohengrin, facing Sekhmet, had his hands up, though Sekhmet growled and paced furiously, her tail lashing. Her claws tore at the carpeted wood of the dais, but she didn't charge. Michael shrugged aside Rusty's bear hug, freeing himself. He stood, blood dripping down his arms and spattered across his body. Rusty was still holding one arm. "Michael," he heard Kate say. He couldn't read her face. "I mean it. Don't." He looked at Kate, and away. He'd understood her. He'd understood Rusty. He could read the letters on the shredded banner on the stage, which meant that Barbara was no longer using her power. "I quit," he declared loudly, glaring at Sekhmet. "The committee is a fucking travesty. We had something that was supposed to be wonderful and pure and moral, and you've turned it into exactly the kind of organization all those power-hungry tyrants and despots were supposed to be fighting would create. I won't be part of it anymore. I won't fight for oil, I won't fight for money, and I won't fight for political power. I sure as hell won't kill more kids for any of those. I quit." He put his back to the stage, to Kate, Rusty, Lohengrin, and Fortune. Without another word, alone, he left the hall. Double helix. I will tread them in mine anger and trample them in my fury. Melinda M. Snodgrass. I flipped through the Times and finally checked my pagers. The headlines were all about the imminent collapse of the Nigerian forces. Not even the addition of Royal Marines had apparently helped. It felt strangely removed from me and my situation. Just as the 6 calls from Flint, 12 from Siraj, and 17 from Fortune didn't seem to much matter. My manager had only called once to tell me tearfully that I was killing him here. He was going broke, his children would starve, his wife would be forced to shop at Walmart. I didn't call him back. I also blew off Fortune. In his case, the number of calls did not indicate urgency, merely hysteria. Flint wanted to know if my father was all right. That rather touched me. But lest I think he was going soft, when I called him back, he told me to do my damn job. He wanted a report from Mecca now. What was the status on the search for the living bomb? I'll get on it, sir. Who do I talk to in Nigeria? Forget Nigeria. It's pretty self-evident what's going to happen there. And he hung up. After checking in on Dad, I changed clothes and made the transition to Bahir. Niobe came in as I was settling the black rope eagle over the Gutra. She stepped back, and I realized she had only seen Lilith. Oh, sorry, this is the day avatar. Bahir, at your service. I sweep her a bow. Hell of a fellow, isn't he? Much more viral than that effete Englishman. Now she's smiling, and she comes into my arms. I prefer the Englishman. What about the elegant Eurotrash? I am not that broad-minded. I laugh at her expression, and she tugs hard on the edge of my mustache. Ouch! You won't be gone long? She asks. Anxiety clouds her green eyes like emotional cataracts. No, it speaks of such insecurity, but she often hugs herself tightly. She's doing it now. I just get afraid when you're gone. Since all I've done is go to the market once since we've been here, I decide not to tell her I'm going to Mecca. You'll be fine. You'll tell the kiddos goodbye? Of course. Gabriel, Delia, and Iolante are in the backyard. Gabriel is turning the flower beds into riots of blossoming flowers. The clashing perfumes are almost overwhelming. Iolante flits about, half dancing, half flying.
Delia is surrounded by rabbits, squirrels, dogs, a few mice, a mole, a pony, and God help me, a milk cow who lies in the grass contentedly chewing her cud. You have to put them back from wherever you summoned them, I say sternly as I kiss the top of her head. Finders keepers, she says. I will not be known as a horse thief and a cattle rustler, I say. Have fun, says Gabriel with an offhanded wave. Be careful, says my princess. Bethany is in the kitchen with Drake. They're making tea. Whatever Bethany is creating out of the ingredients on the counter smells wonderful. I dip a finger into the batter and get my hand slapped. No, Daddy, not till it's cooked. You're in charge, I tell Drake, and then I can put it off no longer. I picture Siraj's hotel room and make the jump. He's behind the desk, twining a pen between his fingers. Siraj is not a restless man, and anxiety goes shivering down my spine. Perhaps it's because of the way he trapped me in my Noel form back in Cairo, but I allow my soft peripheral vision to take over, and I catch a sense of movement behind a connecting door of the suite. I'm teleporting even as a blinding flare of pain rips through my side. I need to concentrate before I jump. Think about where I'm going. Visualize the place. This time it's purely unconscious. I hit the ground amid the piping screams of children. I'm lying on my back half in and half out of the sandbox at the local playground in Cambridge. My father had taken me there to play when I was a kid. My left hand is slick and sticky with blood as I press it hard at the point of my agony. I'm 6 blocks from home, but I can't go home like this. Niobe will freak. I roll over and manage to get to my knees. The swings on the tall steel swing set are swaying lightly in the breeze, the chains squeaking. I realize that blackness seems to be closing in from either side,
narrowing my focus. I need a doctor. Now. I concentrate and find myself collapsing among the chairs in the emergency room of Charing Cross Hospital. Their clattering is like the distant sound when a row of punting poles goes tumbling. There is again screaming. I can feel my body morphing and shifting, and it hurts like hell where the bullet hit me. The screams start again at higher intensity, then rough hands grip my shoulders and legs. There's the sound of tearing as my shirt is torn open. They're trying to drag my hand away from the wound. There's enough of them so that eventually they succeed. The first thing I see when I awaken is the puke-colored curtain that has been drawn around my bed. Beyond the cheesy fabric comes the beep and wheeze of medical equipment, the sounds of coughs and moans, and a querulous old voice calling, "Nurse! Nurse!" My torso is swaddled in a tight bandage from just below my nipples to just above my navel. It hurts to sit up, but I manage and pull back the curtain. Through a window I can see a night sky. Shit, Niobe is going to be so worried. The next thing I notice is the broad back of a copper. The rattle of the curtain rings has him turning around. Of course, I arrived as an Arab man, and I was armed to the teeth. "There now, sir, you just settle back down." I hold up a hand. "I'm Noel Matthews, ID number 23275. You need to call the office of the Silver Helix. We have a pretty decent quality of cop in this country. They don't argue, they take the obvious step when presented with information, they check it out." After a call to his superior officer, and a call back from said officer, the cop is flapping his hand at me and saying, "You ought to take it easy, sir," as I am pulling the IV out of the vein in the back of my hand. I've got to get home. 20 minutes later, they've brought me clothes, returned my pagers, cell phone, weapons, cash and wallet with Bahir's information, and the idiot doctor is still remonstrating with me. There is a text message on my Noel cell phone. "Call me." My spine seems cold, and not just because of the open back of the hospital gown. Flipping open the phone, I call him. "Siraj, dear fellow, haven't heard from you since I escaped your hospitality in Cairo." I fill my voice with that insufferable British drawl that makes almost everyone in the world hate us, particularly if they've been crown colonies. "Yes, and now I have a pretty good idea how you did that." His tone is equally conversational. I also understand why Bahir was so quick to kill Abdul and switch allegiance to me. Pity it turned out so badly. How did you figure it out? I'm actually curious. Bahir was a hick from Afghanistan or Kazakhstan, Baluchistan, or some other fucking stan. But suddenly he begins to show a great deal of sophistication. And then there was the little trick with the cards. Not to mention your stunning failure to locate the boy. You're too dangerous to be allowed to live, Noel. I will try to have you killed. Well, thanks awfully for the warning. A gesture to our past friendship, he says. You won't target my family? No, and I hear 14 years of British public school and sportsmanship on the cricket pitch echoing in his voice. Good of you. I have to go now. I hang up, force the doctor, the cop, and the orderly to go the hell away, and pull shut the curtain around my bed. I feel the bandage slip as my waist narrows as I make the transition to Lilith. I picture the front hall and jump. Cordite has a distinctive smell. I know it well. I've shot a lot of guns over the past 7 years. Someone has fired a gun in my parents' home. I struggle into a shuffling run, cursing Siraj with every breath. Dad! Niobe! I find them in the study. Dad is out of bed. His skin is gray and seems to be drooping off his bones. Dark circles are under his eyes, and there's a smear of blood on the back of his hand where he's pulled out his IV. I look down at the scabbed bubble of blood on my hand. He is standing next to the wing-backed chair, using it for support. Niobe is curled up in the chair. Dad's free hand is softly stroking her shoulder. On the threadbare oriental rug, there is a wet smear. I've seen it before, on a threadbare spread in a hotel in Texas. I plunge out of the room and find the other 3. One in the hall, one in Drake's bedroom, the other in the kitchen. My children. Dead. I return to the study, and Niobe looks up at me. I seem to be staring into an infinite darkness. Her face is rigid and tear-stained. "They took Drake," she says. "A stone giant and a bunch of men with guns. The kids tried to stop them, protect him." I hear, or at least think I hear, the accusation. "You weren't here. You didn't keep us safe. Why weren't you here?" "They killed them. I felt the bullets." She lays a hand on her chest. "It hurts so bad. I couldn't do anything." Her voice is shaking. It translates into her body. She's shuddering like a woman lost in a blizzard. I kneel next to her, my arms outstretched, hanging in the air an inch or so from her body, as if held back by an unseen barrier. She falls against me, and Lilith's long black hair hides us. Rage engulfs me. Rage at all the masks. I will be myself, and they will fucking fear me. Niobe gasps a little as she feels my body morph against hers. But then I'm back, and she rests her head on my shoulder with the air of a bird settling into its nest. "They've taken everything from me," she says, so quietly that it's more like puffs of air against my cheek. "I'll get him back for you. I swear I will, if it's the last thing I do." Her arms close convulsively around me, and she whispers something that I can't hear. "What, honey? I didn't—" Dad suddenly pitches forward. I jump up, feel the stitches in my side give way and the tickle of blood running down my side. But I manage to catch him before he hits the ground. Niobe is at my side, brushing the tears off her cheeks. "We need to get him back in bed," she says. A claw-like hand seizes my forearm. My father's voice is like stone on a file. It was bloody strange. It started driving, very fast. Then it was gone.
Niobe reads something in my expression. What? Does that mean something? Yes, darling. It means I know how to find Drake. The pub is empty at 3 a.m. The truck is parked out front, the streetlights glittering and the raindrops dappling the hood and roof. The silly little bell tinkles madly as I push through the door. Beneath the long leather coat I'm wearing, tight leather pants, and a laced vest that pushes up my breasts, Bruckner only knows Noel. He knows I'm an ace. He knows I'm a killer. He doesn't know my power. That leaves Lilith free to do her job. Get me close. The fat bartender looks up from his washing. A glass hangs in his hand, slowly dripping soap suds off the rim. The highwayman is at his table by the window, but instead of watching his truck, Bruckner's watching me. His face is slack with lust. I saunter over to him. His eyes follow every undulation of my hips and sway of my hair. I'm reminded of a fakir in India I once saw dancing with his mesmerized snake. I lean down and whisper in Bruckner's ear, "I hear you're a man who can give me a ride. Which kind you want, love?" The last word turns into a whistle of pain as I reach into his crotch and close my fist around his balls, the kind that takes me to the boy. The bartender yanks up a rifle from behind the bar. The silenced Glock coughs once, and the bullet takes him between the eyes. "You crazy bloody bitch," Bruckner gasps. "Try, bastard," I say, and let my body slide and twist back to myself. Jesus! Not to sound like the hero in one of those dreadful American action movies, but you will be seeing him if you don't answer my question. I grind the muzzle of the gun into his temple and tighten my grip on his nads. "You know I can't do that, lad." Pain has him panting between the words, but now that he knows it's me, he seems more relaxed. "Captain, skin me alive." Actually, he wouldn't, but I would. "Where's the boy? Where did you take him?" He shakes his head. I release his balls and pull handcuffs out of my coat pocket. Once he's secure, I get down to business. For all his bravado and bluster, it actually doesn't take that long. The wood floor is sticky beneath the soles of my high-heeled boots. Bruckner's blubbering. The wet sounds become words forced between split and swollen lips. Nigeria. Took him to Nigeria. Dumped him out in front of the PP Army. Captain's orders. Not my fault. Just doing my duty. He sees something in my face and screams out,
Don't hurt me anymore. Christ Jesus, no more. I put away my knife and draw my pistol. Then I really look at the scene around me. The dead man, the nearly naked old man on the floor in front of me with pieces of skin missing, blood staining the wood floor. I think about Niobe, how she would see this scene, how she would see me, how she would look at me. I return the gun to its holster. Congratulations, you get to retire. Tell Flint to expect my resignation later. Hell never lets you live, not after this. Yes, I think he will. I'll be much more talkative after death. It would look so very bad for the Silver Helix and the government. Ta. And I lock the door behind me as I leave. I look like an SM drag queen sashaying down the street. I need to change and make preparations. If Drake can't control his power, I'm going to need protection. As for finding him, well, if he's blown, that won't be a problem. A hard rain is a-goin' to fall. Victor. Dolores, Cherie. There you are. Already elevated, Dolores's heartbeat seemed to stumble in her chest at the voice behind her. Having one's name called by Elysian Shombo was always cause for concern, even when she had just hung a medal around one's neck in front of the global media and the adoring populace of Congoville. She turned. The corridors of Mobuto's erstwhile palace were bright and airy, belying the compound's fortress-like construction. High windows let late-morning sunlight pour in to raise a glow from whitewashed walls. Native flowers burst from vases and niches like static explosions of color. Floral-patterned carpets ran along a floor of royal blue glazed tiles. Dolores was lost. She had been on her way to an assignation with Tom Weathers after escaping the great public fete. Alicia moved toward her at a purposeful waddle. Continuing the motif, she wore the same dress, printed with Congolese blooms that she had at the ceremony at which she had made Dolores and Tom heroes of the people's paradise, in the proudest moment of Dolores' young life. The large woman was alone. Clearly, she felt no need of bodyguards. Rumor said she was herself an ace, with the power to transform into a leopard. Whatever the truth, no one who feared death or pain would dare attempt to harm the president's sister here in the palace. Alicia hugged Dolores around the waist with a big arm. Dolores felt sweat soak through the white jumpsuit she wore to her skin. The smell of violets almost overwhelmed her. "Your state has need of you, my angel of mercy," Alicia said. Though not whispering, she spoke at a low volume for her. She had a bellow like a bull hippo at need. "There is a man you must heal for us. You must tell no one. Do you understand?" Dolores nodded. The president and his sister and Tom, dear Tom, had brought order to the anarchy of Central Africa. With order came the need for discipline. The heart of discipline was obedience. Alicia led her up broad stairs, to a room on the second story. Dolores smelled harsh cigar smoke before they even entered the room. It looked like a study. Shelves of books, their dark covers age-cracked, lined the walls. The floor was hardwood with a Persian rug laid on it. A fan circled lazily beneath the high ceiling. A man sat smoking in a leather chair. Dolores gasped. Half the hair on his round head and his beard had been burned away. It amazed her he wasn't literally smoldering. What of his plump, pallid face wasn't black or glaring red, was gouged bloody. He wore loose blue hospital-style trousers. Bandages wrapped his lumpy upper body. His blood had soaked them through and was actually beginning to run. Blood crust concealed one eye, the other glared madly at her. Dolores swayed. He must have been in terrible pain. It amazed her he was able to remain conscious, let alone sit in a chair and puff a cigar. Alicia clucked and shook her head. "You shouldn't smoke," she said in English. "It is bad for you." The man barked a laugh, then groaned. "I'll take my bloody chances," he rasped, in what Dolores thought was an English accent. Alicia frowned and shook her head. She looked to Dolores. Dolores pressed her mouth to a line and nodded. She knew what she had to do. All she had to do was steel herself to do it. As she approached, she could feel heat beating from his body, as if still radiating from his burns. He must be burning up with fever, she thought. That, at least, would not affect her. Any tissue damage infection might have done would transfer to her. The pathogens themselves would not. There was something repellent about him, yet he suffered. It went beyond orders now, even from Alicia. God had given her this gift, this curse. She could not withhold it. She was the angel of mercy. She was Our Lady of Pain. She drew in a deep breath and stepped forward. As always, it hit her hard. As always, it was bad. She ground her teeth against a scream. "Ah, Christ," he said. That's good, girl." His head lolled on his thick neck. He grinned up at her. "At least you won't need to grow your bloody arms back this time, eh?" Cold shot through the fire that enveloped her. She stepped back. Instantly, it was as if a furnace door had been shut. Dolores's cheeks felt sunburned. She felt blood run from gashes in her face and body. The torment dulled to an ache. No longer was his pain being loaded directly into her nervous system. Recognition came like a slap. "I saw you," she exclaimed in French. "Speak English, bitch," he rasped. "Why did you stop? You were there. I saw you." Wild-eyed, she looked at Alicia. "Why do you stop, child?" the woman asked.
He's the enemy. He was there with those men in the Ija village where they chopped the boy's arms off." The injured man barked a laugh. "Too bloody right I was. People's Paradise wanted Niger Delta oil, didn't they? Needed an excuse to go to war with the whole world at their backs, didn't they? So it's play both sides now, Butch Dagon, innit? For dirty work, I'm your man. Bloody Nigerians thought I was theirs, but it was your dirt I was doing all along. So get back here, girl, and finish what you started. I earned it right enough." Through a curtain of hot tears, Dolores looked to Alicia. Knew she would deny the man's words, damn his lies. Instead, Alicia smiled encouragingly and made urgent hand motions for Dolores to continue. Dolores turned and walked out. "Wait," she heard Dagon bellow. "Get bloody back here." She went left down the hall, back in the direction Alicia had led her. Hot tears fogged her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. "Don't fucking walk away from me," Dagon shouted. "That bloody lion buggered me right up. You're a healer. Heal me." She refused to look back. Guilt tore her, and the sense of duty. "I cannot bear to heal such a creature," she thought. "Heal me, damn you to hell, bitch!" Behind her, she heard a sound unlike anything she had heard before. Half rustle, half gurgle. A breeze blew past her down the hallway. She spun. A monster crouched there. A great mound of fur-covered muscle. Half its fur was burned away. Great red and char-black wounds had broken open and begun to seep. Its eyes were bloodshot. A pointed maw opened. Jagged yellow teeth filled it. The monster vented a squealing snarl and charged. Dolores stood frozen. As the horror gathered itself to leap upon her, the hallway lit with dazzling white radiance. Heat hit her left side. The sunbeam impaled the leaping monster. It blew apart into chunks and splatter. She screamed as hot clots hit her in the face. A strong arm caught her from behind. She stiffened. Then, knowing the touch, she turned, melted against her lover's strong chest. "Oh, Tom," she said, "it's terrible. We have to tell the world. It was all a lie. That monster was working with Alicia all the time." Even with the arms of the world's most potent ace wrapped around her, it took all her courage to say that. She accused the president's own sister of terrible crimes, knowing Alicia was capable of terrible acts of justice. Tom grunted softly. "Too bad you heard all that," he said, stroking the short hair at the back of her head. "This cannot be allowed. The truth must be told. I'll find the Chinese reporter. She'll get the story out." "I'm sorry you feel that way," Tom said. "Really, really sorry." "Oh, Tom, why did it have to turn out so? I thought we stood for truth and justice, for revolution. Now I learn it was all oil and power." His strong hand cupped her head from behind. She raised her face to his and smiled. "You won't change your mind?"
"I wish that I could," she said. "I wish I could unhear what was said. But the world must know." His fingers tightened on the back of her skull. They twisted her head viciously clockwise. Dolores actually heard the pop of her cervical vertebrae breaking. A red spark shot through her brain. Then she wasn't anymore. "Oh, sweet Lord," Alicia Nenshambo said from the doorway. "The poor dear. Did it have to be so?" Gently, Tom lowered the dead girl to the floor. "I told you, babe," he told her softly. "You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs." He straightened, brushing absently at some wet, furry clumps of Dagon had left on his blue chambray shirt. She was going to blow it all, he told Alicia. She wasn't objectively Marxist yet, you see. Alicia's ample face clouded. But she was hero of the hour. Katangi just gave her a medal in front of God and everyone. She's still wearing it for sweet Mary's sake. What am I to tell the media? He grinned. "The truth," he said. "She died a martyr. Raised the alarm when that notorious tool of the British Empire, Butcher Dagon, infiltrated the palace to assassinate Doc Prez." He shook his head. "Poor kid. She was the butcher's last victim." "Uh-oh," said Hong. They sat in the gloom of one of the suite of rooms they'd been assigned in the palace. Son Halian sat beside a junior tech named Lee, helping edit video of today's medal ceremony. She hit pause, freezing a quartet of Chengdu Gen 7 fighters her government had provided the PPA in mid-flyover, and swiveled her chair. She frowned. "Why are you showing me stock footage of a mushroom cloud, Hong?" "It's not stock footage." The image on the widescreen television was grainy, shot from ground level. A round head of smoke and dust rolled up a blue sky, a shape unmistakable and chilling. In the foreground, white dunes and wisps of pale grass framed the terrible image. The setting looked familiar. Feeling as if her blood had been replaced with liquid nitrogen, Halian said, "Where?" "From the Nigerian coast, near Brass. France 24 TV sending it real time." Lee turned beside her. "Wait, Brass? Isn't that—" Hong nodded. "Ground Zero's the head of the invading PPA army." "Still getting no readings," Tom's voice said. His voice crackled over the radio. A storm had gathered over the blast site with unnatural speed. Lightning laced the clouds and raked the ground. "That is not possible," said Professor Évariste Tiwari from Congoville's Liberation University. An internationally known physicist who had worked with UN anti-nuclear proliferation teams out of Los Alamos, he was a small, stooped Congolese with a big bald head and a round belly pooching out the front of his rumpled black Western-style suit. Even if it was an airburst, it must have left a plume of fissile material not converted to energy by the reaction. "No joy, Doc. Geiger counter barely registers a peep." A dozen people crammed the room where the committee aces had been debriefed. The smell of nervous sweat almost overpowered the smell of Alicia Nenshono's violet soap. The widescreen monitors mostly showed various satellite news feeds, endlessly replaying the France 24 video, which had started right after the detonation's distinctive flash drew the cameraman's attention. A couple, muted, showed live debate from an emergency session of the UN Security Council, where Russia and China furiously demanded sanctions, if not worse, be imposed on both Nigeria and its sponsor, the British Empire, for crimes against humanity. It was sheer formality. The Empire held a veto. Glancing that way occasionally, Halian gathered that the U.S. ambassador sat and said nothing to defend Great Britain, which might mean his own government was none too pleased with its old ally for letting loose the nuclear demon. Mostly she, like the others, her crew, President Dr. Nenshambo, Alicia, Professor Tiwari, focused on the monitor showing the feed from the video camera strapped to Tom's chest. What it showed horrified even Halian, accustomed as she was to the endless iteration of sorrow and atrocity that comprised modern Central African history. In this land frost never touched, the green grass had gone winter gray. Skeletal trees smoldered beside the bent and burnt-out wrecks of a Simba Brigade armored column. The chassis of some Russian-made tank cradled upside down in the branches of a stout tree.
It had shed its massive turret somewhere as the blast flipped it through the air like a tiddlywink. "I see something moving down there," Tom said. "I'm going down for a look." "Be careful," Ninshambo said. It was a measure of the strain he was under that he consented to sit in a chair. His hands grasped the arms so hard, Halian half expected he'd leave grooves in the hardwood. Standing beside him, Alicia reached down to pat one hand reassuringly. "Your instruments might be malfunctioning. There might be fallout anyway." "No sweat," Tom came back. "A little radiation doesn't scare me." Halian kept her face impassive at the implied slap at the People's Republic.
After some quick satellite consultation between Hylian and her superiors, Tom had used his gift of hyperflight to bounce to orbit and then down to Beijing, where he picked up hastily gathered radiation detection and air sampling gear. He now wore it on a makeshift harness along with the video camera and a Goanbu satellite link radio. Hylian caught Hong's eye. He monitored the telemetry from Tom's sensors. He gave her a scarcely perceptible headshake. No malfunction. He might have a weak stomach, but he was shaping up well under stress. The camera's eye angled down. The scorched earth swept up. Tom leveled his flight off at perhaps 30 meters altitude. 6 figures shuffled toward him along the road. They had a mottled, reddish color. "Closing in," Tom reported. "Mon Dieu," Alicia said, choking. For a moment, Hylian's brain resisted making sense of what her eyes saw. Then she could no longer hide from it. Their clothes had been burned or blasted away. Their skin was gone. Their eyes were shiny tracks glazed down flayed cheeks. One cradled coils of his own intestines in stubbed arms. A purple, greasy tail trailed in the white dust behind him. "Use the wastebasket, Hong," Hylian said through teeth clenched so hard they squeaked. The tech caught it up just in time. The room filled with the acid reek of vomit. Hylian barely noticed. "Going back up," Tom said. If the horrific and pathetic sight affected him, his voice gave no sign. Hylian wondered what went through his mind. "I can see a crater ahead of me now," he said. "Not very big, maybe 50, 60 yards across." "This cannot be!" the professor exclaimed. "A crater would mean the fireball came in contact with the surface. Vaporized soil and rock would be sucked up and mingled with unconsumed radionucleolides. It would produce substantial fallout." He took off his glasses and polished them furiously with a handkerchief. Substantial? But the instruments continued to show radiation levels scarcely more than background. Something strange was going on here. Hylian felt relief at having a mystery to distract her from the images that kept shambling through her mind. "I'm coming up to the crater," Tom said, in effect narrating the action they saw on the screen. "Wait, there's something down there in the middle of it. It's a kid, a naked kid, in the middle of the fucking crater." Tom Weathers touched down. The heat from the lumpy green glass walls baked his skin and forced him to squint his eyes to prevent their drying out. His Geiger counter chattered. The voices from Congoville assured him he could endure it for a few minutes without permanent harm. The boy lay sobbing in the midst of a patch of unaffected sand. "Hey," he called. "Hey, kid." The boy was whitefish pale all over, in fact, and jiggling chubby. Maybe he spoke English. The kid had his head on his arms. He kept crying. "Listen," Tom said. "It's okay. I'm going to get you taken care of." "Go away," the boy shouted with a wave of his arm. "English. Cool." Tom squatted down at the edge of the patch of sand. "You want me to just leave you here to the mosquitoes? Not a good plan, man. I killed them. I kill everybody. I shouldn't be around people. I didn't want to do it. I want to die." "Hey, buddy," Tom said. "Just take a deep breath and tell me what happened." The boy sat up. His pale belly spilled sadly over plump thighs. "I didn't mean to. I never mean to. But the highwayman shoved me out of the truck and drove off, and then he was gone, and these tanks were coming down the road. They started shooting at me. I got scared." And he drew in a big shuddering breath and waved his hand around. "This? You did this?" He nodded. "It always happens when I get scared." "Let me get this straight," Tom said. "You cause nuclear explosions?
Yes, haven't you been listening? When I get real scared, I fucking blow up. Are you some kind of tard? The spasm of anger passed and his eyes gushed tears again. I wish I was dead. I'm too dangerous to be around. The voices in Tom's head were going apeshit now. He ignored them. The warm feeling, like the aftermath of a good fuck, that three-way with Hylian and Lilith, spreading up through his belly from his loins, told him what he was dealing with, and what he had, at any cost, to do. What's your name? Drake. He sniffled and dabbed tears from his eyes. Who are you? Pleased to meet you, Drake. I'm Tom Weathers. Locally, I got hung with some unpronounceable handle. I used to go by The Radical, the revolutionary guy on the posters. That's me. You can call me Tom, unless you can say Mokale and Bembe. Even if you can, call me Tom. The fat boy fell over and curled right back into fetal position. What the fuck? Tom burst out before he could stop himself. You're gonna kill me. Say what? Tom was no slave to Western linear thought. Still, he thought that was a pretty funny worry for somebody who'd been announcing his desire to die so loudly 30 seconds ago. Why would I kill you, Drake? I want to help you. But you're with the People's Paradise. Yeah, before they dumped me, the kidnappers were talking about the PPA. I think I just blew up your army. Well, get more, Tom said. He imagined steam coming from Doc Pressy's ears at that. But the Indians would give them more tanks. Shit, if he could only bring this kid around, nobody would deny the PPA anything. Ever. But there's only one you, he said. Right? The boy nodded. The People's Paradise of Africa is a place where people can breathe free and never have to fear oppression again. Hell, I make sure of it. A blue eye peeked at him. Oppression? Shit, yeah. You've been oppressed, wouldn't you say? I mean, you tell me you got kidnapped, roughed up, dumped out on the road, and shot at by tanks. Sounds like oppression to me. And if I go with you, you're safe. Nobody picking on you anymore. Although it struck him you'd have to be an exceptional dumbass, even for a jock, to pick on somebody who could vaporize you and everything within 75 feet of him, toss 50-ton tanks into trees a mile down the road. You'd be appreciated. Hell, you'd be a hero. We'll give you a parade. A parade? Really? Tom nodded, solemnly. Fuck, Katenga'd probably give you his sister's virtue. And a nerd like you might even go for. He straightened. Okay, Drake, let me help you up. Then I'll bounce us back to Congoville, get you cleaned up, get some decent food in ya. Not that the last looked too urgent, but the kid was probably hungry. All the time. Drake looked past him and his eyes went wide. Tom had been caught by surprise once. That was one time too many. He stepped quickly left and wheeled. A man stood in the crater, as muscular as himself, and even more golden. Not just his hair, but his skin, even his eyes. He held a scimitar. Tom's eyes narrowed. A teleport, huh? So you're the sneaky sack of shit that shot me in the back. What, no Kalashnikov this time? Figured it out, did ya? The newcomer had a fruity Brit accent. Just now, you're not so dim as you look. A gun didn't work so well last time. Beheading's pretty final, though, if needs must. Needs must? I didn't come for you, the golden man said. Ah, well then. As if surrendering, Tom raised his hands. Fire flashed from both palms, but the man was gone. Tom threw himself into a forward roll. He heard the scimitar swish behind him. Your powers aren't much use against a teleport, the man said. He lunged for Tom, sword upraised. Tom stood 20 feet away. It was as close as he could manage, doing a hyperflight bounce to near-Earth orbit and back. Better than he expected, actually. He smelt the soles of his tennis shoes melting on the hot glass. Kinda hot to kill someone who can move at light speed, too, he said. The golden man glared. Then he smiled. Ah, but if one doesn't know when and from where, he vanished. The blow will strike from close behind. Tom looked down his nose to watch the scimitar tip slash beneath his chin. He turned. His opponent stared at him with eyes like gilded saucers.
The blade, he said, it passed right through your neck. I'm just full of surprises. He hit the man in the center of his broad, muscle-bulging chest. The bastard was fast. He almost managed to turn away in time to slip the tank armor-buckling punch, but not all the way. Tom's fist grazed him and spun him through the air to slam into the slanted green crater wall. Tom heard a sizzle, smelled burned hair. The golden man squalled like a cat and vanished. A moment later, he was right in Tom's face, and the sword came whistling down between Tom's eyes. It passed harmlessly down his body. "Can't hit me when you're insubstantial," the man grunted, whipping the sword around in a figure eight through the center of Tom's torso. "I'll wager you can't shoot fire, either." Tom hung in space. The sun's heat scorched him. He felt the vacuum trying to suck the breath from his chest and tugging at the tender membranes and capillaries of his eyeballs. Then he floated 20 feet above the golden man. He flung out a hand and sent down a sunbeam that filled the crater with brilliance. It spattered gobbets of glowing molten sand in all directions. Drake yelped and threw a hand up in front of his face. Tom landed. He felt his legs buckle under him. He had to put a hand down to keep from planting his face in the little patch of sand. He shook his head. "Whoa, takes it out of you." "Over there," Drake shouted, pointing off and up toward the crater rim. Glad to know he's picked a side, Tom thought. He wheeled quickly around and sent a fire blast toward the golden figure that stood against the bruised and roiling sky. It didn't much surprise him when it vanished. Hope he didn't notice that last shot was a bit feeble, he thought. I haven't really recovered from letting it all hang out when I trashed the Nigerian army. He was already spinning in place, cocking his right arm. His straight right caught the teleport square on the bridge of his aristocratic golden nose as he materialized behind Tom, sent him staggering back 3 steps. Smoke curled from beneath his slippers as he blundered into the hot glass. He doubled over, emitting a thin, keening wail. He put hand to face, looked at it. Looking up at Tom in shocked outrage, he said, "You broke it! Bloody hell!" "That's just the beginning of a world of hurt," Tom said. He was righteously pissed. Stutter stepping forward, he sidekicked him. Not hard enough to break anything, or much, just enough to launch him. As the golden man reached the apex of his flight, Tom raised a hand. But his sun-hot beam flashed through air and up into the dense clouds. They boiled away from its fury. "Shit," he said. He stood tensed, casting from side to side, awaiting the next attack. After a minute, he decided the glowing limey had had enough. "Too bad." "Next time, motherfucker," Tom said. "Next time." Elation hit him like a jolt of all the drugs he so rigorously denied himself. "We won," he thought. "We won it all. We've joined the nuclear club, baby. Nobody can fuck with us now." "Okay, buddy, let's get you out of here." He went to Drake, pulled him up by the arm. The boy felt like a pillowcase full of wet cement. Dead weight. But Tom could clean and jerk a Vigianta. Important thing was, the boy didn't seem inclined to fight him. The teenager slumped against him. Putting an arm around his fat, bare back wasn't Tom's favorite thing to do. Compared to what else he'd done today, it wasn't so bad. Ever wanted to see Earth from outer space, kid? Naked? Don't worry, you won't feel a thing. They landed in the middle of a parking lot outside the palace. A pair of guards in crisp sky blue uniforms came trotting up. They looked wild-eyed. Tom recognized them, so they must know him. His sudden appearance out of thin air couldn't have rattled them that badly. Drake sniffled. "Why are there sirens going off?" Tom opened his mouth to explain. An alert had been called after the armored column got nuked. Except, why were they still going off? Terrible certainty struck him like a blast wave. He thrust the plump, naked boy at the 2 guards. "Here, take him to the president pronto. Don't let anything stop you."
He turned and ran for his rooms. The wailing of Congolese caretakers confirmed his sickest fears when he was halfway down the corridor. He blew in through the open door. Sun Hei-lian sat amid a gaggle of hysterical local women, stiffly upright and apparently emotionless. The shiny tear track down either exquisite cheek gave that the lie. The women stopped their lamentations to stare at Tom in horror. Presumably, a good part of their distress arose from their fears of what he'd do to them. "A golden guy," Hei-lian nodded. "He took him," she said. "I ran up here as soon as the fight started. I realized, a teleport? No one was safe. Anywhere." He nodded briskly. "Smart. What happened?" "When I got here, he was just chasing off the caretakers." He grabbed Sprout and held a sword to her throat. He said that the committee would be in touch, with instructions where and when to bring the boy if you want your daughter back. "The committee?" Tom said. "Those cocksuckers." He noticed something on a table. A black handgun, a compact 9mm CZ-100. His eyes followed several frightened gazes, and one as unnaturally calm as his own, to a wall, where a divot had been knocked from faintly pinkish stucco. He frowned. "You shot at him when he was holding my daughter?" She lifted her chin. "You know what I am, Tom. I'm counter-terror trained. Sprout was in no danger. I would have hit him." She reached up to touch between her eyes. "Here." "You missed." "I did not miss." "Yeah." He sighed and rubbed his hands together. "Bastard does that. What will you do?" "Give him the kid." She blinked and jerked back as if slapped. "What will Nshambo say?" "Better be yes," Tom said. "I'll take him the kid. I'll get my little girl back, and then I'll kill every single motherfucking one of them." Double helix. "They have sown the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind." Melinda M. Snodgrass. Sprout was completely agreeable when I said I'd come to take her to her daddy. But now we are standing in Jackson Square, and no daddy is in evidence. Her head is jerking from side to side like a hummingbird guarding its stash as she scans the crowds of emergency workers. The sky looks like boiling soap scum, and the hot wind, heavy with moisture, shakes blossoms off the azaleas. There is the roar of diesel engines as earth-moving equipment scoops up and deposits sandbags. I can see Anna standing on the top of the Riverwalk, frowning out across the river. I spot Bubbles walking swiftly beside a man in a suit. Something about him screams politician. She's making good time because she's surprisingly slim, a testament to how much energy she's been expending. Since she has met Drake and dealt with Drake, it seems prudent to explain the situation to her. But I am currently Bahir, and she knows Bahir from the battles in Egypt last year. She's just as likely to flatten me with a bubble as listen to me. Which means, what the fuck? A warbling tenor wail breaks across my musings. It's Bugsy, and he's spotted me. Holy shit! Bubbles! Anna! The covey of aces are pounding across the flagstones and cobblestones with murder in their eyes. I allow the muscles and tissue to soften and flow. The ace stampede stutters, slows, and comes to a confused and milling halt. "What the fuck?" Bugsy says again. "Good, you should ask," I say, and thrust Sprout toward them. This is Tom Weathers' daughter. Weathers and the People's Paradise have the nuclear ace. They are goggling at me. You know, Drake, little fat boy, so to speak. It's a terrible pun. They don't seem to get that either. "You're that magician," Anna says. "The one who kicked our butts on American Hero." "I'm an agent for Her Majesty's government, at least until Bruckner reports to Flint, I think. I operate in the Middle East. Recently, I've been working in Africa." "But you tried to kill me," Bugsy whines. "Well, not really. If I had wanted you dead, you'd be dead."
You were making a dreadful hash of things, and I had hoped to make you reconsider your involvement. Therefore, it had to look good.
Hey, we saved those people! Not now. I let it snap with command and they subside. Weathers is a dangerous psychopath, and President Nshombo and his sister are equally murderous. They now have a living nuclear bomb. I over-enunciate the final 3 words. I've left a message for Weathers that I have Sprout and hell get her back when I get Drake. Hearing her name, the woman suddenly says, "Where's my daddy? Is he coming soon?" Bubbles can't help herself. She puts an arm around the older woman's shoulders. "He'll be here soon. Would you like something to eat? Are you hungry?" And I realize that Bubbles really is kind. Actually, we stopped in Iceland and I bought her breakfast while I waited for the sun to rise here, I say. "Why us?" Anna asks in her blunt way. "Why bring her here?" "Because Weathers will try to kill me rather than make the exchange. I need your powers. Individually, none of you can stand against Weathers, but together..." "Yeah? Well, I say you can just go fuck yourself," Bugsy says. "Why should we risk our lives?" "Because Weathers won't make a distinction between me and thee." I give him a smile. And my message strongly suggested that the committee was behind this. "You fucker," Bugsy says miserably. "You should broaden your repertoire of invective," I say. "How do I get a cup of coffee? The day is dragging by." I sit on one of the benches in Jackson Square drinking the strong, chicory-flavored coffee and setting myself a buzz eating sugar-drenched beignets. Around my feet is a halo of crushed butts. I ran out of the Turkish cigarettes hours ago and have been making do with Lucky Strikes. Anna, Gardner, and more disturbingly, an army of the dead are still working to raise the levees. Bugsy and I are keeping watch for Weathers. I've warned Bugsy that Weathers will do something surprising and to consider every possible avenue for an arrival, no matter how remote. My phone rings. "Hi, babe," I say as I answer. I know it's Niobe. We've been calling each other every hour. "Oh, Noel." Her voice is husky with tears. "It's your dad." It feels like a fist has closed hard around my guts. Is he? I can't say the word. No, but he's unconscious. I think it won't be long now. I feel like a butterfly on a collector's pin. I want to be with her. I want to see him. I need to be here for Drake. All I can manage to say is, "I don't know what to do," and there's a 5-year-old's wail in the words. "He said to tell you to live forward." Then he was quiet for a long time, and then he murmured something. I think he was still talking to you. He said, "For love is strong as death." Do you know what he means? The agony in my belly is gone. My throat is tight and my chest tight, but I'm oddly calm. Yes, I think I do. Are you coming home? No, I need to be here for Drake. Then, I'll be here for your father. Her voice is very soft. I'll see you soon, I say, and hang up the phone. Goodbye, Dad. Godspeed, I whisper, but the words are whipped away by the rising wind. Shoulda, Caroline Spector. You've been a bad, bad dolly, Sprout said. Now you have to go to bed. I walked into the room where Hoodoo Mama was watching Sprout play. Their heads were together, and it was hard for me to reconcile the hard-ass zombie chick with this gentle girl who was so tender with Sprout. My dolly has been very bad, Sprout said, looking up at me. Oh, what did Dolly do? I asked. She walked funny, see? Sprout put the dolly on the floor. It got up on all fours and staggered around the room. What the heck is that? Hoodoo Mama said. I strode over to the dolly and picked it up. Oh, hell no, I said. Joey, you can't let her play with zombie cats. I opened the door and dropped the cat in the hall. I want my dolly. How about we go out shopping and find you a new dolly, Hoodoo Mama said. Sprout frowned. But I want mine. Tell you what, I bet Michelle will make you some bubbles. They turned back toward me with expectant looks. I gave Hoodoo Mama a glare, but I couldn't be mad at Sprout. She was sweet beyond all measure. Okay, Sprout, I said. What kind of bubbles do you want? Soapy? Rubbery? Balls! Rubbery it is. I made an assortment of bouncy, soft, moderately tough bubbles.
Sprout giggled and began to chase them around the room. Ever since Noelle had dumped her in our lap, we'd been trying to think of ways to keep her happy, and not scared. Once Hoodoo Mama had realized that Sprout was a child mentally, she was pissed as hell at Noelle. Fucker just dragged that poor little girl into the middle of all this shit about to go down, she hissed at me. She's in her 30s, I said. That don't mean dick. Her hands curled into fists and her breathing was harsh. You can tell by looking at her that she's special. Well, her father is at the center of all this mess, I replied. If you're going to be pissed at anyone, be pissed at him. He snatched Drake and set all of this in motion. Hoodoo Mama's eyes narrowed. Don't think I don't know that. That fucker will be sorry he messed with any of this. Her rage was so pure and clean. I envied it. But I was also trying to avoid spending too much time with her. We hadn't talked about what had happened in the warehouse the night of the hurricane. Just thinking about it made me feel queasy, and excited, and confused. I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't make love to other girls. I mean, girls other than my girlfriend. But Hoodoo Mama had needed me then, and I had wanted to help her, but then things got carried away. And I was making excuses. I left Hoodoo Mama with Sprout and walked across the hall to Bugsy's suite. Since the rest of the committee had shown up, we'd taken over the entire top floor of the Royal Sinesta. I could hear the arguing through the door, but I knocked anyway. You bastard! Weathers. The door flew open. Bugsy had a pissed look on his face. Behind him, it looked like an American hero reunion, except there were no cameras and no one was smiling. But the furniture was better. Nice Louis XVI style couches and chairs, all done up in tasteful blues. Drummer Boy was missing, though. I was still trying to decide if that was a good thing. He'd been an asshole during the show, but afterward, in Egypt, he wasn't as bad. And Curveball, Lohengrin, Rustbelt, Toadman, and Brave Hawk were here in addition to my own team. Bad time? I whispered. Bugsy's body began to look fuzzy. He was going all insecty on me. It's not great, he replied. Fortune was glaring at Noelle. Curveball, Rusty, and Lohengrin were leaning against the far wall of the room. They all had their arms crossed, and they looked pissed. I don't see what the big deal is about Weathers, said Gardner, leaning forward in her chair. Between us, we can take him. Noelle rolled his eyes. Honestly, John, where do you get these girls? TV? Weathers is terrifyingly powerful and completely mad, and he's been around longer than most of you have been alive. Toadman's tongue snapped out and popped loudly behind Noelle's head. His tongue rolled back into his mouth, and he morphed out of toad form. You should really watch who you're being snotty to, he said. Far as I know, you're a double-crossing, cross-dressing liar who shouldn't even be here. I didn't say anything. Right now, Noelle wasn't exactly on my favorite people list. He'd been playing, well, everyone off each other. And Drake was in the soup because of him, no matter what excuse he gave. Oh, and if my eavesdropping was accurate, he was also screwing Niobe. If he broke her heart, I would kick his sorry ass from here back to whatever warm beer-drinking, blood-pudding-eating, dental hygiene-impaired London borough he came from. Fortune, he said in his most supercilious voice, you should be able to rein your people in by now. Regardless of their opinion of me, we have Sprout now and a way to retrieve Drake. So that should make you, what's that American expression? Your new best friend. A groan ran around the room.
Noelle was about as popular with the rest of the committee as he was with me. Everyone calmed down, Fortune said. He was looking tired. Then he stopped and got all daydreamy looking, and I wondered what Sekhmet was saying to him. Then he said, Noel's right. If it hadn't been for him, we'd have no leverage with Weathers at all. Oh, come on, yelled Bugsy, jumping up from his chair. Noelle tried to cut my head off. I don't care how helpful he's been. He's a menace. I walked over to the side table where a coffee service had been set up. As I poured a cup and started loading it with sugar, I heard Curveball say, Look, I know everyone's unhappy with Noelle, but he really isn't the problem right now. We've got to figure out how to handle the Sprout Drake exchange. I glanced over my shoulder. Fortune was giving her a wan smile, but she didn't smile back. "What I want to know is how we're going to make the swap," said Earthwitch. "I mean, if Weathers is as powerful as you say, he's going to be a bitch to handle." Fortune rubbed his eyes, then took a pull off his coffee. "The swap team is going to be me and Michelle. Weathers wants me, so if I'm part of the swap, he'll be thinking he's going to have a shot at me. And Michelle is there for 2 reasons. First, she knows Drake. And second, she can take almost limitless damage. Probably anything Weathers can dish out." "You got any opinions about this, Bubbles?" asked Rustbelt in his flat Midwestern voice. By now, I was sitting on one of the chairs next to the door. I was almost back down to my thinnest, and had wanted to stay there until the PR part of the mission was over. Though it made me a little less able to kick ass right out the door, it was nice not to worry about the furniture when I sat down. "If I'm the best choice for the job, then of course I'm fine with it," I said. I could feel my hands tremble, so I put my coffee cup down. "But we'll need a backup plan in case things go wrong. And do we hand Sprout over even if things start to go bad?" "Of course we're going to have backup, Michelle," Fortune said. "Everyone else will be stationed around Jackson Square to keep things chilled out. Weathers is extremely dangerous, but he can't take all of us. And I don't think he'll do anything that'll put Sprout at risk." Bravehawk whispered something to Lohengrin, who nodded. I wondered what that was all about. "Okay," Fortune said, as he unrolled a map of Jackson Square onto the large coffee table. "Here's where I'm going to position each of you. Are we going to meet Daddy?" "Yep," I said. "You remember what we said, right?" Sprout smiled at me and tugged on my ponytail. "Yes, Daddy needs to talk to John Fortune before we can go home. I need to stay with you until Daddy and John Fortune are done talking." I brushed back the fine tendrils of hair that had escaped her braid. She looked up at me with guileless blue eyes. At that moment, I hated everyone who had put her and Drake into this position. Her father, Noel, and the rest of the assholes who thought that Drake was a pawn for their megalomaniacal dreams. And I really hated myself for helping them. She took my hand, and we went back into the living room where Fortune and the others were waiting. John Fortune, Sprout, and I were standing in the middle of Jackson Square. We'd done a pretty amazing job of getting some of the quarter back on its feet. Though the lamps on the gate were shattered, the square was looking remarkably good. Gardiner had replaced the trees and other plants that had been destroyed, and the statue of Andrew Jackson was unchanged. We stood at its base. My clothes felt tight. Before coming for the meeting, I'd had one of Hoodoo Mama's zombies pound on me a bit. I still wasn't big, exactly, but I wanted some firepower, just in case. We were in a good tactical position. On all 4 sides we had a clear sightline. Odds were that no one was going to sneak up on us here. "Where's Daddy?" Sprout asked. "He'll be here soon, honey," I replied. "Why don't you stay with John Fortune for a moment, and I'll see if he's coming." I walked around the statue, checking our position. Cameo and Earthwitch were sitting on benches near the entrance to the park. Hoodoo Mama had helped clear the usual street people from the square, so we didn't have to worry about civilians getting caught in the middle should anything bad go down. I knew Hoodoo Mama was somewhere nearby, but she was really good at hiding. Bugsy was in swarm form. He kept making swooping passes around the square. And it was hard to hide. Toadman Volkswagen-sized toads? Kinda hard to explain. From the other side of the park, I could see Lohengrin's armor shining in the sun. I went back to Fortune and Sprout. "Did you see anything?" Fortune asked. I shook my head. "Not yet. I can't believe he's delaying this." Fortune shrugged and kept looking around. "My mother says he was bad news back in the day. He's clever and more than a little nuts." Sweat began beading on my forehead and upper lip. It was muggy as hell, but I was also feeling nervous. I'd gone up against Golden Boy and gotten my ass handed to me. This Weathers guy was known to be unpredictable, and there was no telling what we might get. Those old aces were scary. There was the whooping sound of a helicopter. I looked up. We'd talked to the local flight authorities, and they'd agreed to suspend all traffic over the quarter for the afternoon.
A black helicopter appeared over St. Louis Cathedral, heading right toward us. "What the hell?" Fortune said. "That can't be Weathers." Then, over the sound of the blades, we heard, "This is William Ray, head of the Special Committee for Ace Resources and Endeavors. We have warrants from the United States government for the arrest of all committee members. Surrender peacefully, or we will use deadly force." Then the side door of the helicopter opened, and I saw one ace fly out, swooping around the square. Ropes dropped, and more scare agents slid down, landing about 15 feet from us. I recognized Lady Black, Moon, and the Midnight Angel from Cross Plains. I figured the rest were aces too. No one else could handle us. The helicopter flew off. Billy Ray emerged from the midst of the aces wearing his usual pristine jumpsuit. He strode up to us, followed by the Midnight Angel. I knew they were married now. Ink had said so in one of her emails. Sprout gave a frightened cry and ran behind me. I understood why. Billy Ray's face was a mass of scars. Thick pink tissue crisscrossed the suntanned planes of his face. His eyes were cold. But I wasn't worried. He was strong, but brute force didn't frighten me in the least. And I had the psychological advantage. I'd taken him once already. I saw the rest of the scare agents fanning out across the park. Crap, this was not good. These scare jerks could hose our trade with Weathers. "John Fortune, Michelle Pond," Billy Ray said. "I am placing you under arrest." Sprout had wrapped her arms around me and buried her face in my back. "Are you insane?" Fortune asked. "Billy Ray, you have no jurisdiction over us. We're part of the UN, and there was a no-fly order for this section." "I'm an agent of the United States government," Billy Ray said, coming closer to Fortune. He leaned in until his spittle was hitting Fortune's face. "You're on U.S. soil. You're U.S. citizens. Do I really need to draw you a map here?" John's forehead began to glow. Sekhmet was getting pissed. "Look around, Billy Ray," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking with anger. This asshat had almost gotten Drake and Niobe killed, not to mention that his Lady Black bitch had put a mad hurt on me. "You've got about a dozen aces. Not only do we have as many, but we've got a little extra something. I pointed, and Billy Ray turned around and saw what we'd been holding back for Weathers. An army of zombies had suddenly surrounded Jackson Square. A lot of them had been floaters, which gave them a really horrible appearance. They stood there, silent, impervious, devoid of humanity. I looked around, checking on our people.
Earth Witch was flexing her hands, glancing around, looking for lines of sight. Cameo began to spin slowly, building up layers of dust. I saw a swarm of insects hovering near one of the scare aces, so I knew Bugsy was good to go. Lohengrin was doing a propeller-fast pattern with his sword. The sunlight was glinting off his brilliant armor. Something small and lethally fast pinged into the dirt between me and Fortune and Billy Ray and the Midnight Angel. Curveball was making her presence known. Noelle was somewhere close by, and I was hoping that Billy Ray would get the idea that this was a fight he didn't want. Weathers was due at any moment, and the last thing we needed was a full-on brawl in progress when he showed up. Fortune began to glow even brighter. Crap, I did not want Sekhmet appearing right now. "Daddy!" Sprout cried. She let go of my waist and ran in front of me, flinging her arms into the air and dancing around with her head tilted back. We all looked up. Coming down out of the sky at an incredible rate was a bright yellow streak. Then the streak landed, and a bare-chested man dressed in low-slung, faded bell-bottom jeans appeared. He had sun-streaked hair that fell halfway down his back and a peace medallion around his neck. He was holding Drake tucked under one muscular arm. Fortune grabbed Sprout and pushed her toward me. I folded her into my arms in a hug. "I want Daddy," she said, pouting at me. "I know, sweetie, but remember what we talked about." It was getting hard to look at Fortune now. An aura surrounded him, bright gold. "Let the boy go, Weathers," Fortune said. "Oh, the man wants me to let the boy go," Weathers said in a nasty voice. He flexed his biceps, squeezing Drake.
But Drake didn't start crying. I wanted to bubble the hell out of Weathers. The man's got to control all the power in the world, Weathers said. It was freaky how persuasive he suddenly sounded to me. Can't let anyone else use any power. Let the boy go, Fortune said again. Sprout wants her daddy. Weathers glanced at me and Sprout. His face softened, and you could see that he loved her. He dropped Drake, who landed hard on his hands and knees. Drake, I said in as calm a voice as I could, come to me. Let Sprout go, Weathers said. Not until Drake is over here. I stared right into Weathers' face. I knew he had a lot of power, but I also knew I wasn't going to let him intimidate me. Drake scrambled to his feet and ran to me. As soon as he touched my hand, I let Sprout go. She ran to Weathers and they embraced. Their golden heads bent together. Family reunion. After Weathers checked Sprout and saw she was okay, he looked back at the rest of us. The expression on his face was pure, mad hatred. Don't try anything, Fortune said. There are dozens of aces here. You can't take us all down. I glanced around. The scare aces had obviously decided that Weathers was a bigger threat than we were. They had turned their attention from us to him and were slowly circling. To hell with you and the committee, Fortune, Weathers said. And those nimrods from Scare. What I want now is Bahir. I frown on people who kidnap my child, Fortune laughed. You're not getting Bahir, he said. You've got Sprout. We've got Drake. End of conversation. A cruel smile formed on Weathers' face. Bad as his angry face was, this one was worse. There was a horrible feeling in my gut. Worse than when those helicopters had gone down in Egypt and all those people had died. Weathers gave a yank at the medallion around his neck. The leather cord broke, leaving a thin line of blood on his neck. He began to swing the medallion around. It reminded me of Lohengrin patterning his sword. It spun faster and faster, glinting in the sun. My hands started shaking. Drake had hold of one of them, and he squeezed it. You were always a clever boy, Fortune, Weathers said. The medallion whirred. I could have used you in the movement, but you had to go and work for the government. He moved backward, taking Sprout with him. Oh, wait, you work for all the governments? That makes you the worst traitor of all. He kissed Sprout on the forehead and opened his free arm wide. Hop up, baby. Sprout wrapped her arms and legs around him as if she really were a 4-year-old, and he began to slowly rise into the air. I can't kill you all, he said, looking around the park. But he can. The medallion flew from his hand and hit Drake in the chest. Drake stood there, frozen for a moment. Then he staggered back, pushing me into the statue of Andrew Jackson, and we both fell against the statue. Weathers shot into the sky and disappeared. Drake! I cried. Oh my God, Drake! I slid out from behind him, then looked down and saw that the medallion was buried in his chest. Drake reached a shaking hand up and touched the blood, then pulled the medallion out of his chest. He held it up in front of his face as if he couldn't decide what it was. His eyes began to glow. A cold knife went into my heart. I looked up and saw Cameo, Hoodoo Mama, and Earth Witch running toward us. Stop! I shouted, as if that would save them. God help us, I heard a velvety voice say. I looked up and saw the Midnight Angel hovering above us. Get out of here! Get everyone out! Michelle! Screamed Cameo. Go! Everyone go! I turned to Fortune, but at that moment he started screaming. His golden glow had intensified. Squinting, I saw his hand go up to his face. No, he said as his body twitched and spasmed. No, no, no! His head jerked around like a hooked fish. The scarab that was always outlined against his forehead was moving, getting bigger, expanding, until his flesh burst apart. Fortune shrieked, and blood covered his face and ran down his chest. Sekhmet! The golden radiance abandoned Fortune, and he collapsed to the ground. Sekhmet scurried toward Drake, and I was too shocked to stop her from crawling up his leg and then into the hole in his chest. Sekhmet and Fortune had struggled for control between them for as long as I knew. But maybe she could control Drake. Maybe she could stop him. Drake began to kick, and his back bowed. He began to babble in a language I'd never heard before. But the light wasn't just coming out of his eyes anymore. It filled his mouth, beamed out from his ears. The hole in Drake's chest began to sizzle and smell like frying bacon as the white-hot light poured from his wound. "No! No!" he yelled in a strange voice. "By the light of all the gods, I cannot stop him." "Drake," I said, shaking him. "Drake, Sekhmet, look at me." He looked at me, and I was afraid. "Let it go," I said, "but let it come to me." I guess there's always a moment when we have to make a choice. And sometimes there's just no choice to be made. You do what you can, and you hope it's enough. I pulled Drake into my arms and held him as tight as I could. I hoped that Ink would find someone who would love her better. And I hoped that Niobe would be happy, even if it was with Noelle. I hoped like hell that the whole damn city wouldn't be ruined. I hoped that I would be enough. He exploded. I felt my body instantly expand to its maximum size. The power raged into me like molten lead. It burned and sang and made me want to bubble forever. The concrete cracked under us as I became heavier and heavier. The power went on and on, building inside me, but I couldn't let it escape. I dropped to my knees, with Drake collapsing in my arms. And still the power came into me. It was like being bathed in a never-ending fire. I couldn't have stopped it even if I'd wanted to. And I didn't want to. This was what it felt like to touch God. I opened my eyes to the sky, and I looked directly into the sun overhead. And it didn't blind me. Just Cause, Part 4, Carrie Vaughn. Limbo. Kate sat curled up in a chair by John's hospital bed. She'd come here to explain to him in person. She hadn't known he would be in the hospital. The timing of all this was shitty. He'd have a scar, the doctor said.
They'd stitched the wound as well as they could, but Sekhmet had done a lot of damage when she tore out of his head. He was lucky he hadn't bled to death. Sekhmet had done a lot of damage to him, period. His forehead was bandaged, so she couldn't see the wound, probably for the best. John seemed to be sleeping soundly for the first time since she'd started sleeping with him. His expression was slack, rather than tense with unconscious anxiety. She thought she might try to find some soda or coffee or something. Straightening, she winced. Her arm was still sore. She'd stopped taking the pain pills. They made her fuzzy. She wanted to stay sharp for just a little while longer. Then she could collapse into a sobbing puddle of tears when no one was looking. As she stood, John opened his eyes. "Hey," she said, moving to his side. He gave a tired smile. He might not be able to do much more than that for now. Maybe they ought to enjoy this time, this moment in limbo, before they had to make any decisions. "You're here," he even managed to surprise. "I thought you were pissed off at me." "I am," she said. "I was. We can talk about that later." He shook his head, annoyed, and tried to sit up. Winced, slumped back, and picked at the IV line, which had become tangled with his hand. She helped straighten it. "This changes everything. It's all different now," he said. "What are you talking about?" His weak smile turned bitter. "I'm right back where I started. No powers, nothing. I'll be resigning from the committee. Then, I don't know. If ever there was a moment she wanted to throw something at him, this was it. Is that what this is about? You feeling sorry for yourself because you don't have a beetle woman living in your head anymore?" He frowned. "She wasn't that bad. Not that bad. She left me," he said. "She chose me, and then she left me. And it's like I'm empty. I feel empty." Kate felt the expression of horror on her face, and she couldn't erase it. John actually sounded sad that he had his own life back. And for the first time, Kate realized that with their telepathic and emotional link, he'd been closer to Isra than he'd ever be to her. Kate closed her eyes and took a breath. Probably shouldn't be yelling in a hospital room, but she wanted to. "John, it's so nice to be talking to just you for a change, even if I'm just a gnat. I liked you before Sekhmet ever came along. It has nothing to do with anybody's powers. You liked Drummer Boy too. Wait a minute. Do you think I only hooked up with you because you suddenly got powers? It couldn't possibly be because you were the nicest guy on the set, because I had such a good time just hanging out with you. Not to mention, John hadn't fucked almost every other girl on the set like DB had. Those days on American Hero seemed like such a long time ago now. You were the only one who saw me, not Curveball the Ace or the hot chick. He still wouldn't look at her. You said you were coming here to talk to me. He had to know what she wanted to talk to him about. Couldn't put it off any longer. I can't do this anymore. It's changed from when we started. I feel like someone else's tool, and I don't like it. So I'm going to take some time off. Leaving? With DB? He said, like a dog worrying a bone. Just leaving, she said. He smirked, like he didn't believe her. With sudden clarity, she realized the committee wasn't the only thing she couldn't stay with anymore. She had thought hopes she could leave one and not the other, but maybe that was wishful thinking. She didn't want to have to say this to him, not like this, but pity was a trap she didn't want to fall into. Feeling sorry for him would make them both unhappy. More unhappy, rather. You don't trust me, do you? And he didn't say anything. She wanted him to deny it, to grip her hand, however weakly, and reassure her, plead with her. But he didn't say anything. You're always going to be worried that I'm going to leave you for him, or the next flashy ace that comes along. DB was right. Maybe I was trying to keep you two apart, because I was right too, that if you two were together, you'd end up with him. Enough of this. Enough of being batted back and forth between them like a tennis ball. They all needed a timeout. I don't think you even see me anymore, she said. I think I'm just this thing to you, Kate. So I'm going to take some time off. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, John. She kissed him, lingered, met his gaze for a moment, and didn't like the misery she saw there. But staying wouldn't change it. They'd hash this argument out again and again, and sooner or later, she'd walk out just the same. She left the room. Her steps came faster as she traveled down the hallway, looking for the front door. When she reached it, she left the hospital at a run and kept going. Double helix. My heart waketh. Melinda M. Snodgrass. The wind is merely swirling now, the rain pattering on the leaves of the bushes and bouncing on the cobblestones. Drake's eyes are half closed, and he's nodding. A golden glow surrounds his body, extending for about a foot. Fortune never looked this peaceful when Sekhmet lived inside him. I wonder what she's saying to the boy. Drake's a frighteningly powerful ace now, Ra the way Ra was meant to be. He's going to have to be trained and taught until he's of an age to actually use these powers. I hope Sekhmet guides him well. Across the square, Hoodoo Mama, assisted by the dead, works with Anna to construct a tent to cover Bubbles. The flagstones have cracked and sunk into the wet Louisiana soil because of the weight of her body. I find the mound of flesh disturbing and disgusting, and yet I owe my life to that quaking mass. I can't tell if she's trying to move, or it's just the skin reacting to the strike of the raindrops. Billy Ray is standing with his hands clenched at his sides, jaw working. The Midnight Angel is at his side. She looks quite amazing in her rain-drenched leathers. We're all sopping wet from the hurricane. Ray is staring daggers at Bubbles, while the angel whispers frantically in his ear. I saunter over, just as Ray gives an emphatic shake of the head and starts walking towards Bubbles. Lohengrin has been standing near the women working around Bubbles with his sword drawn. He moves to intercept Ray. I fall into step with the head of Scare. Little hard to arrest that, I offer. I'm not sure there's a crane that could lift her. I should arrest you all, every goddamn one of you. His misshapen face turns towards me. Oh, not you, of course. Bitterness laces the words. You'll waive your British passport and your diplomatic immunity and go waltzing out of here. But I know you're involved in all this somehow. I just can't prove it. You will not touch Bubbles, Lohengrin says. His voice is a Germanic rumble. She saved all our lives, yours too. You should be grateful. She is a great heroine. It's absolutely true, and I still want to belt him. He's such a naive, sanctimonious prig. Ray's chest puffs out. Lohengrin makes himself even taller. The smell of bravado and testosterone fills the air. I step in before there's a macho off. If you're smart, you won't arrest any of them. The press has been showing round-the-clock pictures of the committee saving a historic American city. You'll look bad. And it won't be general knowledge, but we all know that 1 million people could have died today. I nod towards Bubbles. Lohengrin is always a little too operatic, and this is totally a cliché, but she did save the day at great cost to herself. You should report to the AG. Let her make the call, says the angel, with a fine sense of when to pass the buck upstairs. Ray nods, and they walk away together. His arm goes around the angel's waist. I suddenly miss Niobe horribly. I need to get home and tell her about Drake, that he's safe. Bugsy joins Lohengrin and me. He's wearing pants, his shirt is unbuttoned, and he's carrying his shoes. Hey, we did it. Yes, we won. This time. That implies there'll be a next time. Bet on it.
Weathers is a man who holds a grudge. Bugsy looks alarmed. Who do I talk to about this? John's in the hospital. We've got nobody in charge. You better figure out who that person should be, I say. Looking like a dejected basset hound, Bugsy starts buttoning his shirt. Are you going to stay and help us? Lohengrin asks. It's an interesting question. I've spent a year trying to blunt their effectiveness, but what ultimately blew them apart wasn't my petty manipulations, but fundamental questions of fairness and governance. I have quite comprehensively burned the bridge to the Silver Helix. Siraj wants to kill me. Weathers wants to kill me. I'm going to need the committee to handle Weathers, which means I have to patch them back together and expand their abilities. I glance over at the tent which now covers Bubbles' inert body. Hoodoo Mama kneels at Bubbles' head, gently stroking her hair. Yes, I believe I shall. Wunderbar! We should start talking to the others right now. Actually, I've got someplace better to be. I'm going home. I make the transition to Lilith. Lohengrin looks like he swallowed all the mud, detritus, and insects in Jackson Square. It would probably have been kinder to make the change in private, but why cut the puppy's tail or dick off by inches? Oh, dude, you've been sleeping with her. Except she's not a her, she's a him. Actually, she's 2 hims. That's kinda gay, Bugsy says. Lohengrin's face is suffused with blood. He looks like he's about to cry. You betrayed me. Welcome to romance, I say, and make the jump between. Come away. There's a knock on the door. Niobe breaks off reading and rears up out of the crook of my arm. Alarm tightens the soft line of her jaw. The single reading lamp next to the chair forms a pool of light on the worn carpet. My shadow flits across the wall, dancing to the rhythm of the crackling flames. I draw the Glock and let it rest against my leg. It's flint. The rain is hissing on the pavement and running in rivulets down the crags of his stone face. I need you back. I shake my head. What happened to you? It's interesting how the death of one good man can put everything in perspective, I say. His disgust is evident as he says, So this is about losing Daddy? No, actually, it's about not wanting to be part of an organization that would make a 12-year-old into a mass murderer. It was the cleanest solution. Not for Drake. What do you want? To be left in peace. Oh, and your resignation? The fire in his eyes seems to burn brighter. I have every action I've ever taken on behalf of the Silver Helix and Britain detailed. It will be released to the papers and to a particular blogger if anything happens to me or mine. All right. My surprise at the capitulation must have shown. You can try to deny what you are, but nothing has changed, Noel. At heart, you are still a killer, Noel. Oddly, the attempt to play head games doesn't faze me. I chuckle and begin to close the door. Good night, Captain. Stay dry. I return to Niobe and snuggle in close against her. Now, where were we? She picks up the book and resumes reading. For lo, the winter is past, and the rain is over and gone.
The writers and creators of the Wildcard Consortium, George R.R. Martin. Lohengrin, Hoodoo Mama, Holy Roller, Melinda M. Snodgrass. Double Helix, Lilith, Bahir. John Joss Miller. Carnifex, The Midnight Angel, Simoon. Victor Milan. The Radical, Our Lady of Pain. Stephen Lee. Puppet Man, The Nur-Ulala, The Oddity. S. L. Farrell. Drummer Boy, Gardner, Walton Bud Simons. Little Fat Boy, Demise, Mr. Nobody. Caroline Spector. The Amazing Bubbles, Inc., Tiffany. Ian Tregillis. Genetics, Rust Belt, Sharky. Carrie Vaughn. Curveball, Earthwitch, Tinker, Louis Shiner. Fortunato, The Astronomer, Veronica. Walter John Williams. The Racist, Moon, Justice, Roger Zelazny. The Sleeper, Leanne C. Harper. Vagabond, The Hero Twins, Edward Bryant. Sewer Jack, Wiongare, Chris Claremont. Molly Bolt, The Jumpers, Cody, Havero. Michael Cassutt. Stuntman, Cash Mitchell. Kevin Andrew Murphy. Cameo, Will-O-Wisp, Pat Cadigan. Waterlily, Gail Gerstner-Miller. John Fortune, The Living Gods, Peregrine. William F. Wu. Lazy Dragon, Chop Chop, Jade Blossom. Laura J. Mixon. The Candle, Lamia. Clara Van Rensselaer. Sagewalker, Diver, Zoe Harris. Arthur Byron Cover. Quahiman, Leo Baronet. Steve Perrin. Bravehawk, Digger Downs. Mistral, Royce Weidman. Toadman, The Llama. Crypt Kicker, Bob Wayne. The Card Sharks, Howard Waldrop. Jet Boy, Daniel Abraham. Jonathan Hive, Spasm, Father Henry. Obs Paris, McParis. Elephant Girl, Christopher Rowe. Hard Hat, Just Cause. Part 1, Ecuador. The hillside had melted, engulfing the street. Mud was moving, swallowing structures. The rain poured, and the slough of mud had turned into a soupy flood, drawn down by its own weight. There had been a town here. The edges of tin roofs emerged from mounds of gray earth. Mangled fences stuck up at angles. Cars tipped on their sides were mostly buried. And the rain still fell. Before the Jeep even stopped, Anna jumped out into the thick of it. "Anna," Kate called. "Curveball, we got other problems," Tinker said. He gestured to a crowd shoving its way along the road. Some of the people saw Anna and called out to her, La bruja de la tierra, Earth Witch." They recognized her and knew she'd come to help. The refugees needed to get to higher ground, up the next hill, to escape the flood. Anna could handle the mud. Kate and Tinker needed to get those people to safety. Not every rescue depends on ace powers, she'd learned over the last year. Sometimes you just needed to offer a hand, provide a working vehicle for people who couldn't make the hike. Kate's jacket wasn't doing anything to keep her dry, but she wore it for warmth. This was supposed to be the tropics, but they were in the mountains, and it was cold. Didn't seem fair. Water dripped in streams off the brim of her baseball cap, a blue one with the UN logo John had given her. The poor thing was starting to look ragged, like it had been through a war zone or three, which it had. She helped Tinker with the evacuation, but she always kept an eye on Anna. Now Anna knelt on the muddy slough covering one of the houses. She looked feral, kneeling in mud that had splashed her legs, shorts, and t-shirt. Her black hair was coming loose from its braid and sticking to her round face. Hands on the mud, she glared at it with a knotted expression, setting her will. She called to someone in Spanish, and someone shouted back. People were digging, scooping, and flinging away buckets of dirt in the search for survivors. A sound rumbled, like distant ocean waves. A couple of the guys on the roof cried out and jumped to the road. The dirt under them started moving, particles slipping, falling in waves, dirt pouring out of windows, slumping away from the house. In moments, Anna knelt on a sheet of mud-streaked corrugated tin. Bodies broke free. A woman and a child rode the swell of earth that came out the windows. They were limped, their limbs pushed to odd angles by the dirt's movement, their clothing tangled around their bodies. Another child remained hung up on the windowsill. Shouting erupted, and people surged toward the victims. Kate fought her way to the woman. She was still warm, still had color, still had a pulse. Her hair and skin were caked with mud. Kate cleaned the mud out of her mouth. "Please, let us have gotten here in time." The woman choked, sputtering back to life. Other rescuers revived the children. People wearing Red Cross jackets appeared. The convoy must have caught up with them. Kate, Anna, and Tinker had pushed ahead, in the hopes that Anna's power could save lives. Anna didn't stop after freeing the house. She scrambled off the roof and set her hands on the road, which cleared before her. Buildings emerged, and still the wall retreated, groaning. Anna crept forward, always keeping one hand on the ground, and pushed the earth back.
Rescuers searched the other houses and found more victims who'd been swallowed up and now spit back out. Not all of them lived, but many did. When Anna reached the end of the street, a wall rose at the edge of the town, a barren mound of churned-up mud, a tumor against the backdrop of the green jungle. The wall of mud served as a dike, diverting the flood of water around the village, buying them time. Kate approached her, hesitating, not wanting to break her concentration. Anna, head bowed, was breathing hard, her back heaving. "Anna?" Kate touched her shoulder. Anna said something in Spanish. Then her eyes focused, and she smiled. "Wasn't that something? Will it hold?" She shook her head. "Not with this rain. They're still going to have to evacuate. What about you? You holding up?" "Same as always." She took a deep breath and briefly touched the quarter-sized medallion she wore. Kate offered her a hand up and was startled at how heavily Anna leaned on her. She held her side, at the place where a bullet had struck her a year before. The wound still hurt her sometimes. "I'm going to go help clear the rest of those houses." Kate knew better than to try to argue, however hurt or tired Anna seemed. She went back to Tinker and the Jeep. The Red Cross had set up a tent and was distributing blankets and coffee. Hypothermia was an issue in the rain and cold. Tinker, Hal Anderson, a burly Australian ace with a beach bum tan and weightlifter muscles, had let the Jeep stall out, which meant he was now burrowed under the open hood, doing who knew what to the engine. He'd rigged the thing to run on tap water, great publicity, not using any of the local fuel supplies during a global oil crisis. If he could mass-produce his modification, he'd be rich. But the device needed adjusting every time the engine shut off. They'd been at this for 3 days, driving from village to village, staving off mudslides and evacuating towns. They needed a chance to catch their breaths. That was all she wanted. Someone screamed and cried out a panicked stream of Spanish. A river was pouring off the mountain. Water lapped the top of the wall Anna had made to hold back the flood. The edges crumbled. Suddenly, the whole thing disintegrated. It was just gone, turned to soup by the rain, and the flood roared through the village. Anna was in the middle of it. Holding a little girl's hand, she knelt in the street, hand on the ground, looking up at the wave pouring toward her. This wasn't the slow, creeping wall that Anna had pushed back earlier. This was a mass of water so powerful it had picked up tons of debris, rocks, trees, a mountain's worth of topsoil, and carried it barreling down. Too fast for Earthwitch to hold it back. More water than mud. She couldn't control it. Anna! Horrified, helpless, Kate watched. Anna reacted instinctively. She held the child close to her body and hunkered over, protecting her. Then, both of them disappeared in the torrent. Kate started to run to her, but Tinker held her back, hugging her to him. "I can break them out. I can blow through the mud." "No, you can't." She struggled anyway, trying to break free, but he held her trapped. Then someone yelled, "Mina, look!" The river of mud flowed in a steady stream, but something in the middle of it moved, turning like a whirlpool. Then a shape broke the surface. A platform of stone rose, carrying 2 figures clear of the flow, which frothed around the interruption. The tower of bedrock stopped some 6 feet above the surface. It was only a few feet in diameter, but it was enough. Anna crouched there, the child safe in her arms. Both were drenched in dripping mud.
Even from where she stood, Kate could see Anna gasping for breath. "Christ," Tinker breathed. Kate cheered, laughing with relief. The little girl shifted in Anna's arms and clung to the woman. Anna cleared the mud from both their faces. She looked up, raised her hand. Kate waved enthusiastically. Anna touched the ground, and a faint rumble sounded, even over the sound of the flood. More ground broke free, a line forming a narrow bridge from the platform to the hillside. Soon, Anna was able to walk to safety, carrying the girl. One of the refugees, a young woman, broke from the crowd and cried out. The girl in Anna's arms struggled, "Mama!" Anna let her go, and she ran to the woman, who swept her up, sobbing. Holding her child, she went to Anna, touching her reverently, crying, "Gracias!" The ace bore it with a smile. Kate ran to meet her and pulled her into a hug, mud and all. Like she would notice a little mud after this week. "Are you okay? Come on, you have to get warmed up. Get something hot to drink." Smiling vaguely, Anna hugged her back. "I'm okay. It's nice to be saving people for a change." And it was. The next morning, back in their hotel room at Quito, Anna was asleep. She'd been asleep for 10 hours. She didn't even look relaxed, curled up in a ball, hugging the blankets tightly over her shoulders, like she was trying to protect herself from something. They all needed a break. They'd been running all over the world for a year now. Anna, Michelle, Lilith, and a couple of others had been asked to use their powers almost non-stop. What did that do to a person? Kate pulled a chair close to the window, took out her cell phone, dialed. John answered on the first ring. "Hey, Kate, you okay?" "Hi, John," she said, smiling. That was always his first question. "You're okay, you're not hurt, you're coming home." "I'm fine, we're all fine. We saved a lot of people." "I know, the networks have been carrying the story. What a mess." "Yeah, half an hour in the shower, and I still haven't gotten all the mud off. Maybe I can help you with that when you get back?" She could hear the suggestive grin in his voice, and blushed gleefully. "Speaking of which, aren't you supposed to be on a plane back?" She sighed. I made an executive decision to stay an extra day and give Anna a chance to sleep. She's really wiped out, John. I've never seen her this bad, not since Egypt." "Egypt? When she was shot in the gut, after she'd cracked open the earth wide enough to swallow an army. Is she going to be okay?" "I think so, eventually. But she could use a break. We need her too much to let her burn herself out." "I know. She's not the only one." He sounded as tired as she felt. "Promise me you'll give her a break after this. She hasn't seen her family in months. I think a trip home would do her good. You've brought in half a dozen new aces, more people from American heroes. Surely you won't need her for a few weeks." "Okay, yeah, that should work." Then he sighed, reminding Kate that Anna wasn't the only one who was wiped out. "I'll figure this out." There he went, taking it all on himself again. I, not we. This was the committee, not a dictatorship. But Secretary General J. Werdine had named him the chairman, and John took that position seriously. She was too tired to argue about it right now. Then John said, "How about I send Lilith to come get you?" Ah yes, Lilith, who could wave her magic cloak and whisk them around the world in a heartbeat. But only at night, which was somehow appropriate, considering what Lilith's other favorite activity. She'd turn the committee into a soap opera all by herself. "It's daylight here, John." "Oh, right, maybe later then. Or not. We'll be home tomorrow anyway." "Fine, okay. But there's something else I wanted to talk about." "Oh, I was watching news footage. You weren't wearing your vest." She wrinkled her face, confused for a moment, then remembered. The Kevlar vest that had spent the trip stuffed in her duffel bag. "That's because no one was shooting at us," she answered. "There weren't even any soldiers. It was the Red Cross and us. They don't have to be soldiers to have guns, and you never know when someone might take a shot at you." "It wasn't a Kevlar situation," he said. "Is it really that big a deal to wear the vest?" "It is when you're in a humid, tropical country and need to move fast. The thing makes it harder to throw."
And you couldn't throw if anything happened to you. And a Kevlar vest is not going to save me from drowning in mud, or from getting hit by some lunatic Jeep driver. Now you're making shit up just to argue with me.
Funny how he got all worked up over her not wearing Kevlar, but didn't seem to notice that Anna had been in shorts and a t-shirt. This wasn't supposed to be about her, it was supposed to be about the team. She opened her mouth, ready to snap back at him, her pleasant flush at hearing his voice turning to frustration. These were stupid arguments, which didn't stop them from happening. Sitting back, she made herself relax and said, "This is when I'd kiss you to break your concentration." Saying so had about the same effect. She could imagine the nonplussed look on his face. Then he laughed, and the knot in her gut faded. "I worry about you. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you." This, too, was an old conversation. She should have been pleased at how much he wanted to protect her, and she was, but it also felt like being put in a box. "I'm sorry you were worried," she said, "but the only way you can really keep me safe is to not send me out here at all, and that would just piss me off. I know, and you can get killed crossing the street at home. Doesn't mean I'm gonna stop worrying." She smiled. "I love you too, John. I miss you. I miss you too. Get some sleep, okay?" "Yes, sir." New York City. Kate and Anna shared an apartment on the Lower East Side. They went home from the airport, and Anna crawled into bed for another round of sleep. Kate checked in on her, then went to see John. While she and Anna had gone for austere college chic in a close-quarters studio, John lived in his mother's penthouse overlooking Central Park. Peregrine was in Los Angeles for the second season of American Hero and had given her son the run of the place. Kate felt the disconnect every time she went there. She'd grown up with Peregrine on TV and all over the covers of magazines. She was an icon, probably the most visible and famous wildcarder ever, with her stunning presence and spectacular wings. And here was Kate, dating her son. The penthouse was beyond posh. It wasn't opulent or over the top, that was just it. Everything was tasteful and perfect, from the clean lines of the gray leather sofa set and glass coffee table, to the giant arrangement of hyacinths on the 12-seater dining room table. Real flowers, not silk, changed every week by the housekeeper. Last week had been orchids. John grew up with this. He walked in here, and it was home. Kate still felt like she'd landed in a photo spread in Vogue. She was getting used to it. It was definitely easy to get used to. But sometimes she wondered if she'd fallen down a rabbit hole. She set her bag by the wall of the living room and took a deep breath, happy to be anywhere that didn't smell like a third-world country. "Hello," she called. Her voice echoed. "Hey." John appeared from the kitchen, a bottle of wine in one hand and a corkscrew in the other. She was on him in a heartbeat, arms over his shoulders, pulling herself into a kiss. Awkwardly, hands full, he hugged her back. Their kiss was warm and long. "Hi," she said when they managed to separate. "Hey," he said, his smile bright. "Let me put this down so we can do this right." John set the bottle on the coffee table, where 2 glasses were waiting. Kate pulled him down to the sofa next to her. The light from the other room glinted off the lump in his forehead. Sekhmet, a scarab-like joker living in John's head. She gave him his power. He wasn't an ace on his own, not anymore. But Kate didn't like to think about it, that she and John were never really alone. Right now, moments like these, John was all hers. "Are you sure you're okay?" John said. "You still look beat. I'm just starting to wake up." She pulled her leg across his lap, half straddling him, and kissed him again. She rested her hand on his cheek, ran it across his curly hair. His lips moved with hers, while his hands crept under her shirt, pressing against her back. She drew on his warmth, and the tension faded. They sighed together. "Welcome home," he said. "Thanks. It's really, really good to be here." She could curl up in his arms and never leave. "Yeah, I worry less when you're with me." He ducked his gaze, hiding a smile. "If it weren't for you, I don't think I'd have lasted this long." So serious. Of course he was. This wasn't a game. The pundits sometimes joked, "What, you kids think you can save the world?" But they could. They did. Little parts of it at a time. Not wanting the anxiety to creep back, she joked, "And if it weren't for you, I'd have $1 million and be the designated ace guardian of San Jose." He laughed, and she laughed with him, their heads bowed together. He said, "You really want to be the designated ace guardian of San Jose? Showing up for your guest appearance on Dancing with the Stars? Oh my God, no. Poor stuntman. No wonder he went to work for the government." John's eyes held uncertainty again, still worrying. "John, I wouldn't change anything. I don't want to be anywhere but right here." Their next kiss was slow, studious almost, like neither one of them wanted to miss a single sensation. He worked her shirt off, and she helped, raising her arms, leaning into his touch as his hand slid up her back. He drew on his warmth, and the tension faded. They sighed together. "Welcome home," he said. "Thanks. It's really, really good to be here." She could curl up in his arms and never leave. "Yeah, I worry less when you're with me." He ducked his gaze, hiding a smile. "If it weren't for you, I don't think I'd have lasted this long." So serious. Of course he was. This wasn't a game. The pundits sometimes joked, "What, you kids think you can save the world?" But they could. They did. Little parts of it at a time. Not wanting the anxiety to creep back, she joked, "And if it weren't for you, I'd have $1 million and be the designated ace guardian of San Jose." He laughed, and she laughed with him, their heads bowed together. He said, "You really want to be the designated ace guardian of San Jose? Showing up for your guest appearance on Dancing with the Stars? Oh my God, no. Poor stuntman. No wonder he went to work for the government." John's eyes held uncertainty again, still worrying. "John, I wouldn't change anything. I don't want to be anywhere but right here." Their next kiss was slow, studious almost, like neither one of them wanted to miss a single sensation. He worked her shirt off, and she helped, raising her arms, leaning into his touch as his hand slid up her back. He dropped her shirt on the floor, then tipped her back onto the sofa, and it was some time before they actually made it to bed. Kate heard a voice. She thought she was dreaming, some kind of weird, lucid dream, because her eyes were closed, but she felt awake. Familiarity intruded. John's voice, muttering. But it wasn't John. He wasn't speaking English. She opened her eyes. He was looking at her, but it wasn't him. Part of him belonged to Sekhmet, and sometimes she took over. The look in his eyes became older, harder, more experienced. That other gaze was looking at her now, with an expression that was both sad and annoyed. The situation was complicated. Isra, the Joker, had been waiting for a great ace with whom she could join her powers and become Sekhmet, the handmaiden of Ra. But John didn't become Ra. He'd been cured of the wildcard virus. Isra might call herself Sekhmet, but she never got the power she'd longed for. There was no Ra now. Her frustration with John, and with those around him, was plain, whenever she came to the fore. The voice whispered in Egyptian. Kate wished she knew what she was saying. She was afraid the Joker was saying, "This won't last." Self-consciously, Kate pulled up the sheet to cover her chest. "I wish you'd leave us alone," she whispered. Isra heard her. "You're children, just children. You don't understand." Kate frowned. "That's not fair. After what we've been through, after what you've put John through, it wasn't supposed to be like this. He's such a boy." "No, you ask too much of him." But how could she argue with something that was so much a part of him? "You are just a child." Angry, Kate started to sit up, ready to yell another retort. But John closed his eyes, sighed, and seemed to sleep again. She touched John's arm. "John? John, wake up." She kissed his bare shoulder, then again, until he stirred. What's wrong? Is it the phone?" He thought Jaywardine was calling with a new disaster. He started to sit up, but she held him back. It was John this time, looking out of his own eyes. "Nothing's wrong. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have woken you up." Only half awake, he stroked her cheek absently. "You okay?" She thought about telling him he'd been talking in his sleep, or that Sekhmet had been talking in his sleep. She'd told him on other nights when it had happened. This time, she didn't. "I had a nightmare or something. It's nothing." Then John's phone did ring. They both lurched at the noise. Reflexively, he grabbed it and listened. His frown deepened. Jaywardine. Had to be. "Got it. Okay. We'll send someone down," he said, then hung up.
"What is it?" she asked. "There's been an explosion in West Texas."
Feds are saying a grain elevator went up, but that's not what the people on the ground are saying. What are they saying? Terrorists? Sabotaging the oil? Oh my God. And we're going? She pushed the covers back. But John shook his head. Lilith and Bugsy can go. They can check things out and report back before we've even gotten to the airport. But I want to go. They'll need people. There's gotta be some kind of rescue operation. We don't know the story yet, so you're not going. John, I want to go. If you're trying to keep me safe. He smirked at her. Are you ever going to stop arguing with me? You ought to be used to it by now. She tried on a smile, hoped he knew she was teasing. He ignored the phone for the moment, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her, which was just what she needed. She leaned into him and kissed back, and for a moment, everything was just fine. Double Helix, an abomination of desolation. Melinda M. Snodgrass. I thought we were going to Texas, Bugsy says, seconds after we arrive in the bar on the 28th floor of the Beekman Tower Hotel. We're still in our party clothes. The blogger surprised me by actually knowing how to dress. Unfortunately, the piping on his tuxedo shirt draws attention to his burgeoning paunch. Through the wide window, I can see tendrils of fog swirling around the Brooklyn Bridge. The long gray streamers are like fingers plucking at the guy wires, and for an instant, I consider what that music would sound like. We are, and while John might prefer for us to gallop off like white knights, I prefer that we go smart. We need information about this explosion. It was big, and we sure as shit know it wasn't a grain elevator. He rubs at his scalp and gives me his signature sneer. Yes. And I don't think you'd look good bald, toothless, and bleeding from your eyes, ass, and nose. He blanches and takes his hand out of his brown hair. Nuclear? I'm gonna find out. How? If the government is trying to cover it up. They're idiots to try. There are seismic monitors all over the world. We work for the UN. One of our affiliated organizations is the International Atomic Energy Agency. Will they tell us? I lie. I have a boyfriend who works for them. There's a central area in the room delineated by Art Deco-style metal columns. It holds the bar, some comfortable sofas, and a baby grand piano. I take Bugsy's hand, lead him over, and push him down onto a couch. And while I talk to him, you're going to have a drink and relax. Try the green apple martini. It's really good. I retreat into the observation area on the left and sink down at one of the small tables. I use the Silver Helix phone. The signal is heavily scrambled, and it will put me directly through to Flint. I also keep a close watch, and sure enough, a small green wasp lands on a small serving table. Yes. Grüß Gott, Liebling. I give it a throaty purr. Ja, comes Flint's reply. I love that I work for someone smart. It helps me continue to suffer the committee. I need to know about the explosion in Pyote, Texas, I continue in German. If a bug could look disappointed, this one would. The wasp gives a sharp buzz and flies back into the main bar. Over the phone I can hear papers rustling, and I reflect on generational differences. I only carry a pen because they can make quite a decent weapon. My notes are on my palm, my BlackBerry, my phone, and most often in my head. They're still crunching the data from the monitoring stations. I can't give you the exact magnitude yet. Just tell me if it could have been conventional explosives. No. Flint anticipates my need. Do you need a suit? I'll need two. How will you explain that? You're my boyfriend in the IAE. Right. One more thing. Could it be Siraj? If they have a nuke and Bahir doesn't know about it, then Bahir's usefulness is definitely at an end. Ciao. The natural flora of Texas burns well. Our boots are soon streaked with black soot. In the distance, a single tree stands naked and twisted, ghostly in the light of a nearly full moon. In places, there are black hummocks of varying sizes. Closer examination reveals dead jackrabbits, coyotes, cattle, and a few horses.
Lilith's long hair is plastered to my sweat-damp cheeks. Because of the helmet, I can't pull it loose. I purse my lips and try to direct a puff of air, but I can't get the right angle. It's not just the heat of a Texas night or the bulky lead-lined suit that creates my discomfort. I feel like my skin is crawling, prickling, burning. Even though I know the various radioactive particles aren't actually penetrating my suit, I decide we're not going to stay long. We can't get close to the former town of Pyote. We know it's crawling with federal agents and scientists from the NRC. Because at my suggestion, Bugsy had unlimbered a few hundred wasps before donning the suit. They have been scouting for us. What they've seen is a large crater, a handful of blackened buildings, and dozens of burning oil wells. Ironically, the grain elevator is still standing. Occasionally, a National Guard helicopter goes thrumming by overhead, the wash from the rotor stirring the ash, searchlights sweeping across the devastation. So far, none of them have spotted us, but it's only a matter of time. I become aware of a new sound over my helmet's radio. It's Bugsy's teeth chattering. Shit, this is what it looked like in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A handful of his wasps crawl across the back of his gloved hand. They don't look well. Exactly like it. I pause for an instant, then add, only there were a lot more people and buildings in Japan. He turns so he's facing me, and we can see each other through the faceplates. He looks hurt and angry and very young. You know what I mean. This is awful. People need to know about this. They need to see what one of these bombs can do. It's been 60 years. Everybody's forgotten. You go, Tiger. But it's all bravado. There's a quivering in my gut like I've never experienced before. Such is the power of the bomb. Bugsy turns away. Shame is like a taste on the back of my tongue. This is his country, and someone has attacked it in a particularly horrible way. I lay a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm scared too. In this direction, we can see a plume of fire. The hot wind racing across the West Texas plains bends and dips the flames, revealing the black shadow of a pump jack. I wonder how long the steel can withstand the heat from the burning oil. Bugsy points at the burning oil well. Do you suppose that's why they did it? These fields are almost played out. I shake my head. There wasn't enough oil here to make any appreciable difference. Then why do it? As a warning? Next time it'll be Alaska or the refineries in the Gulf. I put an arm around his shoulders. We need to get out of here. I-20 runs right by Pyote. A portion of the interstate is now inside the federal cordon, so the vast emptiness of West Texas seems even emptier given the dearth of traffic. It's also 1:20 a.m. as Bugsy and I stand in the coin car wash in Pecos hosing off each other's suits. We're on the outskirts of the town, which seems to consist entirely of fast food joints, auto body shops, and junkyards, conveniently located for the cars that can't be fixed. Every small American town seems to possess this leprosy, as if it were a protective asteroid belt shielding the core planet. Not that the center represents any kind of nirvana. Once the suits have been sluiced off, we climb out. The pungent reek of male sweat fills the still air. I'm hoping Bugsy's stink is so strong that he won't notice my particular musk. I can change the form, but my body chemistry remains the same, and men's and women's sweat smells different. I know from my training that we need to rinse off any errant particles that might have penetrated the suit, so we turn the hoses on each other. The water pours out of the hose at high pressure. I actually find the pounding soothing on the sore muscles in my back. My t-shirt and jeans cling to my skin.
Behind my lids, it feels like I've used eye drops made from sand. It doesn't occur to me until I turn around that getting a soaking as Lilith will provoke quite such a reaction from my companion. Bugsy's eyes are unfocused, and he's sporting a gigantic hard-on that presses against the fabric of his wet trousers. I can understand why. When you're faced with this much death, the urge to life is strong. It's also Bugsy. He doesn't see much action.
A man who changes into bugs at stressful or exciting moments would not be the ideal lover. You want to... His voice is husky. It would only take a few minutes, he says. An excellent reason for me to say no. A car glides past, and I realize a fraction of a second too late that it's a police cruiser. My gut clenches, and I reach for Bugsy, but the cop has spotted us, and we're pinned in the glare of his spotlight. The lights start flashing, and he noses up into the car wash bay. The cop is a large, shadowy form, standing prudently behind his open car door. "What are you two up to?" The drawl is hard and suspicious. I'm acutely aware of the hazmat suits, and I can't seem to think. Bugsy steps in. He is quick. I'll give him that. Wet t-shirt competition. We're practicing. There's a faint interrogatory rise to the words. I hope the cop misses it. I also hope he's a redneck and not a Baptist. He shines his flashlight on my chest. The leer dispels any doubt as to which camp he belongs. Well, you two better get on out of here. There's a bunch of feds just down the road, and they're detaining everybody who ain't local, and some who are. Thanks, sir, Bugsy says. The cop steps back into his car and drives away. Good save, I offer, because I want to get Hive out of Texas, and I'm afraid it won't be easy. You didn't say anything, Bugsy says. I was the prop. I'm looking for the right approach when Bugsy makes it unnecessary. Can you get me home? I gotta write my blog. And tell the world what? That a nuke went off here? Is that wise? It's the truth. I study him. He really doesn't get it that sometimes, often, the truth is overrated. But I take him home to Washington, D.C. I can't believe I'm actually checking in to the Best Western Swiss Clock Inn in Pecos, Texas. The walls are painted white with a green roof and an absurd clock tower rising from the center of the building. The nearest town to Pyote is Wick, but it lacks any kind of accommodation, and it is now behind the law enforcement cordon. At first, the woman at the reception desk tells me there are no rooms available, but I milk the British accent for all it is worth, with a hapless Bertie Wooster sort of demeanor. She loves it, and soon she loves me. I get a room. As I'm walking to the elevators, I pass the ubiquitous wooden stand filled with flyers detailing all the wonderful things to do in Pecos. The Pecos Cantaloupe Festival seems to be most prominently displayed. Pity I'm here too late for that excitement. Another flyer shows a Schwarzenegger look-alike dressed as Conan the Barbarian. Barbarian Days, it announces, just 259 miles away in scenic Cross Plains, Texas. Yes, 259 miles, just a Sunday drive for a Texan. If there was gasoline. I dump the garment bag in the room and crank the air conditioning to high. It's one of those low, under-the-window affairs, and it sets up a frightful clattering. It does pour cold air into the stuffy room. I'm tired, but I've got to hit the town. My guess is that evacuees from Wick and any survivors from Pyote will be in Pecos. I need to find them, buy rounds, and loosen their tongues. But God, I'm tired. I dropped Bugsy in D.C. and had to wait for dawn so I could make the daylight-to-daylight jump as Bahir. Once the hazmat suits were back in London, I stopped at my flat and packed a bag so I wouldn't arrive back in Texas without luggage. I checked on Dad and prepared him a cup of tea and a slice of toast smeared with Nutella. He ate 3 bites. I finished it, and now it lies in the pit of my stomach like a piece of lead shot. It's early afternoon in Pecos. Someone will be at the local watering holes. While I walk, I use my phone to link to the internet. Bugsy has been a busy boy. His post is already up. It was a nuke, boys and girls. The coyotes are glowing at night, at least the ones that aren't dead. I know. It's so 20th century to be talking about the bomb, but it's clear that MAD has stopped working, and now it's time for everybody to get mad. I pass one of those white metal boxes that pass for a newsstand in the U.S. The local Pecos paper is still yammering about grain elevators. I regret not wearing a hat, and my usual black attire amplifies the heat. The sky is painfully bright, and the sun doesn't so much shine as glare. My skin prickles. I'm acutely aware of radiation right now. I pause and survey the dining choices. A Pizza Hut, a Dairy Queen, a Subway. I spot a Mexican restaurant. What I don't see is a bar. Equally unfortunate is that the most cars are in the parking lot of the Pizza Hut. Well, they might have a beer and wine license. And then I spot the fire truck parked near the back. Yes, this might be the right place. Inside, the harsh smell of undercooked tomato sauce is an assault on the sinuses. Conversation fills the room with a droning sound, as if a hive of bees were moving in. People don't even fall silent when I enter. They really are upset. The waitress is cute and small and round and Hispanic. She has an expression that is both alarmed and delighted. People on the edges of a catastrophe always have that particular look. I'll take a small meat pizza and your salad bar. And what kinds of wines do you have? Red and white. I mentally sigh. Of course. I'll take red. I give her my best stage smile. She smiles back. I say, "Dear, I'm a producer with..." I time it so her exclamation of excitement makes it unnecessary to say with whom. Movie? Well, I look about conspiratorially. I don't want to say too much. So often these things come to nothing. But I think you all have quite a story here. And if that's true, well, things might happen, I hastily add. And of course, anyone with information would be compensated and probably be in the film. She scuttles away. Satisfied, I drift over to the salad bar. In a surprisingly short time, a number of people have joined me around the giant bowl of iceberg lettuce. I can smell the MSG as I drop it onto my plate. "You're a movie guy," says one man, whose cheap suit suggests insurance salesman or local banker. I move my head in a particularly non-committal way. "But you're not a journalist." He has that dried leather skin so common in Americans who live in the West, and the wrinkles deepen with suspicion. I can assure you I am not a journalist. "You're English," says a large woman in spandex pants. The worried frowns ease. That seems to make me somehow more trustworthy. "Well, I can tell you right now, it wasn't no grain elevator." "We don't grow wheat in these parts," says an elderly geezer whose bald scalp is not so much tan as covered with age spots. "There's an elevator in Pyote," another local objects. "Yeah, but it's a little teeny thing, just for the local feedlot," says the geezer. "There was no warning. The sky just lit up," says another man with skin like jerky and a big sweat-stained cowboy hat pushed far back on his head. "I was shifting cattle to new grazing, and the dark caught up with us. I was just going to wait out the night, then boom! Damnedest noise you ever heard." "Has anyone from Pyote spoken about it?" I ask. "We haven't seen anybody from Pyote. Wick, yes, but not Pyote." The cheap suit drops his voice. "I think they're all dead." "Not all," says a burly man, whose head seems attached to his shoulders without benefit of a neck. I watch the muscles in his upper arms flex and move. I think I found one person who belongs with the fire truck. "I saw a medevac helicopter going in. Somebody survived." "Whoever it was, I don't think they were hurt," says the fat woman, whose plate is so full that lettuce is starting to cascade off the sides.
I heard they're under guard, locked up. The door of the Pizza Hut opens and my old nemesis from the car wash enters. I bet it's the guy who caused the explosion. My niece is married to a policeman over in Wick. I wish she would keep her voice down because the cop has stopped walking and is staring at us hard. I'm a stranger in town, which is a red flag to a cop. Nobody could have lived through that. I was real close by, and I'm damn lucky to be alive. "They could if they was an alien," argues the old man. "Or a joker." I can't really tell who said that, and I find it interesting that the mind would go to Joker rather than Ace.
It's far more likely one of the metapowered would survive, but there is still an enduring discomfort and disgust with jokers. It's probably them damn ragheads, says the man in the cheap suit. Going after our oil, making sure we have to pay through the nose. We should nuke them. It's a typically jingoistic American reaction, and I reflect that if Siraj could hear that, he might reconsider his stand. The door closes, and I realize the cop has left. I try to tell myself that he decided he wanted a burger rather than a pie, but it was a vain hope. They are waiting in my hotel room. One is your typical FBI agent, white, big, broad, with an ill-fitting brown suit and a crew cut. The other is a scare agent and an ace. The Midnight Angel is clad in black leather. Every curve of her lush body is revealed by the skin-tight jumpsuit. "Please come with us, sir," says the fucking big idiot. It's a very quick helicopter ride to scenic Wick, Texas. Scare has set up headquarters in City Hall. And the fact that Scare, rather than the FBI, is in charge, tells me that the Americans suspect some kind of wild card involvement. The mayor's office has that small-town politician trying too hard to seem important feel. The walls are lined with pictures of the pot-bellied little mayor posing with various national politicians and movie stars, with commendations from the Elks and the Moose and various other odd American organizations, including, in fact, the Odd Fellows. A woman sits behind the desk, and if the mayor were still here, she would dwarf him. Joanne Jefferson, aka Lady Black, is the special agent in charge. As she stands, she pulls her reflective cloak more tightly about her statuesque body. A tendril of silver hair has slipped from beneath the hood of her black bodysuit, and it seems to shine on her ebony cheekbone. She sketches a greeting with a black-gloved hand, and then waves me into the chair across the desk from her. I don't offer my hand. I know the suit and cloak are supposed to protect me from her energy-sucking power, but I'd rather not test the limits of the technology. "Noel, what the fuck are you doing here?" I lean back in the chair and pull out my cigarette case. "Ah, I see we're dispensing with the pleasantries." I take my time lighting up and judge when she's just about to lose it. Then I say, "Someone set off a nuclear device." Normally, I'd argue that in this God-forsaken part of the world no one would notice, and it would make little difference to the general ambiance, but I gather some people died. She rubs a hand across her face. Despite great cheekbones, her features look like they're sagging. I sympathize. I'd really wanted to catch a nap back at the Swiss clock. I know we can't hide this from other governments, but we don't want to panic. If people knew a nuke went off. Her voice trails away, as if she's just too weary to keep talking. "Look, let us help. You might recall that we are allies. That special relationship and all that rot that our prime minister and your president mutter lovingly to one another." She's considering. I decide to help her along. "Sorry about the directorship. We frankly couldn't believe the news when we heard who replaced Nephi." Her brows draw together in a sharp frown, but I can sense it's not meant for me, and she's a good little soldier, and doesn't take the opportunity to complain. "Well, just know that Flint is on your side, as am I add. For a brief moment, the hard-charging law enforcement agent is replaced by a woman who looks pathetically grateful and vulnerable. It's gone in the flick of an eyelash, and Jefferson says in a terse, clipped tone, "It's got to be the Arabs. I guess they're not content with destroying our economy. Now they have to smuggle in a suitcase nuke and bomb us too. But Pyote? I mean, really, not much of a splash with that. No, they would pick a far more visible target. There are oil fields here," she counters, "and the Midland Odessa fields are just about played out. And believe me, the oil ministers in Riyadh and Baghdad and Amman know that." She fingers that errant strand of hair and stares at me for a long time. "You people do know the Middle East better than we do. You're quite right. We've been oppressing them and manipulating them for far longer." I stand. "I'll see what I can find out. I have a few contacts over there."
Even through the thick walls of one of Saddam's former palaces, I hear Baghdad humming. Everyone in the Caliphate, and any Muslim nation, whether they are part of the Caliphate or not, gets subsidized petrol. It used to be said that every crane in Europe was in Berlin. Now every crane in Europe, and a few more to boot, are in the Middle East. Siraj is trying to jump 50 years in one. He may just succeed, unless those of us in the Western nations kill him first. Siraj is neither a religious ascetic like the Noor, nor a hedonist. Instead, he's a Cambridge-educated economist, so we are meeting in his state-of-the-art office in the midst of marble splendor. Every few seconds, the computer dings, indicating a new email. In the outer office, a highly competent secretary answers the constantly ringing phone, and the fax machine whines and buzzes and shakes as it extrudes pages. I'm in my Bahir form, red gold hair and beard, traditional garb, shimmering golden cloak, and that damn scimitar. The teleporting ace who beheaded the enemies of the Caliphate had appealed to the Noor, but no assassin likes to get within arm's length of a target. Give me a Macmillan TAC 50 any day, and a location a mile from the objective. Siraj is chain-smoking Turkish cigarettes. He's the one who taught me to like the strong tobacco, back when we were housemates at Cambridge. I would love a fag, but can't. Bahir is a very good Muslim, even down to having a wife. For a moment I think about the girl I married 7 months ago, under pressure by the Caliph. The old man felt that the Caliphate's remaining ace needed to set an example. But I need to put her aside. It's dangerous for someone in my line of work to allow anyone too close to them for any length of time. Fortunately, I have the perfect excuse. She's barren. That accusation will probably keep her from marrying again. There's an uncomfortable tightness in my chest. The truth is that it's my fault. I'm the one who's sterile. I realize I've missed whole sentences of Siraj's diatribe, and it shocks me. I've got to stop wool gathering. I'm going to get myself killed. Texas? Texas? Why in the bloody hell would I bomb Texas? As if I have a nuclear bomb. Would that I did. Then they wouldn't threaten me. He snatches up a sheaf of papers off the desk as he roars past and shakes them in my face. The rattling is like hail on a tin roof, and the gold ribbon that marks this as an official diplomatic communication waves before my eyes, causing me to flinch and pull back. The Secretary of State is holding me personally responsible for this. They are the ones with nuclear bombs, buried everywhere. They should take account. I am sorry. Most High, I told you not to call me that. His tone is snappish and peevish. I'm not Abdul, and I don't want us acting like it's 1584. Yes, sir, I am sorry. I just thought you should know what they are saying. And you know this how? I have a contact who works in Whitehall. The Americans are enlisting the aid of the Silver Helix to investigate whether we're involved.
Siraj pauses, and a humorless smile puts grooves in his gaunt cheeks. A year ago, he was a portly man with a smooth, unlined face. Now he's thin, and worry and responsibility have gouged grooves into his forehead and etched lines around the soft brown eyes. Maybe they'll send Noel. He is their reputed Middle Eastern expert. I'd like to know how he evaded my hospitality last time and extended again. I incline my head. Would you like me to kill him, sir? It's totally surreal. Usually I'm amused by these situations, but this time it gives me an odd crawling sensation. No, I'm tired of the world viewing us as ignorant barbarians. I'm teaching them to respect us, but hate us all the more. I pause, then add, and they have the armies. I'll moderate prices before we reach that point. And how will you know you've reached that point without crossing it? He looks at me oddly. I've taken a misstep, but to say anything more will only make it worse. I bow and teleport away. Political Science 101. Ian Tregillis. Walton Simons. This was no place for a 13-year-old kid.
He didn't remember how he got to the hospital or even why he was there in the first place. His room smelled funny, and the walls were painted a color so bland it didn't even register in Drake's mind. He was sick of being stuck with needles and hooked up to machines all the time. The gown they'd given him to wear did a lousy job of covering his chubby body. The nurse had that fake, friendly look on her face. She was middle-aged and skinny, and she wasn't going to tell him anything. Drake was going to ask anyway, though. So far, all he'd found out since his blackout was that he was at Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, which was hell and gone from his dad's ranch outside Pyote. I want my mom and dad. Where are they? Where are my brother Bob and my sister Serena? Why can't I go home? He crossed his arms across his hefty stomach like a pouty, underaged sumo wrestler. By now, you should know better than to ask, young man. You know what's going to happen if you keep this up. Drake knew exactly what would happen. I don't want to sleep anymore. I have nightmares. I've told you that. A new doctor is coming here later on today to ask you some questions. Are you going to be a good, cooperative little boy or not? Drake shook his head and gave the nurse his coldest stare. She sighed. I'm asking you nicely, son. Please try to help us. Drake wasn't interested in cooperating. Maybe if he caused enough trouble, they'd kick him out. Go away. Leave me alone. He pulled the pillow from behind his head and threw it at her. She caught it with one hand and used the other to open the door. Orderly, I need assistance in here. He put up a decent fight, but the orderly was a big guy who didn't play games. Eventually, they got the needle into him. Seconds later, he felt like his body was an empty shell, his skin made of brittle clay that shattered and collapsed in onto itself. Darkness came, but it wouldn't last. He was naked and curled up in a ball on the ground. Something was wrong with the ground, though. It was hot, and his feet hurt. Drake saw small fires here and there. There was a big fire, too, behind him and to his right. He could feel the heat on his back and legs. He stood up and started walking away from it. He started shuffling forward, feeling with his toes for anything he might be able to cover himself with or use as a weapon. Unfortunately, if there was anything on the hot ground, Drake didn't find it. His legs began to hurt and he collapsed to the ground, crying. After sobbing until his tears were gone, he stood back up and wiped his runny nose. He continued shuffling slowly forward. The fire he was heading away from still seemed close, or maybe it was the other fires. There was no way to tell. Drake felt the ground rising slowly beneath him. It was a small hill, but by the time he made it to the top, his sides were burning and he was gasping for breath. In spite of the fact that Drake was scared and uncomfortably naked, he lay down and closed his eyes. Waking up from the drug was like swimming up from the bottom of a very deep pool. His hospital room came slowly into focus. Drake rubbed his eyes. The good nurse was there. Gerald, that was his name, was friendly and would talk to Drake about video games. Hungry, buddy? Drake's senses were coming back online. His stomach was empty enough it hurt. Is it breakfast or dinner time? Food-wise, it's whatever time you want it to be, Gerald said with a smile. But time-wise, we're talking late lunch. I can get you a sandwich or a burger with fries, maybe some ice cream. Oh, snap! A burger and fries would be killer. Drake's mind was now firmly focused on food and wasn't turning loose until he was comfortably full. Gerald gave him a high five. I'm on it. You may have a visitor before I get back, or so they tell me. Another doctor? Drake laughed. I expect so. There's not much of anyone else around here. He ducked out the door with a wave. Drake was annoyed when the new doctor showed up before Gerald got back with his burger. Drake had been expecting a mad scientist type, mostly because this all seemed like a bad movie. Instead, the man was younger than Drake's dad, maybe in his mid-30s, had all his hair, and didn't wear glasses. He did have a white coat and a clipboard, but that was standard issue for this place. "Hello, Drake. I'm Dr. Fitzhugh." He extended a hand. Drake shook it warily. "I understand you've been having bad dreams." "Yes, it's because they give me this stuff to make me sleep." He looked straight at the doctor. "Can you make them stop giving it to me?" Although Drake's first idea was to find his parents and go home, he was also sick of being put to sleep. The doctor nodded and scribbled on his clipboard. "I see. That medication is a non-opiate, but it can turn loose the subconscious in an uncomfortable way. I'll make a note of it." Drake smiled. "Okay, can I go home soon?" "I'm also recommending that you be transferred to another facility." He put a hand on Drake's shoulder. "I'm sorry, son, but we have to figure out exactly what happened to you, and we don't seem able to do that here." "Will my folks be at this place?" "Just remember, everyone is trying to help you. Have a good trip." The doctor stood and left the room with a rustle of his white coat and no further explanation. "Mom, I don't feel real good." Niobe Winslow felt her oldest child dying, felt him melting away like so much ice cream dropped on a summer sidewalk. Soon there would be nothing left of Xerxes but memories, and another hole in her heart. Through their bond, she felt the warming lamps perched over his incubator, needles squirting filtered blood and synthetic proteins into his forearm, plush swaddling. "Hang in there, kiddo, Mama's coming." Month-old Xerxes was the longest-lived of Niobe's 76 children. Shui Ming had lived 19 days, 13 hours. Xander, 11 days and change. Xerxes' breakthrough longevity had slipped through her defenses, bolstered her with vain and foolish hopes. He'd been so strong, so healthy. Her chair clattered to the floor as she jumped to her feet. The Joker, to whom she'd been reading, rocked back and forth on his bed. His head, a featureless extrusion of flesh and bone, knocked against a white spackled patch on the wall. The orderlies had given up on repainting it. She righted the chair with her tail as she yanked the door open. "Sorry, Mick. Gotta go. Back tomorrow." Knock, knock, knock. Little flakes of plaster rained down on Mick's sheets. The door slammed behind her. A bell chimed the hour. She ignored it. "I feel funny. My tummy hurts." "Almost there, kiddo. Just hang in there, okay?" She ran through the corridors of the Biological Isolation and Containment Center, a facility carved into the caverns of an old salt mine deep under southeastern New Mexico. The corridors glowed with light from fiber optic skylights connected to an array of heliostats on the surface.
The skylights shone brightly. One could forget that the desert was half a kilometer overhead. As both a voluntary committal and a trustee, Niobe had the run of the place. It was the nation's foremost biological research center, where an army of doctors and scientists struggled to cure hundreds of patients of their afflictions. The facility resembled a wagon wheel tipped on its side, a central hub with radial spokes connecting it to an outer ring. In places, the outer ring connected to the original warren of mine tunnels, some large enough to swallow a freight train. The pie sections of the wheel were color-coded, like a Trivial Pursuit piece. Niobe ran around the rim of the wheel. This wing, minimum security, voluntary committals, was decorated in shades of green, complete with oil paintings of forests and verdant hillsides. The corridors turned orange and red as she approached one of the medical wings. Her tail caught an orderly's medicine cart as she skidded around the corner toward the infirmary. The cart flipped. Hundreds of pills skittered along the floor. Over her shoulder, she yelled, "Sorry!" "Damn it, Genetrix!" Half the staff thought that was her real name. Genetrix, the brood mother. The connection to Xerxes strengthened when she entered the infirmary. But still their telepathic link felt staticky, like a radio tuned slightly off station. Niobe weaved through a maze of EEGs, EKGs, respirators, dialysis machines, and still other devices constructed specifically for her children.
Doctors and nurses surrounded the oversized infant incubator where Xerxes lay, working frantically to keep him alive. A tangle of tubes and wire snaked from Xerxes' body to the machines. His skin, smooth and rosy pink just this morning, hung waxy and sallow from sunken cheeks. Rheumy cataracts leaked sour milk tears down his face. Even the thick black hair he'd styled into a little Elvis pompadour to make her laugh was coming out in clumps. She had promised to take him to Las Vegas. "Mom, I'm scared." "I'm here now," she said. "Don't be scared, okay?" "Mom." "Hush, kiddo." A single thought, through a blizzard of psychic static. "I love you, Mom." And then Xerxes was gone. The blanket sagged, empty but for a slurry of organic molecules. The ammonia and hay odor of dead homunculus wafted out of the incubator. Niobe sobbed. One nurse hugged her tightly, patting her on the back and murmuring encouragements, while another collected the dead child's remains in a sample jar. The chimes sounded again, louder this time. A low voice on the PA system. "Genetrix to Therapy 2. Genetrix to Therapy 2, please." She didn't want to go, but Xerxes' death had slipped a knife into her gut, and every secret, selfish thought gave it a vicious twist. Regularity was crucial. Generations yet unborn, but cherished no less, would drop like mayflies if not for BIC's rigid methodologies. And so she went, for the sake of her future family. Therapy Room 2 mimicked the layout of Niobe's own quarters, except for the larger bed, a California king-size mattress, and the curtains along one wall. Christian was seated on the edge of the bed. He looked up when she walked in. "Where were you? They're going nuts in there." He gestured at the curtains with the long, knobby fingers that always felt warm and strong on her hips. "With Xerxes." She wiped her eyes. "He passed. Just now." He grunted, pulling the shirt of his BIC uniform over his head. The soft blonde hair on his body didn't catch the lights, so his chest looked slick and bare. He was scared, she said, walking behind a bamboo privacy screen in the corner. Niobe had insisted on the screen. As she draped her sweatshirt over the top of the screen, she added, "He would have liked it if you visited." "Who?" "Xerxes." "Oh." The bristly hairs at the base of her tail snagged the waistband on her sweatpants. As she worked them free, she added, "You could come next time." Christian said nothing. She scooted under the covers while Christian had his back turned. The linens made scratchy noises as she pulled the sheets around her. She wished she had shaved her legs, wished the wild card hadn't given her pig hair. The nightstand clunked as Christian dropped a prescription bottle into the drawer. He popped a pill in his mouth. She pretended not to see any of it. The pills made her feel ugly, uglier. She lifted the covers for him, but he paused to draw the curtains, revealing a long mirror along the far wall. "Maybe we can leave the curtains closed, just once." The mattress bobbed as he climbed in next to her. "They go apeshit when we do that." As he plumped a pillow under his head, he added, "Besides, it's all for the kids." A cotton tent raised itself farther down the bed, below Christian's waist, as he laced his fingers behind his head. The pill had worked, whatever it was. She leaned over to kiss him, but he pulled away. "Come on, Niobe. They're waiting." No warmth between her legs, no tingling desire. Not that it mattered. Niobe sighed. She took care not to glimpse the mirror as she straddled Christian, not to see her shapeless, doughy body, her tail, her acne. Christian laid his hands on her waist, strong fingers wrapping around her hips. He never touched her stomach, or her back, or her breasts. She wanted his arms around her, but resigned herself to holding his shoulders. His fingertips dimpled her flesh as they found a rhythm. Her tail convulsed. Niobe groaned. The ovipositor widened for peristalsis with a tearing pain that robbed her of breath. The first egg in a clutch was always the worst. Christian finished with a little convulsion of his own, but not before she was already climbing down. She wanted to hide behind the privacy screen, but Pendergast and the others were adamant about recording every detail of the birth process. At least the sheets made a passable toga. Niobe had a lot of practice. Christian rolled off the bed. He pulled his boxers on. The first egg formed at the base of her tail. Through clenched teeth, she said, "Won't you, stay?" He pulled his shirt back over his head. "What? Don't you want to—" Another burst of pain as the first egg passed midway along her tail and the second formed. "Meet the little ones." "Can't. Doc's gotta examine me." Christian combed his hair in the mirror. "I've explained this before." She wondered why they couldn't examine him before each session, but couldn't catch her breath enough to ask. The tip of her tail tore open to pass a sticky, pineapple-sized egg. She deposited it in the square marked on the floor, where the cameras on the other side of the wall and in the ceiling could film the hatching. Christian opened the door. "Maybe you could come by and see them later." "Maybe," he said, and then he was gone. Niobe dressed while the trio of eggs wobbled, shuddered, and expanded. The first disintegrated with a little pop, overlaying a talcum powder smell on the odors of antiseptic and sex. In its place stood a 3-foot-tall homunculus, stocky, bald, but with a bushy, fiery red beard. He rubbed his scalp and looked around the room with wide, coal-colored eyes. "Mommy?" Niobe smiled. She opened her arms. "Come here, Eves." They hugged, her son strong and healthy in her arms. She tried not to dwell on that. He felt the twinge through their bond, though, and said, "Look what I can do." He ran up the wall on 2 feet. She watched him dance upside down on the ceiling while the second egg hatched. Yvette was tall and lithe, or would have been were she of normal size, with waist-length auburn hair, sharp cheekbones, and almond-shaped eyes. Stunning. "Thanks, Mama." The girl kissed Niobe on the cheek, then settled in her lap. She smelled like summer rain. "Mom!" Yves kept dancing overhead. He moved on to an Irish jig, complaining, "Mom, you're not looking." "That's fantastic, kiddo. We should sign you up for Riverdance." Better yet, Niobe imagined, a trip to Ireland.
The third hatchling, Yektli, had pale, nearly translucent skin, a shock of white hair, and eyes like the wide, bright New Mexico sky. Albinism as a mild form of jokerism? The kid got off lucky. "Better than that even," he said, reading her thoughts. He swelled his chest and cocked a thumb at himself. "Watch what I can do." Yektli turned toward the mirror and held his arms out. 10 little lightning bolts crackled from his fingertips to the mirror. Through the wall, Niobe heard a crash, then somebody yelling for a fire extinguisher. "I did it for you, Mom," said Yektli. "I zapped that camera good." The room smelled like ozone. Drake was securely belted into a helicopter seat with a soldier on either side of him. This was so nuts it almost made him laugh, but he was too miserable for that. He wondered why he needed to go someplace else in the first place. The doctors and soldiers scared him, but he wasn't going to show it, and he wasn't going to let them make him cry. The helicopter was flying over desert scrub, and they were headed more or less toward the setting sun, so Drake figured they were headed west. They might be flying over Pyote. Hell, it could be New Mexico or Arizona for all Drake knew. Desert didn't look like much from the air. The soldiers spoke to each other every now and then in some kind of military talk that didn't make much sense to him, but most of the time they were quiet. Drake was already tired when they took off, and by this point he could barely keep his eyes open. The seat hurt his butt, but the discomfort didn't keep him from sliding off into sleep. He couldn't tell when the dream started. He was naked in the middle of a landscape covered with fires. His feet burned, his ass hurt, even his nose and eyes hurt. The whoop 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 of helicopter blades caught his attention, and he began waving his arms. The chopper door opened, and something silvery fell heavily to the scorched earth. "Pick up the garment and put it on," boomed a voice. The helicopter settled to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into Drake's nose and eyes. Coughing, Drake unfolded the silvery suit. It was like nothing he'd ever seen before, one piece, but zippered everywhere, and he struggled to get his arms and legs inside. He was relieved to have something to cover himself with, but this was bulky, and he'd sweat like a pig in it. There was a hood with dark plastic where his eyes would go, but Drake didn't pull it over his head. A person dressed in a suit like the one Drake had just put on beckoned to him from an open door. Drake squinted and ducked down as he moved toward the helicopter. "Hey kid, you okay?" The soldier on his right side was nudging Drake in the ribs. Drake sat up straight, straining his belly against the confines of the safety belt. He was still having the dreams, even without the medication. Maybe that's still some left in his system. That must be it. Yeah, I'm fine. The helicopter slowed and descended rapidly. Drake craned his neck and peered through the window plate. The chopper was kicking up a bunch of sand around the small asphalt landing area that was ringed with a few blinking lights. There were more soldiers, or guards of some kind, waiting when he stepped outside. One of the soldiers from the helicopter held Drake aside while the other one talked to a uniformed man who'd been waiting for them. The man was young, Hispanic, and built like an athlete. His uniform was sharp and pressed, but it wasn't the same as the soldiers' outfits. Drake squinted and made out the letters BIC on a badge he was wearing. The soldiers got back into the helicopter, and the BIC man walked over to him. Drake felt a powerful hand on his shoulder. "Hello, Drake," he said. "Welcome to your new home." He headed down a concrete ramp with Drake in tow. "I don't need a new home," Drake puffed. "I want to go back to Pyote, where my family is." They reached a large metal double door with guards on either side. One of them waved Drake and the BIC man through. The door opened into an elevator. The man guided Drake in and waited for the doors to close, then inserted a key and turned it. They began to descend. It took a long time. In fact, it was probably the longest elevator ride of Drake's life. "Who are you?" Drake tried unsuccessfully to push the hand off his shoulder. "You can call me Antonio," the man said, "or you can call me Justice. It's up to you, but use a respectful tone in either case. That goes for how you speak to everyone here." "Yes, sir." Drake almost choked on the words. The doors opened into a reception area with more guards and a couple of people sitting behind their desks, typing or maybe just trying to look busy. They all stopped what they were doing when they saw Drake. Justice guided Drake over to the nearest desk. There was a woman sitting behind it. Her pinched face and ugly-ass hair made Drake think she hadn't had any fun in her entire life. "Show Drake Thomas as arrived." "Affirmative, sir." She pushed a button on her desk and another door opened with a faint hiss. Drake followed Justice into a huge, brightly lit area. The illumination came through a glassed-in ceiling at least 20 feet above the floor and looked like natural sunlight. Drake didn't see how that could be the case given how far down they'd come. Corridors radiated out from the center in several directions, like the spokes of a bicycle. There was a kiosk in the very center with a couple more guards. Drake could see they were carrying automatic weapons and heavy batons. Again, no one was smiling. This was feeling more and more like a prison to him. "Follow me," Justice said. Drake did as he was told. His footsteps echoed noisily off the metallic flooring. Justice paused about 15 feet down the hallway at a doorway. He inserted his BIC badge. The mechanism beeped and he pushed open the heavy door. This wing of the facility is the taupe area. All the sections are color-coded based on the type of guest who's staying there. "What kind of guest am I?" he asked. "The kind who isn't going to be any trouble, I'm sure," Justice replied. His tone wasn't mean or taunting, just instructive. "I just want to go home. Someone get me home," Drake thought. The walls were painted a soft tan. The hallway itself branched in several different directions from the main corridor, reminding Drake of an ant farm. This place was bigger, much bigger than he'd imagined. Halfway down the hall, Justice opened a door, this one leading to a small room. There was a single bed, a half-open door leading to a bathroom, and a television bolted to the wall. Drake brightened at the sight of the TV. He hadn't had access to one since things went all to hell. "At least you gave me a TV. That's something." Drake looked around for a remote. "Right. All you can watch right now are the DVDs. There's only a few, but we'll try to get you some more," Justice said. "I'll give you a tour of some of the facility later on, but for now you'll be required to stay in your room. We also need you to take that." He pointed to a pill in a plastic cup sitting next to a glass of water on the end table. "I'm sick of pills and stuff." "I'll make it worth your while." Drake shrugged and took the pill. They'd only force him if he didn't, and he was curious about the payoff. Justice walked over to a paper bag on the floor and fished out a t-shirt, which he tossed over to Drake. "Just so you know, we're not the bad guys." He gave Drake an unconvincing smile and laughed, locking the door behind him. Drake unfolded the shirt, which had the familiar Joker Plague logo on it. He tossed his other shirt and pulled it on, stretching it tightly over his belly. Score one for me, he thought, wondering how long it would be before he could get full access to the TV. He'll worry about that later. Right now, he was getting sleepy. Dr. Pendergast leaned forward in his easy chair, scratching the salt and pepper Van Dyke on his chin. "It's healthy to grieve," he said. Niobe wiped away a tear. She looked around the room looking for words.
Diplomas on the walls documented Pendergast's extensive medical pedigree. The photo on his desk showed Pendergast in a tuxedo, smiling, with his arm around the shoulders of a centaur. Niobe gathered that the horse guy was some famous doctor. Pendergast often spoke fondly of his time at the Jokertown Clinic. "They're scared," she said. "But if I'm strong, if they feel that, it gives them hope, you know? It isn't healthy to ignore your feelings. I'm not, but I need time." She glared at the doctor, twisting the tissue paper in her hands. "You called me for another session even before Xerxes had died. I can't do it that often. It was too soon." Pendergast nodded. "Unfortunate timing. I am sorry about that, but consistency is crucial to our work." She exhaled through pursed lips, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked away. "You've grown much self-awareness since you came here. You should take comfort in that, Genetrix." She'd lost the name battle long ago. The new identity was his idea. "You've come a long way. Do you remember how you first came to BIC from your parents' estate?" Of course she did. She remembered lots of yelling, lots of blood, an empty bottle of scotch, a straight razor. If one of the maids hadn't found her in time, she might have bled out right there on the floor of the master bath. Her tail still had the scars. Little ridges of skin where the ugly pig hair wouldn't grow. Quietly, so he wouldn't press the issue. "Yeah, I remember." "You're a different person now. I'm proud of you." Niobe lowered her eyes, nodded. She sniffed again. "It helps having people who care about the kids, like you and Christian, and we're making progress. 2 years ago, a full month would have been unthinkable. We'll beat this thing. The important thing, Genetrix, is not giving up." Niobe didn't say anything. More tears came. The room went out of focus. Pendergast stood. He paced over to his desk and picked up the candy jar. In a lighter, more jovial tone, he said, "Quite a treato in this clutch." He offered her a chocolate. Niobe declined. Sweets made her break out even worse than normal. Yechtli certainly was a shock. One corner of her mouth curled up in a half-smile at the pun. She snorted. Then she looked up, worried. Was anybody hurt? "He didn't mean to. He just wanted to impress me. Kids are like that." Pendergast waved away her concerns. "No worries. He frightened the technicians and fried an expensive camera, but otherwise no harm done. I found it funny myself." "Do you think he's a joker? The albinism, I mean?" He shrugged. "Who can say? Your hatchlings vary so greatly from one to the next." He trailed off. "Do you think he's a joker?" He narrowed his eyes and scratched his beard again. "Were you thinking about jokerism when you were with Christian?" "No. Why?" "I want to show you something." Pendergast opened a wooden cabinet to reveal a flat-screen television and a DVD player. He pressed a button and the static blinked into a view of Therapy Room 2 from behind the mirror. She watched herself saying, "Maybe we can leave the curtains closed, just once."
Then Pendergast fast-forwarded until Yechtli hatched. Yvette's head kept bobbing into the frame as he danced on the ceiling. "Watch what I can do," boasted Yechtli. Zap! The image returned to static. "Quite a coincidence," said the doctor. "You expressed unhappiness with the camera, and then, poof, a mannequin with the power to address your unease. You think I did that on purpose somehow? Perhaps your mental state during copulation determined Yechtli's power. Jesus, Doc, if I had any control over their abilities, don't you think not dying would come first?" Niobe threw up her arms. "God." He raised his hands, palm out. "Fair enough." As he closed the cabinet, he said, almost as an aside, "Has Yvette demonstrated her power to you yet? We're still unclear on whether she's an ace or a deuce." "Nope, she's a quiet one, aren't you, sweetheart?" Better to be thought a fool, Mom. After a happy but bittersweet lunch with Yechtli, Yvette, and Eve, Niobe loaded up one of the kitchen carts with books, magazines, and a cooler of ice cream. She promised to rejoin the children for a movie night as soon as she finished her rounds. Mick absorbed ice cream through his fingertips while Niobe read another chapter of The Catcher in the Rye to him. She always let him have a little extra. His body contained the cure for cystic fibrosis. The wild card had cured him even as it rendered him a joker at age 8. By studying Mick, BIC researchers would one day save thousands of kids. When she tugged the empty bowl from his fingers, he grabbed Niobe's wrist. He tapped the book with his free hand while bobbing his head at her. Tap, tap. "Mick, I don't understand. What?" "He's saying you're like that catcher in the field of rye," said Yvette. "Because I remind him of Holden Caulfield?" "No, because you care so much." "Oh," Niobe smiled. "Thank you, Mick. I like you too." He let go. Plaster dust rained down on his sheets once again as he went back to knocking his head against the wall, just as he'd been doing when Niobe arrived. "See ya tomorrow, Mick." In addition to voluntary residents like Niobe and Mick, the low-security wing housed a library, cafeteria, gym, and television lounge. The lounge also contained a computer with internet access. Niobe swung through during her rounds to check her email. She watched a few minutes of a football game, socializing with the patients and off-duty orderlies while waiting for a turn at the computer. Nothing from her parents, of course. But she did find a new email from Bubbles, who was in New York. Another city on Niobe's list of places to visit someday. Niobe decided to respond with a note about Xerxes' death. Bubbles had met him and would want to know. Moans went up around the lounge. The game had disappeared, to be replaced with the words, "Special Report." Niobe kept one ear on the TV while she typed. Several people threw things at the screen when President Kennedy announced a new gasoline rationing program. Niobe finished up the email to Bubbles and resumed her rounds. The earth-toned medium security wing, brown, taupe, housed patients moderately dangerous to themselves and others. Some were here voluntarily, others at the behest of family or the courts. Niobe's first room had been in this wing. There were no voluntary committals in the yellow high-security wing. Powder blue Q sector, BIC's maximum security wing, housed the worst of the worst. It was also the reason Niobe never let her children accompany her on the rounds. The wing had been built into one of the spurs off the outer ring. Each cell required special construction tailored to the particular occupant, and the old salt caverns offered the space to do so. If you wanted to lock somebody up and lose the key, this was the place to do it. Niobe hurried past the cell housing the Joker woman covered in dozens of baby mouths. The active soundproofing never completely nullified their combined wailing. She also passed a lead-lined cell that housed a glowing, mummy-like figure, and a watertight cell filled floor to ceiling with glycerin to prevent its occupant's skin from igniting. One denizen of Q sector she didn't skip, though she might have liked to, was known as the racist. She tapped on the plexiglass window of his cell. She never met his eyes when he looked at her. Their darkness, their intensity, unsettled her. Prison gang tattoos covered most of his skin not covered by his jumpsuit. Bookmobile. You still here, kike? At some point in the past, he'd decided she was Jewish. She slid his requested book, a dog-eared copy of the Turner Diaries, through the Lazy Susan. It was originally his own copy, found on him when he was captured. "How many times are you going to read this crap?" she asked. "Why don't you read something educational instead?" How long until Uncle Shylock takes you back to Jew York City so I don't have to see your ugly face no more? I've told you, she said, wheeling the cart away, I'm not from New York.
She left the racist to his solitude. Nibble they toes, nibble they fingers. Her last stop was outside the cell of Terrence Wayne Caudle, a.k.a. Sharky, in reference to his gray skin and the serrated triangular teeth that filled a mouth extending halfway around his head. Caudle embraced the identity enthusiastically. He'd eaten his victims to death. Chew they skin, chew they guts. Featureless black eyes popped open when Niobe pushed her squeaking cart to a halt outside his cell. Chomp they tail and all them kitties. Something to read, Terrence. Not bored, hungry. Thin lips pulled back from his teeth as he said this. So hungry. He licked his lips. A single scoop of butterbrickle sat at the bottom of her cooler, but of course she couldn't give it to him. Pendergast and the security techs were adamant that Caudle could never receive any utensil, even a plastic spork. Can't help you there, Terrence. Niobe held up a few magazines. How about a National Geographic? Even staple-bound magazines were off limits. What I'd really like, Genetrix, is a copy of Modern Gourmet. Sorry, Sharky, no such luck. Caudle shook his head. Shame. Been looking for a good recipe for roast joker tail. He laughed. Something that'll tell me how to debone that thing. His shouts followed her back up the hallway. Or a marinade for fat little kiddies? Eve, Yvette, and Yechtley were extra quiet, but she knew how to cheer them up. Hey, you kids ever been to Disneyland? Yechtley clapped. Of course not, said Eve. Well, let's fix that, thought Niobe. And this time, no putting the trip off until it was too late. All they needed was a few days. Should let Pendergast know they'd be gone, and then find some tickets online. The oil crisis guaranteed that she'd have to pay a king's ransom to get all 4 of them to California and back, but she hadn't touched her trust fund in a long time. It might have taken a hit thanks to market craziness brought on by the crisis, but odds were that her parents' goodbye and go away forever gift was still pretty hefty. You guys are gonna love Space Mountain. Returning through the medium security wing, Niobe found one of the cells open. The cot had been stripped, and a pile of new linens rested at the foot of the mattress. Get a move on, Genetrix. She turned to find Tom, one of the BIC orderlies, standing next to her. Oh, hiya, Tom. What's going on? New guest? I'm not kidding. Beat it. What? I'm just asking. Tom shrugged. I got my orders. He pointed down the corridor. Scram. He glared until she turned a corner. She waited a moment before peeking back. Justice, the head of BIC security, escorted a boy down the corridor and into the cell. Young, based on his height, and a little pudgy. The boy turned just as Justice slammed the cell door behind him. He looked terrified. The interrogation room was cramped and dim. Drake was sitting on one side of a metal table. Facing him from the other side were a doctor, or so he guessed from the man's white coat, and another BIC guy. Justice was behind Drake, but he was letting the others ask the questions. Mr. Thomas, you're aware of your medical condition, are you not? The doctor leaned forward and adjusted his glasses. Drake shook his head. No one's told me anything. The BIC man, wearing a badge that said Smitty, opened a folder. Well, it's time you learned why you're here. Let's start with exactly what you remember. Nothing, Drake said defensively. This was going to be just like the army hospital. Nothing but questions. Why don't you tell me something for a change? Like where my family is, or why I can't see them, for instance.
Well, there is a bit of information I can provide you with about your medical condition. The doctor had a really nasty look on his face, reminding Drake of his fourth-grade math teacher. His badge read Dr. Pendergast, which sounded like something made up. You've been infected with xenovirus Tachus A, the wild card. As for your family, they're all presumed dead. Doctor, Justice said, a serious look on his face. Are you sure? Yes, Pendergast interrupted. This young man needs to come to grips with the situation he's in. It might help overcome his memory suppression. Drake went numb. You're lying about my folks. He had a feeling, deep down, that it was true. Tell me you're lying. He'd been afraid they were dead, but until someone said it, Drake wasn't going to believe it. Now, someone had said it. What did you think happened to them, Drake? Smitty asked. Did you think they survived a nuclear explosion? I didn't even know there was an explosion. Drake was holding back the tears with everything he had. How did it happen? That's what your government wants to know, Drake. Smitty gave Drake a cold stare that momentarily replaced his grief with fear. It's possible that your parents were part of a terrorist plot and something went wrong. My mom and dad terrorists? Drake shook his head in disbelief. How could these people be such morons? That's stupid. They sat outside almost every night watching the sky for aliens as part of the Watch the Skies volunteers. They would never hurt anyone. Drake was telling them the truth. His folks had joined the volunteer program after the swarm invasion, which happened before he was even born. Try to see things from our point of view, Drake. Smitty looked like he was trying to force his face into something like a sympathetic look. It was ugly. There's a small nuclear detonation in a largely unpopulated area. The size of the explosion is consistent with a suitcase nuke, something a terrorist might use. The location suggests it was an accident, except for the fact that there was a little boy in the middle of it, an ace who survived the blast and is immune to radiation. Does that seem like a coincidence to you? It was too much for Drake to take in all at once, but these asshats wanted answers, and they expected them from him. I can't tell you what I don't know, Drake said. Skeptical stares greeted his response. Maybe the explosion did something to my memory. I'll try. It would be worth your while to do so, Smitty said. He nodded to Justice. Take him back to his room, keep him on the medication. Drake felt his chair sliding backward, and he quickly stood. I'm doing the best I can. During the short walk back to his prison, Drake's fear gave way to despair. His family was dead. Even the few people who cared about him, like his Aunt Tammy and Austin, must think he was dead too. Once alone in his room, Drake fell on the bed and pulled the pillow over his face. He could hear Justice's footfalls echoing away down the hall. Only then did the tears come, and he couldn't stop them for a long time. He wasn't sure what time it was when Justice showed up again, knocking at his locked door. What do you say we take a walk and get some exercise? Justice stepped out into the hall and gave Drake a look that made him understand this was not a suggestion. Whatever you say. Drake popped up from the bed. He'd never been very big on exercise, but stretching his legs beat the hell out of rotting in his crappy little room. Excellent. Justice led him down the corridor and into the central area. The vast room was still mostly deserted, except for the guards at the kiosk, who were talking and laughing about something. We're cleared for green section today, Justice told the men. Along the way, Drake paid attention to where the surveillance cameras were. He'd counted at least 5. Once inside, though, Drake almost felt relieved. He hadn't had any idea what to expect from green section. But the first room they came to was a big one with couches and a couple of TVs, one of which was turned on. It wasn't like a real living room, but was still lots nicer than anything Drake had seen here so far. His eyes tracked like radar to the TV set. A couple of people were watching American Hero,
And it was the end of the show where the contestants had the cards in front of them and someone got voted off. Justice quickly guided him away from the TV and into another hallway.
Only then did Drake notice the walls were like classroom green, only brighter and friendlier. "Maybe we'll stop back here on the way back," Justice said, grabbing Drake more gingerly than usual by the shoulder and ushering him out. "Right now, I've got something else in mind." They continued down a long hallway. Most of the doors here were closed, although one that was open led to a room with ping-pong tables and an old quarter-gobbling arcade game, as well as candy and drink machines. 2 young women were going at each other in ping-pong. "Keep moving, Drake," Justice said. "We're almost there." The next door opened into a cafeteria, which was even bigger than the one at his school. It was mostly empty, although a few tables had 2 or 3 people sitting at them. "This is where your meals come from, just in case you wondered." Drake's enthusiasm level dipped a bit. He wasn't wild about the bland food he'd gotten, but maybe they had something good he hadn't seen yet. Justice pointed to a woman standing behind a glassed-in corner counter. "Interest you in some ice cream, son?" Drake hustled over as fast as his heavy, out-of-shape legs would carry him. There were over a dozen flavors, some of which were dangerously low in their containers. He walked around behind the counter and looked up at the middle-aged woman. "Can I get a free taste or two?" She shook her head, then smiled. If she was surprised to see a kid in the cafeteria, she didn't show it. "Sure, son, just show me what you want to try." Drake quickly pointed out a couple of chocolates, French vanilla, and some rainbow sherbet. "Let's start with those." When the woman bent over, he noticed the badge attached to her pocket. Justice was directly on the other side, but wasn't looking his way. Before he could do anything, she turned around with a spoonful of ice cream. "Here you go." Drake took the sherbet into his mouth, but couldn't focus on how it tasted. He said. "Vanilla next, please." The vanilla was in the front row of the ice cream display, and the woman had to bend over for it. The chain holding the badge must have broken at some point, and was now held on with tape. Drake leaned into the woman, as if trying to get a better look at the ice cream, and tugged the badge free. He held his breath and tucked it into the front of his pants. "Our French vanilla is a big favorite." She offered him a heaping spoonful. Drake exhaled heavily and downed the ice cream. It was actually great, for vanilla. More important, neither the woman nor Justice had noticed him sneak the badge. "Oh yeah, that's what I want." The woman handed Drake a couple of small paper napkins and sent him on his way. He felt the cool plastic of the card against his belly and hoped it didn't show under his clothing. Drake sat down across the table from Justice and gobbled his ice cream down so fast he got the cold thing in his forehead. "Ate it too fast, didn't you?" Justice didn't say it in a smug way. "I'm sorry you found out about your family the way you did. The doctor is just trying to help you get your memory back. This place can be comfortable for you, Drake, if you just settle in and help us to help you." "I'm trying," Drake said defensively. "How would you feel if your entire family was dead and somehow you were the only one left alive? And people stuck you in a place and asked you questions you didn't know the answers to?" Justice nodded silently and sat for a moment in thought. To Drake, it almost seemed like Justice felt sorry for him. "I think I'd be pretty unhappy, but I also think I'd try to adapt to my new circumstances." He held out an open hand. "Give me the card, Drake." The ice cream went sour in his mouth. Drake pulled the card out and dropped it into Justice's large palm. It was just a game. "Right, but we don't want to get Alice," he nodded toward the ice cream woman, "in trouble, do we?" He tucked the card into his pocket. "And this wouldn't get you out anyway. Like I said, it was just a game." "We'll have to find you some different games then. Make the best of your time here, Drake. Nobody wants you to be miserable." Justice stood, straight and tall and solid as a brick wall. "Let's get you back to your room." Drake got up and began trudging from the cafeteria, dragging his feet as he went.
So they'd caught him. So what? No way was he giving up. Sooner or later, they had to make a mistake, and that was when he'd make a break for it. Pendergast's office had no waiting room. Niobe stood next to a watercolor landscape of grama and pinyon, shifting her feet often. Her tail made it impossible to rest her back against the wall, so she had to lean one shoulder against the hard concrete. It put an ache in her hips. Muffled voices leaked into the corridor. She knew the doctor's voice, and Justice's, but the third was unfamiliar. "I was thinking, maybe your dad would like to come to California with us. Perhaps Christian would be more eager to spend time with her children, their children, if he had the chance to vacation away from BICC for a while." Yeah, thought Yechtley. Eve liked the idea too. But Yvette thought, "Don't trust him, Mom. Why? He's your dad and he loves you." But he's not touch. "Yvette, what's wrong, honey?" Niobe knew the answer, but she asked anyway, hoping to be wrong. "Owie, Mama, it hurts." Niobe found herself silently pleading with the virus. "No, no, no. Just a few more days. Please, I promised them Disneyland. All 3. The door opened. Justice exited Pendergast's office, pulling the new arrival, the boy, after him. The kid's head hung low, and his face was flushed. Niobe wanted to give him a wink and a smile as they passed, but Justice pulled the kid in the opposite direction when he saw Niobe. The kid didn't even look up. She entered the office. Pendergast himself sat behind his desk, scribbling notes into a file. The doctor looked up, saw her, and reared back in surprise. "Genetrix!" He shut the file folder, with his pen still inside. "This is a surprise." Niobe jerked a thumb over her shoulder. "New kid? Oh, yes, looks pretty unhappy." Pendergast fished his pen out of the file, saying distractedly, "He's still adjusting to his new environment." He looked pensive for a moment, then added nonchalantly, "Have your children said anything about him?" Niobe had deflected several days of leading questions about Yvette. Clearly Pendergast suspected the girl was some kind of mentalist. But if her daughter wanted privacy, she'd have it. As much as could be had at BICC anyway. No, just wondering about him. He recapped the pen and opened a filing cabinet. "I have another appointment. Do you need something?" "Nope, just letting you know I'll be on vacation for a few days." She grinned. "Taking the kids to Disneyland?" "Ah, I see," he said quietly. He slid the file into a drawer filled with many others. "You'll be leaving soon, I take it?" Niobe heard the cabinet lock click when he pushed the drawer shut. The sooner the better. Want to take them? She didn't want to say it aloud. Bad enough they already knew she was thinking it. Of course. Pendergast nodded. He looked pensive again. "Tell you what, if you'll do something for me first, I'll personally see that your leave paperwork is expedited." "Great. Name it." "Drake, the new arrival. Introduce yourself. Try to make him feel welcome. Let him know he has friends here." "Sure, I can do that. Why is he here anyway?" "The important thing," said Pendergast, "is that he feels comfortable and relaxed." "Don't trust him," Yvette repeated. The evasion wasn't lost on Niobe. But poor Drake did look like he needed a pal. And if cheering him up would get the kids to Disneyland that much sooner, that was win-win. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Drake said, trying to get his brain working. After being unbolted, the door opened a bit, and a young woman poked her head in. "Can I come inside for a minute?" Something about her tone of voice was different than what he was used to around here. Then it clicked that she was being polite. Sure.
Drake swung his legs over the bedside and onto the floor, then stood up. "Hi, my name is Niobe." Holy crap. Drake couldn't keep himself from staring once all of her was inside. For the most part, she was a normal woman, pretty young still, but there was something attached to her. It was like a big tube coming out from her lower back, almost like a third leg, but with no bones. Her clothes were the kind fat girls wore, all floppy and worn. "Sorry," he said, "I've never met anybody like you before." "You mean a joker?" If she was bothered by her appendage or Drake's reaction to it, Niobe didn't let on. "It's okay.
You must be pretty special yourself for them to ship you here. Not really, just another little fat boy from West Texas. Drake was suspicious, but decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. Well, maybe a little bit special. You want to sit down? The corner of her mouth turned up in a smirk, and the thing stuck to her back wiggled over her shoulder like it was waving at him. Easier for me to stand. Have they turned on your TV yet? She nodded to the set on the wall. Only the DVD player, and most of the movies are pretty lame. They'd given him The Rescuers, SpongeBob SquarePants, and Dumbo. He hadn't made it all the way through Dumbo. It was just too depressing. Drake slumped a little. That figures. She pulled something from a large paper bag she was carrying. Drake had been so distracted by her tail, or whatever it was, that he hadn't even noticed it. Don't tell anyone I gave you this, and keep it hidden. Drake immediately recognized the Game Boy and grabbed it from her with a grin. Geez, thanks. I thought you might like that. I've only got one cartridge, Arcade Classics, but I'll try to get you a couple more and some extra batteries. Niobe handed over the rest to Drake. Like I said, though, keep it hidden or they'll take it away and we'll both be in trouble. Drake began to really relax. You're not one of them. I mean, you don't work here. She shook her head. Not exactly. They're conducting, sort of, tests on me. You know how that goes. There was no reason to believe she was lying, although Drake thought she was holding something back. That was okay, so was he. Yeah, I really appreciate this, Niobe. Trust me, I won't get caught. Good, because if you do, they probably won't let me visit again. One more thing. I heard you liked the ice cream, so... She fished a moist carton out of the bag, and a plastic spoon. Mint chocolate chip. Tastes incredible, believe me. Oh, snap. Drake's appetite, which had been next to nothing, came back to life, and he had the carton open in a flash. The ice cream was as good as she said, maybe better. Why are you being so nice to me? Niobe shrugged. I have a soft spot for kids. Her expression went distant for a second, like she was listening to something only she could hear. Then she continued, handsome young men like yourself. Anyway, I know this isn't the friendliest place in the world. You're probably not happy with how they're treating you, and I'll bet you miss your family and friends too. Am I wrong? He didn't want to think about his family and friends right now. No, it's just that you're the only nice one so far. Drake took another extra-large mouthful of ice cream. His mouth was happier than any part of him had been in a long time. I'm not complaining, though. Niobe smiled. It was a grown-up kind of smile, like she knew so much more than he did. But Drake didn't care right now. I've got to get back to my rounds, she said. Have fun with your Game Boy. Oh, I will, Drake said. Niobe opened the door and pulled her tail thing through to the outside of the room. My name's Drake. Niobe nodded. Hang in there, Drake. See you soon. Then the door closed and she was gone. Drake polished off the remainder of the ice cream and tossed the carton on the floor. He popped the Game Boy cartridge into the slot and powered the machine on. Moments later, a menu of several games, most of them older than he was, showed up on the screen. Drake almost went for Missile Command, but decided Defender was more his speed. He paused a moment before starting the game. Niobe might be the person, the friend, he needed to get out of here. He didn't want to get his hopes up, but he had to hope for something or give up entirely. He'd think about it later. Right now, there were aliens to kill. Early morning sunlight poured down through the skylights. Far above, Niobe knew, the sky would be a brilliant azure. Just wait till you see it with your own eyes, kiddos. There's nothing like it. Niobe found Pendergast coming out of the cafeteria. He held a cup of coffee in one hand and a foil-wrapped bundle in the other. She could smell the green chili and chorizo from his breakfast burrito and the chicory in his coffee. All done, she said. He breezed past her. What's done? I introduced myself to Drake, like you asked. She walked backward, keeping abreast of him. I think he was glad for the company. Seems like a nice kid. I'd be happy to visit him again. Good, Pendergast said nothing more. Meanwhile, Niobe said, hoping to jar his memory, the kids and I will be taking our leave this morning. Pendergast shook his head. No, I'm afraid not. What do you mean, no? No, you're not taking your children anywhere. She stepped in front of him, arm raised, blocking his path. Coffee sloshed over the brim of his cup. I'm not asking your permission, I'm telling you as a courtesy. He sighed. Niobe, taking your children out of this facility, the only place where they can receive the specialized medical attention they need, is a reckless and irresponsible act. And so, I've decided, for the sake of your children, to revoke your leave privileges. Anger made Niobe's tail quiver against her back. You forget, I have a key card for the elevator. Which you'll find quite useless. It hasn't worked for many weeks, in point of fact. Her knees felt weak, watery. But I promised them Disneyland. She slumped against the wall. Please don't do this. It's for the good of your children, Pendergast said. He stepped around her and was gone. Don't trust him, said Yvette. Either of them. Double helix. Better to dwell in the wilderness than with a contentious woman. Melinda M. Snodgrass. The concrete walls of the locker room at Invesco Field at Mile High seemed to exhale the scent of old sweat, gym socks, and cheap aftershave. This, I think, as I lift the champagne bottle out of the ice and survey the label, is the downside of being so famous and popular that you have to play in stadiums rather than theaters. Thank God my performances are played in more intimate venues. I would so hate to make a 747 disappear. Even here, far beneath the stadium, I can faintly hear the beat of the bass and the roar of the crowd as Joker Plague performs their final number. I find myself thinking about a Roman holiday when I was in high school, and how we had toured the cells beneath the Colosseum. Places for enslaved gladiators and wild beasts brought across oceans solely for sport and blood. Not so very different from modern football. An unexpected yawn cracks the hinges of my jaw. My shoulders feel like they're slumping beneath invisible weights. I toss back my head and press my shoulder blades together. Lilith's breasts thrust aggressively against the silk of my halter top, and I bite back a hiss. My nipples are sore from Lohengrin's teeth. There's the thunder of footfalls approaching the locker room. The door bursts open, and Joker Plague has arrived. Michael, a.k.a. Drummer Boy, leads them into the room. Sweat is running down his chest, and 4 of his 6 hands are still tapping at the tympanic plates on his torso. Trailing after him are the other 4 members of Joker Plague. The voice's presence can only be guessed at by a towel floating in the air. Occasionally, it moves as if wiping a face. Bottom and Shivers are just standard Jokers, one with the head of an ass, and the other looking like a Disney vision of a demon, complete with blood-red skin.
The worst for me is S Live, a floating balloon of a face, and a multitude of tongues, like flicking snakes, thrusting from between the lips of the unnaturally wide mouth. Flanking the boys is their manager, who reminds me a lot of my manager. BlackBerry in hand, headphone in his ear, a too-sharp suit and a too-sharp face, and a phalanx of security guards. Female arms thrust through the closing door, and hysterical soprano voices call out to the various band members. A broad, tall guard gets the door closed and turns with a look like a contented bull. There's not enough plague for every groupie. Some of them will doubtless fuck the guards in hope of getting closer to a band member next time. I work the cork out of the champagne just as they enter, and the explosive pop stops them all. Most of the men gawk. Black leather pants, silver halter top, and spiked heels will work every time. One rent-a-cop reaches for his hip, as if expecting to find a pistol. Hello, Michael. I pour champagne into a glass. Thirsty? He's incredibly tall, so I have to throw my head back to see his face. He ignores the glass, takes the bottle in one of his 6 hands, and drains it. I rescue the glass and take a sip. It's not bad. Committee business?
he asks, and the unseen voice makes himself heard with an audible snort, followed by, "Oh shit, not now. We're in the middle of the tour. Fuck off," he says to the room at large. "You knew this was the deal when you booked the tour." There is grumbling between Shivers and S Live, but they move away to gather up their street clothes. The manager continues to hover. "The girls are gonna wanna see you," he whines. "Tell them he's got a girl," I say. An odd range of emotions cross Drummer Boy's face. For an instant there is naked lust, good, followed by grim resolve and a subtle physical retreat, not good. The peanut gallery gives us some space. I take another sip of champagne. "Why are you here?" The tone is challenging, not encouraging. I move in on him again. "I've always wanted to see Denver, Rocky Mountain High and all that." And I drop my lashes to veil my eyes and allow my hair to fall over my shoulder and brush across one of his hands. "I wanted to see you and tell you." "Tell me what?" I inch closer. This time he doesn't retreat. "That you did a good job in India." His breath increases in tempo and flutters across the top of my head. I drift away and pick up another of the 20 champagne bottles. "Why don't we take this to a nicer venue?" "Are you trying to pick me up?" I decide to match directness with bluntness. "No, I'm trying to fuck you." "You're sleeping with Lohengrin? Does that mean I belong to him? How very antiquated of you. And you a rock and roll star? I thought you'd be more broad-minded." He looks over toward the row of sinks and the mirrors set above them. He is frowning at his image. That kind of thing can tear a group apart. 3 of his hands are drumming nervously at the tympanic plates that cover his immensely long torso. It's like a strange syncopated heartbeat echoing off the concrete walls. "And you care? How sweet." I move up next to him and lean against his side. "I think the committee is important. We do good work. You do good work. In fact, you seem to do more than anyone else. Except for me, of course." "Taxi girl." One side of his mouth twists up in a reluctant smile. I run a hand up his shoulder, noting the elaborate colors and designs of the tattoos, and cup the nape of his neck. A gentle tug, and his head drops. I match it by going on tiptoes and press my lips on his. I can't risk tongue, but I keep my lips soft and parted, inviting him in. For an instant I can taste and feel the mounting passion. Then he pulls back, coughs, and asks in a too casual tone, "What about our fearless leader?" "Oh, Fortune's very good at photo ops and press conferences." DB gives a bark of laughter. "So, do you want to sleep together or not?" He cocks his head to one side. The light glints off his multiple piercings. "You always use the crudest, most distancing phrases. Fuck, sleep together. You never say, make love. Why do you do that?" It's strange, but the question takes me aback and leaves me feeling naked. I fall back on flippancy. "I don't believe in love." "I do." I point toward the door. "You have an army of groupies waiting out there." "Yeah, but they're different from an ace." The champagne bottle hits the ice with a crash as I drop it back into the bucket. Curveball is sleeping with John Fortune. Why reject what I'm offering? I love her. My God, you're a hopeless romantic. What? You think you're going to win her by limiting your fucking to gnats? His expression darkens, and I realize I've allowed my disdain to show. How to recover? My mind flits over the past year and the things DB has done, and I see it. Dad was right. There's something to the Bible, though I doubt you'll live long enough. One of his hands closes around my upper arm and turns me around to face him. "I'll have bruises tomorrow." "What do you mean by that?" "You seem to draw all the most dangerous assignments. You never just hand out food aid or deliver medical supplies." "Yeah, so? I've got a lot of power, as I showed in Egypt." "Do you read the Bible, Michael?" What? What the fuck? Of course it's mostly fairy tales, but those old prophets were pretty perceptive about human nature. It hasn't changed much in 3,000 years. Take the story of David and Bathsheba. Such a romantic story. What people forget is that she had a husband. Set Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle, that he may be smitten and die. Our eyes lock, and we hold the stare for a long, long time. He wouldn't, DB finally forces past lips gone stiff with anger. If you so, I'm sure he's your very good friend. DB turns away, his broad, powerful shoulders hunch as if he's trying to protect himself. I wish you hadn't come here. Me too. It's gonna be a lonely night. And I prepare, visualize home, and teleport away. As I travel the between, I think it's been a good night's work. Just Cause, Part 2, Carrie Vaughn, New York City. Kate and Anna rushed to catch the subway. Dinner at Stellar, the posh restaurant at the top of the Empire State Building, was one thing, but a cab ride during a fuel shortage was too much of an extravagance. They rode standing, holding on to one of the bars, talking in hushed voices about this and that, phone calls home, how Anna's brother was applying to the University of New Mexico, and how Kate's parents were still upset that she'd dropped out of college. They got stares. They always got stares, and a few whispers. Is that really them? It couldn't be. They look so much like. Street level was quiet. Perpetually gridlocked traffic had vanished. A few government vehicles, a few cabs, and very few private cars were active. Fifth Avenue might have been a street in any small town. The air actually smelled decent. As soon as they turned the corner, shouted questions began from the group of reporters waiting outside the Empire State Building. Kate and Anna stood shoulder to shoulder and prepared to run the gauntlet. Curveball, Earth Witch, who's your pick on the new season of American Hero? Be nice, Kate reminded herself. Keep the press on your side. Those were the rules from American Hero, and they still worked. She shrugged and smiled her sweetheart smile. Cameras flashed. I don't know, I'm not really watching. We've been a little busy, Anna added. More questions. Kate couldn't make them all out. Earth Witch, reports say you collapsed from exhaustion in Ecuador. Is it true? How's your health? Anna's face was a mask, the smile frozen in place. I'm fine, she said. Someone pushed her way to the front and stuck a digital recorder out. Is the committee doing to intervene to stop the genocide in Nigeria? Amid the way too personal questions about romances, diets, and clothes, the political ones struck like bolts of lightning. Kate's sweetheart smile turned apologetic. No comment, I'm sorry.
With the doorman helping to clear the way, they slipped inside, leaving the reporters crowded on the sidewalk. Anna let out a sigh. You okay? Kate asked. I'm sick of people asking me that, Anna said. We're just worried. I'm fine, Anna said, her smile tight. It was what they all said. They were all so tough. They took the express elevator to the restaurant. They were nearly the last to arrive. John turned to the elevator when it opened. His face brightened. Kate! Wow, you look great! She beamed back at him. She'd been hoping for that reaction. She wore a silky, floral halter dress with heels, and her hair was up. That alone made her look about 5 years older and a ton more sophisticated. You don't look too shabby yourself. He wore a suit with a band collar shirt, giving him sophisticated polish. Definitely his mother's son. She reached for him, and they joined hands to pull each other into a kiss. You two are, as ever, awfully cute, Bugsy said. But I'd like to point out that Anna looks fabulous. Anna wore a black wraparound dress with a low-cut neck and flowing knee-length skirt that clung and flattered in all the right places. Add her long black hair, dangly gold earrings, and ever-present St. Barbara medallion, and she looked exotic. And now she was blushing, but smiling too. We went shopping today, Kate said. It called to me from the store window, Anna said. The two of them giggled. Bugsy said, "What a surprise. We all clean up pretty good." "Maybe someday people will stop picking on how I dress," Kate said. "They named you best dressed at that UNICEF fundraiser last month," Anna argued, "only because John's mother picked out the dress." John got a dreamy look in his eyes. That was a great dress. It had been a great dress, with enough architecture to give even Kate cleavage. A picture of the two of them from that night ended up on the cover of Aces. They were arm in arm, looking at something off to the side, smiling. They'd looked like royalty. The committee. Rusty, wearing a big grin, waved from the far corner, where he was talking with Bubbles and Holy Roller. Gardner was pointing out something on a potted fern to Toadman and Bravehawk. The llama from Nepal, who was able to turn insubstantial, and the llama from Bolivia, who was almost a joker with a foot-long neck and fuzzy gray hair, and who could spit a gooey venom incredible distances, were glaring at each other across the foyer. Both had refused to change their ace name to avoid confusion. And Lilith, the British teleporter, standing with Lohengrin and surveying the room critically, like this was all beneath her. She wore an amazing gown, V-neck coming to a point between her breasts, slit in the skirt climbing to her waist, the diaphanous black material deceptively translucent. All the guys were stealing glances, and Lilith knew it. Being America's ace sweetheart didn't count for a whole lot sometimes, thought Kate, in her cute and completely boring dress. The absent member was obvious. At 7 feet, DB dominated any room he was in. "Where's Michael?" she asked. John frowned. "In Chicago, wrapping up his concert tour, I think." "Let's make the introductions," he said, turning their attention to the two women Kate didn't know. Even more new members. From Canada, this is Simone Duplax, aka Snowblind, and Barbara Baden, the translator, from Israel. Simone had dyed magenta hair that screamed, "Look at me!" She wore a black miniskirt, crop top, and a nose stud, and glared like she expected someone to challenge her on the dress code. Also in her 20s, Barbara was a little more upscale, with a clinging midnight blue cocktail dress. She kept her hands folded in front of her and was a picture of calm. "Simone, Barbara, this is Kate Brandt and Anna Cortez." Handshakes all around. "There's hardly a need for introductions," Barbara said. "Everyone knows who you are." "Introductions are more polite," Kate said. Tinker came in from the next room, holding one of his gadgets, a gunmetal gray box that looked like a cross between a TV remote and an egg beater. "What's that?" Anna asked. "Bug detector," he said cheerfully in his thick Aussie accent. John wanted the place swept. "Can't have spies now, right?" "How do you know it even works?" Kate said. He pointed it at Bugsy, and the device let out a high-pitched squeal that left them all wincing. "Well," Bugsy said, glaring at the thing, "my confidence is truly won over." Tinker huffed. "I built it to track down covert listening devices. I think you got a few of those on ya, eh, mate?" For the punchline, a small green wasp crawled out of the pocket of Tinker's suit jacket. "Hey!" Tinker swatted the bug, and it crunched. Bugsy winced. "Don't you ever get tired of that trick?" "I have another one, but you wouldn't like it any better." The center of the next room had been cleared to make way for a long table draped in white linen. The arrangement lent a somber weight to the evening. This felt like a state dinner. And here, in this luxurious setting, on the 86th floor, Kate really felt on top of the world. In keeping with its location, Stellar had a neo-retro Art Deco motif, with muted colors like pale grays, soft blues, streamlined chrome fixtures with inset lighting, ferns pouring from silver planters. The chairs and tables were mahogany and modernist. Movie stars of the 1930s in tuxedos and ball gowns might have come sweeping past at any moment. It was romantic, especially the balcony overlooking the Manhattan skyline. "This place is amazing," Kate said, taking a chair between John and Anna near the head of the table. John gazed around, smiling. "This used to be a different restaurant, Aces High. All the big aces used to hang out here, and the owner did this aces-only dinner every year on Wildcard Day. My mom met my father there, my real father, I mean. She says it's the only reason she comes here since Hiram retired. I guess I thought it'd be cool to come back.
Start some new traditions, now that aces are heroes again. He wore a wistful look, like he gazed through a window into that bygone time when everything was bigger, flashier, better. The woman he knew as his mother had been a different person then, and his father was dead. Dinner first, meeting after. The staff brought out course after course of gourmet dishes, perfect breads, exotic pâtés, oysters with caviar, salmon, quail, and more. Maybe not more food that Kate had ever seen in one place, but certainly more different kinds of food. No holds barred. John ordered champagne, and they drank a toast to friends old and new, to jobs well done, and, as had become tradition, a toast to the friends who were missing. They'd lost people. They wanted to remember. They relaxed into conversation and gossip. "Guess who called me yesterday?" Kate said. People threw out names, movie stars and pop singers, and she shook her head for each one. Apparently, Michael Berman is looking for someone for the Rogue Ace Challenge on American Hero. Groans greeted the name of the network executive who rode herd on the show. Rusty said, "You actually talked to him?" "God, no. He left like 5 messages. But I'm warning you, you all may be next." Anna said, "Depends on how desperate he gets." Kate wanted to argue, but she was probably right. Berman wouldn't be calling her. Anna wasn't considered as photogenic as the more conventionally sexy women who'd been on the show. Didn't matter, because she could still kick all their asses with her power. Kate rolled her eyes. The guy's an ass. I mean, have you seen who they picked for this season? Space Cadet? What's up with that? "I thought you weren't watching," John said. Kate huffed. They were finishing the main course when the restaurant doors slammed open. Drummer Boy appeared, lining all 6 hands on his hips. "Hey," he called in a booming voice. "Am I too late? No? Good." He had to duck to enter the room. He was bald, shirtless, showing off not only his impressive canvas of tattoos, but the tympanic membranes on his torso, his namesake. John frowned, and Kate tensed.
"Aren't you supposed to be in Chicago?" John said, "Not tonight. Had a little extra time, so I thought I'd drop by. This meeting is for the whole committee, right?" Bugsy tried to divert the tension, opening a space by the table near him. "DB, pull up a chair. Meet the newbies. Simone, Barbara, DB." DB didn't cooperate. "Ladies," he said, nodding a minimum polite greeting, then grabbing a spare chair from another table and pulling it next to Kate. He couldn't squeeze himself between her and Anna, so he remained behind them. Turning the chair backward to sit on it, he leaned one set of arms on the backs of Kate and Anna's chairs, crossed another set, and Kate lost track of the third. Now, Kate had John on her left, DB on her right, and the two of them were glaring at each other over her head. Anna, thank God, distracted him. "How's the tour going?" "It's been fucking amazing. We're playing stadiums. Hell, we're not a stadium band. We started out punk in 2-bit bars. Now here we are." That third set of arms spread in a gesture of offering. "I still haven't seen the show," Anna said. "You should. When the next tour starts, I'll get you the VIP treatment, front row seats, the works." "Cool," Anna said. "Bring earplugs," Bugsy said. "I have seen the show." Lilith, sitting on the other side of the table, licked a bit of sauce off her fork. "Michael, dear, you look so uncomfortable hunched in over there. Why don't you come sit here with me? There's plenty of room at this end." In fact, there wasn't, except for a sliver of space at the corner. And Lohengrin, already sitting by Lilith, straightened and puffed up his chest, as if he could fill the space by himself. Kate half hoped DB would move. Except that would involve making Lilith happy. DB smirked. "That's okay. I wouldn't want to upset Prince Valiant there." "Oh, Klaus here? He won't be upset. He's a big puppy." She gazed up at the German ace through slitted silver eyes. "What an amazing bitch," Kate marveled. A clink of metal on glass rang out. A goblet tipped and splashed water over part of the tablecloth, plates, and people. Ah, cripes, would you look at that? Rusty was half on his feet, reaching uselessly after the mess. "Sorry, I'm pretty clumsy, don't you know?" His iron jaw creased into a bashful smile.
The tension broke, at least for the next half a second or so. John made a production of digging in an attaché case for a set of manila folders, which he distributed. "Moving on then. Time for business, I'm afraid," John said, standing at the head of the table. "A lot's landed on us all at once, but I think we have the resources to handle it. At least, I'd like to prove that we do." He flashed a smile, almost shy. "We're still keeping an eye on the situation in Texas. We know there was an explosion. Lilith and Bugsy concluded that it was nuclear. We still don't know what caused it, but the feds think it was terrorists. For the moment, there isn't much we can do until we hear further developments. But here's what we can do." Secretary General Jayewardene had given the committee 3 separate missions, all of them deemed urgent. First, a brutal hurricane season appeared to be developing in the Gulf, and Jayewardene had a hunch. The Secretary General had a track record of accurate hunches. If he wanted a team there to help, the committee would go. Second, the UN had received reports of genocide in Africa, in the oil region of Nigeria near its border with the People's Paradise of Africa, a newish, self-declared nation that was either the latest in a long line of corrupt, despotic regimes or the beginning of a new, empowered Africa, free of colonial influences. It depended on who you talked to. A committee team would investigate the genocide claims and make recommendations. And third, the current oil shortage was artificially induced. Prince Siraj of the Caliphate had manipulated production and forced prices to their current stratospheric level of $300 a barrel. In the opinion of the Secretary General, this was nothing short of economic terrorism that was impacting the entire world and causing widespread hardship and depression. A team would go to the Middle East to open oil production again, and UN troops were assembling in anticipation of direct intervention. "I don't think I have to tell you that this last objective is top secret," John said. "We don't want any leaks to the press clowns downstairs. No blogging." He pointed at Bugsy, who held up his hands in a show of innocence. This was a new development, and Kate was surprised that the Secretary General had decided on such direct action. They'd almost be causing an international crisis rather than fixing one. John read from his notes. "Earthwitch, Gardener, Bubbles, and Holy Roller. You'll head to New Orleans tomorrow. See what you can do about reinforcing the levee system and aiding in the evacuation, if that becomes necessary. DB, you'll be leading the team going to the PPA. You'll have Bravehawk, Snowblind, Toadman, and the Lamahan, not Juan, with you. Curveball, Lohengrin, the Translator, Rustbelt, Tinker, and I will be going to Arabia. Bugsy, you and Juan will hold down the fort here, and Lilith will keep us all in communication and provide emergency transport if needed." DB was shaking his head, chuckling quietly. John regarded him a moment. "Do you have something to add?" "I see what you're doing," DB said. "Pretty slick, actually." He tapped a couple of beats on the edge of the table. "And what is that?" John said tiredly. DB seemed happy to explain. "Here it is. You're taking all the hotshots to Arabia to be the saviors of the Western world, and you're sending me and the second stringers to some shithole in Africa. To do what? Observe? Investigate? To do jack shit is what?" "Hey, who are you calling second string?" said Buford, glaring at DB with bulging eyes. Bugsy smirked. "Turning into a giant toad is not exactly A-list. Got me further on American Hero than you." Ouch. A year later, people were still throwing that at each other. "DB," John said, "I'm just trying to put people where their powers will be most useful. I don't know what you think." The Joker's sarcastic smile fell. "I'll tell you what I think. I think you're a glory hound. I think—" John dropped a folder on the table with a slap. "Who's the glory hound between us, Mr. Rockstar? Really?" DB didn't slow down. "You're setting me up to fail, maybe even get me killed." Kate closed her eyes, counted to 10. So help her if either one of them brought her up as an excuse. "And I think you'll do anything you can to keep me away from Kate." That was it. John actually laughed. "Geez, would you let it go? This isn't about Kate. Kate stood, picked up a steak knife, hefted in her hand, testing its weight, felt a warmth flow like flames through her arm. Eventually, everyone was staring at the knife in her hand. Things got real quiet. She looked at John on one side of her, DB on the other. They stared back, stricken. "Finished?" she asked. "Can we all sit down and play nice?" DB muttered, "Tell Captain Crueler to stop rigging the missions in his favor." "You're being paranoid," she said. He had to realize how monumentally bad this looked. Halfway down the table, Snowblind and the translator stared in fascination. "Kate, maybe you should put that down." Anna nodded at the knife in her hand. Kate was gripping it, white-knuckled. In her mind's eye, she could almost see the glow, the buildup of power. In a temper, she'd let it fly and not even realize it. Kaboom! And fireworks. Wouldn't that impress the newbies? But Anna recognized the mood. And Anna was about the only person who could say anything and not piss Kate off. Carefully, she set the knife on the table and shook the tingle out of her arm. John shuffled the folders in front of him, a mindless gesture. "Fine, we'll switch. DB, you're on the Arabia team. I'll go to Africa. It's not a big deal." He pulled his chair back and sank into it. Catching her gaze, he was trying to tell her something. Maybe, "See, I can play nice."
But his solution left her feeling a little sick. She hated to think that a squabble like this might damage a mission, any mission. Mostly she hated that they were fighting over her, as if her own choice hadn't had anything to do with which of them she'd ended up. Seemingly mollified, DB sat, flexing his arms and running a quick riff on his torso. John was talking again. "You have your assignments. The New Orleans team will leave first thing." A commotion sounded from the restaurant's foyer, heavy footsteps, voices arguing. Just what they needed, more excitement. So much for a nice dinner. A waiter spoke. "I'm sorry, we have a warrant." Bugsy stared at the entrance and said, "I have a bad feeling." 3 men and a woman, all wearing suits and an air of government-backed smugness, came through the door. The guy in front, above average in height and notably fit, filled his expensive pale suit well. He had a buzz cut and a face that was hard to describe. Not ugly exactly, but definitely not right. Crooked nose, uneven eyes, broken bones that had knitted a little off, and laugh lines that had developed oddly because of that. That disconcerting face twisted in a smile that suggested he was enjoying the situation. "If you'll all remain seated and quiet, we'll get this over with as quickly and painlessly as possible," he said in a decisive cop-in-charge voice. John didn't stay seated and quiet. "Billy, what?" "That's Director Ray to you, Mr. Fortune. Now please sit down." That was possibly the shit-eatingest grin Kate had ever seen. John sat. Director Billy Ray drew a folded pack of papers from the inside pocket of his jacket. "Mr. Jonathan Tipton Clark." He scanned the group like he was looking for someone, but Ray knew exactly where Bugsy was. His gaze fell on him in a second. "I have here a warrant for your arrest." "What?" John demanded. "What for?" "For disseminating classified information in a public venue and potentially damaging national security," Ray said. Bugsy smirked. "I blogged about Texas." "Geez, don't admit anything," John said. "He's an affiliate of the United Nations. There are proper channels for this." It was a valiant effort, but Ray wasn't interested in proper channels, obviously. He was probably very interested in parading a handcuffed member of the committee past the paparazzi downstairs. "Mr. Tipton Clark, if you'd stand, please." Bugsy did. Ray gestured, and one of the agents produced handcuffs. "You can't do this, mate," Tinker said. Murmurs around the table agreed with him. "An American citizen engaging in activities damaging to the safety of the American government and people? I certainly can." Kate glanced around the table. 18 aces and jokers, almost, with formidable powers.
all of whom were tense, glaring at Ray and his goons with unhappy expressions. In one of New York City's poshest restaurants, this could end badly. Obligingly, Bugsy turned his back to the agent and put his hands behind him, letting them cuff him without complaint. That meant Kate saw him smile and wink right before he disintegrated. Thousands of green wasps buzzed as clothing and handcuffs fell. Ray lunged with what had to be ace-fueled reflexes. All he managed to do was snatch the shirt before it reached the floor. "Shit," Ray said, ripping the shirt and tossing it aside. "I hate when that happens." The agent who'd been trying to cuff Bugsy yelped and jumped back, reaching inside his jacket for a gun. The other agents did the same. All around the table, aces and jokers braced for battle. Kate had hoped her teammates weren't stupid enough to start something against Ray and his goons. So much for that. John shouted, "Stand down! Back off!" The bugs swarmed the 4 federal agents, clouds of them fogging around their heads. The agents slapped and swatted, hissing as they were stung. Ray swore, snarling as he slapped at himself, crushing wasps when he found them, and scratching at new welts. With a whoosh and crash, a giant toad bounded onto the table, knocking aside water glasses and tea lights. His mouth was already open, the hideous tongue lolling, before Kate could stop him. A few drops of mucus hit her as the tongue whipped out and grabbed a gun out of the nearest agent's hand. Stunned, the guy regarded his slime-covered hands with a look of horror. The llama, the Bolivian one, was the second to jump on the table. His long neck stretched forward, his fists clenched at his side, and he puckered his lips. "Michael, grab him!" Kate yelled at DB, who was closer. The big joker reached behind the llama and took hold of various parts, arms, shoulders, back, legs, with all 6 arms, and yanked him backward, off the table and onto the floor, but not before he got off a shot of spit. Fortunately, the spit bomb went wide. Only part of it landed on the sleeve of Billy Ray's suit jacket. The federal ace regarded the spot for a moment. Then, with a sigh, he drew a handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped off the glob. He seemed resigned as he tossed the handkerchief aside. Buzzing, the bugs formed a loose cloud, circling the room and occasionally dropping to take another sting at one of the agents. "Stand down!" Kate shouted. Facing her team, Kate planted herself between them and the agents. Buford had opened his mouth for another go with his tongue. The llama was unsuccessfully wrestling with DB. The other llama had his eyes closed and seemed to be meditating. Bravehawk had sprouted his wings and gripped a steak knife, but hadn't actually done anything yet. Lohengrin had donned his armor and looked like he wanted to march forward, but John planted a hand on his chest. The others seemed caught between decisions to stay put and take action. Lilith stood at the end of the table, arms crossed, regarding the scene with an aggravating lift to her brow. A sudden breeze ruffled Kate's bangs. The door to the balcony had opened. Bugsy swarmed banked around the room, stretching into a streamlined shape, shot out the balcony door like an arrow, and disappeared into the New York sky. Scratching at a swollen spot on his nose, Billy Ray glared at the balcony, and at the amazing Bubbles, who knelt by the open door with her hand on the latch. "I thought we needed a little air," Michelle said, shrugging with an air of innocence that wasn't entirely genuine. The room was quiet, finally. Lohengrin's armor faded. Buford, human now, climbed off the table. Billy Ray stood at Kate's shoulder, literally breathing down her neck. "I am this close to dragging all of your asses to jail," he said to her, holding his thumb and forefinger so they barely touch. "But because you're cute and I like blondes, I'll give you a break. Today." Kate rolled her eyes. Ray wasn't finished with them. As he regarded them, his gaze sweeping from one end of the table to the other, his frown deepened. For a moment, the ace almost looked tired. He muttered, "You kids are going to get yourselves killed, and I'm probably going to be the one who has to scrape your guts off the pavement." He stalked out, gesturing at his underlings, who fell into step with him. They were all scratching at angry, swollen bug bites. Kate ran a hand through her hair and sighed. When was her life going to stop feeling like reality TV? A woman giggled, snowblind, stifling the laugh with a hand over her mouth. The hand was trembling, just a little. I knew joining the committee would be exciting, but I had no idea. Nervous chatter dispelled some of the tension as people straightened chairs and returned to their seats. Some of the waitstaff crept out of hiding. Kate pulled out a chair and sat. John brought over another chair and sat with her. "So, Bugsy's wanted by the feds," he said. "I guess that's another line on the to-do list. What are we going to do about it? Normally I would call the director of Scare to clear this up, but Billy Ray is the director of Scare." He winced. And how the hell did that happen? It never ended. Always another mission. 3 more missions, in this case. Kate leaned close to John and spoke softly.
You promised Anna would get a break, but you're sending her out again tomorrow? John had the grace to look chagrined. I know, but we need her. No one else can do what she does. This isn't going to get fixed by a giant toad. She couldn't argue, because he was right. Anna herself wouldn't want to be left out of this. Even now, the ace was helping the staff pick up scattered glassware and table settings like she could never sit back and let someone else do the work. "I'll make it up to her," he said, earnest. "I promise." "Hey, John," Tinker called. "What do you want to do with bees?" He held up Bugsy's discarded clothing. Someone said, "Whoa, I never would have pegged Bugsy as a boxer's guy." John just shook his head in long-suffering bemusement. Smiling, Kate wrapped her arm around his and rested her head on his shoulder. "You sure know how to show a girl a good